72.
There we go. Okay, so we should do the intro again then. Welcome to...
Yes.
Yep. Testing.
Testing.
Day 2 of our broadcast from Kragerø Grand Prix. We're watching board 1, International Master Geir Sune Tallaksen against Eirik Austad. Geir Sune, of course, the massive favorite of this tournament, 24.72. He's got a GM norm as well. Does he have 2 or 1 norm?
Yes.
Yes, approximately between 1 and 2 norms. He won't get the norm this tournament though, but he might get some rating points.
Good points.
And of course you can always watch board 1, and that's the bottom right board. And we'll switch between a couple of games during our broadcast. So we'll see how this unfolds. Geir Sune chooses actually the Exchange Caro-Kann, which is quite topical these days.
Oh.
I think Joachim has played this before as well, once at least in Rapid Chess. I'm not sure he wants to talk about it, but it's quite topical to play this line. I think Magnus has played this a bunch of times as well. He played c4 actually, Geir Sune, which is not so popular anymore.
The Panov.
I
I remember what Eivind called it yesterday. It was something completely different.
Okay.
It was a name of some sort.
Probably mixed it with some
Smirnov or something.
Right. So he tends to mix up the opening names with spirits. That's not so uncommon, I guess.
It wasn't under chess opening, but yeah.
The Smirnov.
The Smirnov line, yes.
The Smirnov absolute variation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, so c4. I think you've encountered this variation as well once, at least Anders, against Finn Egeland. Is that correct? Or was that Johannes
that
Krishna?
was e5.
That was e5. Okay.
But I played this a lot.
This right? Yeah, the advance.
Yeah. It's a different story, but the Panov I play with white. That's a completely different story, actually. Yes. A long one? No, not so long one.
Not so long, actually. No. Okay,
but
so...
okay, I play this line mostly from the Nilsen Indian, but...
Yeah.
It could... Well, we'll see.
It will easily... We can easily end up in some isolated queen's pawn opening, I guess. What do you do here with black? Do you play knight f6, e6? I often play g6.
Yeah, I just start with knight f6 anyways, and then knight c3. And
then e6 to g6... Knight c6 is of course
because I remember when I played
common.
Like this, it was like knight f3, knight f6, bishop g5, I think. No, okay, but
it's this little stuff, right?
Yeah, there's some double pawns here and there, and lots of theory, and the king is just.
Yeah.
But I can't remember.
How is this line?
Do you take on f3 immediately, or do you take on b7? No, then take on c3.
Yeah, I guess I take on f3, and what do you do?
You take
e6 and then take on b7, right? And then it's this stuff, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and you claim.
And this is, I guess, if I think if White knows a couple of moves here or some ideas, then it could get a bit.
Andrew Martin said it was fine like 15 years ago.
I think it is fine, though, but it's not what I would want with black after the opening. After you've played 16 moves and you have this endgame which is very equal.
It's
might be some slight. No, it's not. It's not like playing some caveman Mora Gambit. No. No. This is very technical stuff. I would be very surprised if Geir Sune went for something like that against the 1900 rated player. Of course, Eirik Austad is not bad at all. But he's approximately 500 rating points lower than Geir Sune, which means, I guess, that means Geir Sune wants to complicate things at least a bit. Okay, board 2.
Yeah, but he played, okay. So this is almost the same?
Almost the same. Transposed from, okay.
It's close to, but...
Elam tries to go for some Benoni. Jan Sører doesn't want this.
Nope.
Jan Sører, of course, a very solid Norwegian player against
experienced.
Elam. Very experienced guy against Elam Abdullauf, one of our most promising junior players. c5, cd, and d5. And again, we'll probably get some isolated queen's pawn mid game here. Unless, of course, Jan Sører chooses c5, but that looks premature to me.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. I guess knight c3, and Elam might do something like this.
You can play like bishop d3, and it's the Nimso Indian. So.
Yeah, and we'll get the Karpo variation from the Nimso Indian.
Yeah.
which I believe you're an expert in, Anders.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Yeah, well, okay, this was famous in the Kramnik Kasparov match in 2000.
Yeah.
In the white games, everyone just remember the Berlin games, but Kramnik played a lot of this with white.
Because Kasparov actually tried to avoid playing e4 and facing the Berlin after a couple of tries, I guess. He went for d4
yeah,
instead.
but it was too late. Way
too late, yeah. It was too late, he didn't manage to...
Yeah, but Kramnik was way too well prepared that match, I think.
Yeah. I think one of the main experts in these kinds of systems, Sokolov, and of course Peter Leko as well with black, I think. He's been playing this system for a bunch of times.
Yeah, but even there were some games between Anand and Topalov in their World Championship match as well, right. 2006, I believe.
I only remember the last game in the Lasker defense.
The suicide line.
Yes.
Or whatever you call it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Topalov had some advantage, and then Anand got way too active and actually won, so...
no tiebreakers there.
Yes. 10-0 against Jens Ingebretsen.
And so Indian again. Okay, this might be a fun day.
Another
okay, so yesterday, yesterday everyone played. Wow. This is
the Granda Sonica Grandelius variation, right? I mean, they've played like this a couple of times.
Seb's played it against me in some blitz games as well.
Yeah, it's not stupid.
Because I blunder in some line where knight takes d5 and then you take on d2 and then he takes on f6 check
after castles and then there's no check, right?
Yeah, so you have to be careful about that.
Yeah, like in the Slav, I think. Okay, bishop d2, d5, knight f3. Okay, so and the reasoning behind this move, though, bishop d2, it looks it's very uncommon, but it's actually quite logical. You just want to retake with a piece and to avoid this double set of double
why not
pawns.
the bishop instead of the queen?
Right.
Yeah, so
the bishop is better placed here than the queen
c2, then you could.
Yeah, because often you play b3, bishop b2, anyways. So you want just a favorable version of that, I guess. Quite logical stuff, not so common, knight f3, and how to proceed with black.
I like to play like rook e8 and maybe bishop f8, but...
If you get the chance, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a bit slow.
Yeah, so it looks logical though, this is slow as well. If white doesn't get bishop takes c3 in, then this is just misplaced. So I guess if you go a3, then bishop f8, then this looks a bit silly.
Yeah, go back to c1, and both come back and
reroute
forth.
The bishop, yeah. You could go for something like c5 though, and claim that, okay, you have some favorable version of this.
Yeah, but black is ready for e5 quite soon, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so this is interesting
for example,
stuff. You can just see that Andreas Teno has played quite fast after knight f3 now, 6th move. While Jens is thinking a bit. Okay, of course Jens is the favorite in this game. 2197, 2200 against 1900. But lots of stuff can happen.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Gustav Hestom against Halvard Flatebø, board 4. Some Sicilian. Looks like is it Khan, Taimanov, or Poulsen?
Well, knight is not on c6, so then it's not Taimanov.
Then it's a Khan, I guess.
I think it's a Khan. Bishop b4 is,
Okay, bishop b4, yeah, okay.
Could of course take, but...
You could take, unprovoked, but might be too compliant.
But like, okay, what happens if you play like queen g4 and just say... okay, maybe a queen e5 or something, but...
Queen e5 maybe, yeah. Maybe just g6.
Yeah, but wouldn't I be happy with my queen outside?
Maybe, but I might go for something like this.
Yes.
I'm not sure. It's always something to consider, this queen g4 move.
Yeah.
Of course, if the bishop was on e7, then of course knight f6, rook g8 would be some typical maneuver. But I guess g6. Has it been played before? No. Has not been played before. I guess queen e5 could be met by bishop e3, I guess, and then f4, maybe. No,
but
this hangs.
Yeah, but you can put
this
in
as well. But okay.
Even I might have like knight f6 or maybe just didn't take on e4 or.
This looks very good, right?
Yeah, it must be good for black.
Must be very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe bishop e3 is too slow, but then again, why go for this?
If knight f3, then you can take on c3, I guess. It's disaster.
It looks like a complete disaster, yeah. Might have to play king e2. but
Yeah.
doesn't look like a success. Okay, so Queen G4 ruled out. Bishop E2 looks sensible. Not played before though. Knight C2. I believe I've seen something like Queen D3 here a couple of times by Magnus. I think.
Yeah, might be.
At least that kind of move in these positions, just to avoid the double pawns. Yet again, we see a white player trying to avoid a set of double pawns on C2, C3, C4. Sorry, like in the Nimzo game in TN or Ingebretsen, where the bishop is trying to get to C3. But here, Gustav actually allows it. So black could do this and play something like D6.
Yeah, it could, but
often a good choice against lower rated players, actually, to just go for something unbalanced and dynamic and try to battle it out.
But I think D6 is too weak at the moment. But
so might be, but you get your knight to C5 and it's not so bad.
Yeah, if you're in time, you're in time.
This is like Esbjerg Lingsen Miesi from the Offerspiel Nordic Invitational. Very similar pawn structure. If Miesi had gone for something like this, he didn't. He actually, after some A3, he went for bishop A5 and went back to C7.
The snake.
Yeah, trying to play the snake in the Sicilian.
Yeah.
Board 5, Isak Sjöberg, one of the tournament favorites, at least a favorite for the podium, against promising Livia Lindstad.
Yeah, he drew yesterday against Jan Gunnar.
Okay. And again, we see Isak playing some... I don't know if it's offbeat, but
people say that B3 is kind of not the refutation, but like, because at B3 I think black wants to put the pawn on E5, so you can claim that it's E6 is premature, but
yeah,
well, it's not bad, of course.
Of course, this gets a good game on B2. This bishop, knight F6, E5. Of course, you have to know your stuff here, but I believe this looks like a very sensible option. Bishop takes, of course, castle.
You did even take on G7, I think, but maybe not.
Maybe not.
No
but
point.
This looks very positionally desirable for white, though.
Yeah,
of course, you have two bishops with black, and you might go for some F6, E5 setup. But again, this looks nice for white, I think.
Looks like it.
We'll see what Isak chooses here, but D6 is a very committal move.
Skeptic.
I would probably do something else with black, maybe Queen B6.
I don't think you can accept double pawns.
No.
Then you at least have to take with the D pawn on C6, I think.
What do you do here then? Knight A3 or?
It makes sense.
A6, bishop E2? Go for something like this?
Yeah, but okay, drop back to C7 and yeah.
Because I guess you don't want to take on C6 if black can just retake with the queen and not getting these double pawns. This looks...
Well, you could, of course, if you get the time, maybe you can play D4 and play active, but the knight is on A3, so probably not.
Yeah. Maybe you could go for something like this, but it could easily end up being worse, I think, with white.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, interesting stuff at least. We'll check that out later on. Jon Omen against Robin Olsen. Sam Karakan. Gurgenidze, is that...
that might be.
D3 is not the most common move though.
Hey, Rabiatic.
Hello. Good evening in the living room and at the stables.
On the stables.
Yeah. Okay, this opening was a bit offbeat. Robin Olsen chooses the Gurgenidze, which is not so... Ja, det kan vi gjøre. Anders kan gjøre det.
Okay. No?
When?
Boards.
Wow, look at this though. This is the bishop D3 against the French by Holger Blauhut.
So it's not a Tarrasch. Okay, but then you have to...
then queen takes and then just knight C3, which is of course the main line, but it's not so common though.
Oh.
This is nice.
If you play like knight F3, then it's something else. Then you take in knight E2 and it's the same line? No. Then you wasted the tempo on...
Bishop D3.
Yeah, so you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't really do that.
No.
You can, but it's no point.
No. Okay, bishop O. And this is...
I think this is troubles for black. You could play like queen A5 now.
What can you do? Oh yeah, bishop c4, king b1.
I guess this is the move. Or what do you do?
No, I'm just like, is the bishop even better on c4 than it's on d3?
At least you're covering this pawn though, so maybe bishop c4.
Yeah.
Bishop d7.
Well, you could of course check and you can...
There's no threat though from black, so you could... I mean, if bishop e7 castles...
Well, okay, now you could at least check him, but I don't know.
This looks very good.
Yeah, then you have to go the other way, I guess.
Oops.
Oops. Yeah, it's hard to do anything, but okay.
Yeah. Very, very cool stuff though from Holger.
Cold stuff.
Cool gambit indeed. Bishop d7 immediately from black. Wow.
Easy here.
Computer says +2. Computer says white's got a big advantage, not +2. After some further calculations from the computer, +1.5 approximately after just a simple move knight f3.
Yeah, I think it's just too hard to develop, I guess. No. Okay, then I need a big piece.
Yes, there you go, big piece. Okay.
BRB.
Okay, so we'll circle back to the top board. Gersune against Eirik Austad. Of course, the international master Gersune Tallaksen is a massive favorite in this tournament, and as we can see from the results, let me just change to English. As we can see here, Livia Lindstad, of course, the leader of the pack so far, but that's only on tiebreak. There's a bunch of players on 2 points, including Gersune Tallaksen, who's the massive favorite in this tournament, 24-72, the highest rated player, and of course there are some potential challengers for him in, for example, Isak Sjöberg, 22-45. Very promising junior player, as well as, of course, Elan Abdrollauf, 23-73. Very promising young player from Bærum Sjakkselskap, just outside of Oslo. And, of course, Shasil Shazad and Jens Ingebretsen, who's both made one IM norm each.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello in the books.
Skal vi se.
5 her, eller skal det sånne?
Sånne, tenkte jeg.
It was what I said.
Ah, yes, but bishop g5 instead, right?
Yeah.
Or did you say that as well?
And here you can play g6.
Or bishop e6 even?
Yeah, bishop e6 it is.
Bishop e6, I guess g6.
There is some sacrifice. No, that's with the bishop on g7 first, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
Then you can
E6,
sacrifice with one.
I guess this is some line.
The pieces as well.
Yes.
Who would have thought? Ooh, t-shirts.
T-shirts will not be needed at this point.
Offer spell. Yes.
This is the line, I guess. h6, bishop h4, queen takes, and then just exchanging off everything. Castles.
Okay, but
e5, and I guess f4. This is the line. Very theoretical stuff.
this looks like hairball.
Yes. This is, as we say in Norway, it's hairball.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, this won't happen though. This won't
There
appear
you
at the
go.
board.
Have fun, boys.
Yes, thank you. Have fun
thank you.
yourself. Yes.
Yes. Well, okay. But did you know about this line? I mean, bishop takes c4 and then h6 and this stuff. It was very popular a couple of years ago on high level. I think Arkadij Najdic played this a bunch of times with white. Scored very well after f4.
Yeah, it
But,
looks easier to play, but
Very complicated stuff, and I think maybe knight f3 is the move here, or
there's a
maybe
check
just rook
in
e1.
lots of lines. But rook e1 also makes sense, I would say.
Yeah, it does, but doesn't look like it's the main line for some reason.
Yeah, maybe
Knight
just castle
f3
or
just
something, I
to
don't know.
get your pieces out, I guess.
Can't.
Rook c8, bishop f1 has been played a bunch of times. 90. This is so complicated though that you won't be able to figure this out at the board.
But you have to know this, I guess.
Looks like you and then rook a8. The only move, bishop. Yeah. Okay, so I guess you have to know some moves here, but after.
So you're a pawn up, but it's a complete. Okay.
Yeah, so black's a pawn up, and
if you survive with black, you're winning, but.
Yeah, white's pawn structure is a mess, and he's a pawn down, but he's got plenty of activity and potential in the bishop pair.
Yes, that's also true.
Okay, we'll see what Eirik Austad chooses to do here with black. There's many lines available to him, including they mentioned bishop e6, which is my favorite, dc4, which is quite complicated, and of course the most common and probably the safest move, e6.
Yeah, but then you already have a knight on c6, which I don't like.
Yeah, maybe that doesn't really belong here in these systems.
Well, of course you could take and play knight b4 and try to get it to d5, but...
Yeah,
So
you can just do a couple moves. I guess to avoid this, white often goes c4, it looks like.
Yeah, maybe.
Played by Kasparov. But if you don't do this, then maybe this is the recipe for
example,
for black. Yeah, something like this. Maybe b6 first, but yeah. Just trying to avoid the d5 break from white, which will activate the white pieces. I guess if you do something slow, then this might happen. And it might develop into some initiative for white. Often though, I mean, I rarely get time these stuff.
Just a bit unpleasant, but
yeah, but I've seen this this kind of break in lots of textbooks, but I'm never able to time it to perfection myself. Often just turns out.
You exchange everything. And
it's just very flat really. I just exchange a bunch of pieces and there's nothing going on. Okay, well, it's instructive that the white goes c5 though after bishop e7.
Yeah, because if the I remember I played against someone who played c5 all the time against Islam when he played the pawn off, and I was just putting my bishop on g7 because then it makes no sense to go c5.
Yeah.
But
that's good to know. Okay, so bishop g5. Gersuden hasn't been thinking for too long. He had a couple of minutes to think over this move, but now Eirik Austad has been thinking for quite some time. I think it's 90 minutes for 40 moves, and you get an increment of 30 seconds per move. But I don't think there's any increment, any add-ons after 40 moves.
No, they'll have to finish as well. So.
Yeah. They have to finish at some point today. 2 games today, of course. I think the other game is scheduled for 3 o'clock. But we'll see.
Bishop e2 looks a bit strange, but...
Okay, so this happened. Knight c3, of course, and then he took on d5 immediately.
Yeah, to avoid losing a tempo.
Yeah, and then bishop e2. Okay.
Which is strange, I think.
But does the bishop belong on e2? No.
Why do you even check on the b5?
This then, but...
bishop c6, okay, knight e5, or that's the only...
No, I mean, I guess this is...
Yeah, is it?
No.
But you might take back on c3, actually.
It doesn't look like bishop c6 is the recipe here, but... I'm not sure what to do here then, maybe this?
It
doesn't look...
you can even go to like b1, I think.
No, I'm not too sure what Jan Søre was thinking with bishop e2. Looks a bit passive to me.
I guess you have to play
c4.
Yeah, I might check actually. Might give a check, but
with the bishop.
Yeah, I think so. Could exchange it. And it's the space advantage you have is not so big when you exchange 2 pairs.
No. White has exchanged too many pieces to claim any space advantage. He went for bishop d2, which looks okay, avoiding the check. Could play c4 afterwards, but the bishop does not belong on d2. It belongs rather on b2.
To have it on. If you go to b2, I think like b5 and such, and it's very hard to. Okay, maybe not.
Potentially, yeah. But of course,
yeah,
you have to time a break
I think
with d5.
d2 is the better square actually. I don't know. I probably would
How
play
to
knight
proceed
C6.
with black here then? Knight c6, I
Because
guess. If you castle,
knight a5.
then this is of course topical. This and maybe rook c8. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it's not like you're threatening.
This is not the end of the world though for white. You could go c4 immediately. You always have
this
this
is a
move.
bit unpleasant, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think you have anything better than to go back.
Yeah, but then you've just wasted a move. Or two, actually. Okay, well, we'll see. Jan Sører, of course, has been thinking for, well, not too long in the opening. Elam, of course, always very fast. But we'll see what he chooses to do here with black against the experienced white player. Andreas Tenel against Jens Ingebretsen. Okay, he's gone for the plug.
Yeah, the plow.
The plow. This looks very sensible from white, but just c6 from black and rook e8. Well, of course now you could go for this.
And let's say play nothing, he takes on d5. I think no, but yeah, we take with the knight, and then you take on e6 here? No, we can't. This because the rook is on c1. This is no.
This is not enough.
No.
Maybe
you don't actually.
Yeah, so the rook on c1 spoils that kind of tactic, but okay. He will probably castle here anyway, and then I guess black might move his bishop, or he might go for some b6 kind of line.
Yeah, or he could try to get something like. He could take on c4 and sub at some point and break with like e5, but.
Then this is misplaced, right?
Yeah, because if you play e5, I think knight g5 is a bit.
Yeah, or just this.
Because I think I looked at some of these. I think you can even take. But I think there's knight g5 immediately, and then you have to go like rook e7 or rook f8. Queen, yeah, it's. Yeah.
And of course you will get the Linus Johansson against Anders Hagen kind of position, but only with the pawn up for Anders Hagen. Yes.
There's an exchange and everything.
Exchange as well, okay.
Too
well,
much.
then it's actually losing.
Yeah, so you have to play like h6 first, and like prepare.
Yeah, so let's say castles, a6. What to do with white? a3, I guess, because if you move this bishop now, then e4 is coming. White wants to break and free his pieces, of course. So let's say bishop d6, e4. You take everything, knight f6, and you retreat to, I guess, b1.
Yeah, it's probably.
Now e5 doesn't look possible. You have to go c5 at some point, but then
maybe immediately.
this looks very good for white though. Bishop c3 and. The majority here it plays itself the game on the queen side.
Yeah, you're a bit ahead in development.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so I don't think this looks so easy for black because you have no easy breaks in the center, and these kind of moves in combination with bishop b4 and rook e8 doesn't look so harmonious to me. But lots of pieces left and lots of action to be played there, I guess. This is interesting. He did go for queen d3, but only a move later than we thought. Knight c6 and then f4. Action. Maybe e5, is that possible? No.
I'll go to f5, I think.
We'll go immediately to f5.
I don't know, I was thinking that. But.
Looks dangerous for white, I guess, g6.
Could just stop on h6, I guess, but.
Yeah. I see a pawn.
Yeah, castle, I think, but I don't know. There might be a lot down to c7, but who knows?
Nah, doesn't look convincing, I have to say. But bishop d6.
Can you play knight d5 or queen takes?
Queen takes. Okay.
Because
sure.
Is...
I can't castle into.
No.
Castle straight into check.
No, it's a bit unpleasant, I think.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean,
okay, we play knight d8, but okay, why?
And this is of course the greedy approach, which you always have to check first. At least that's what I do when I sacrifice something. I always check the most greedy response from my opponent just to make sure that doesn't work. And if that doesn't work, then I'm sure I have some compensation. So, okay, so this looks unpleasant because this actually not only pressures f7 but also stops black from castling. So e5 is of course the most, I guess, obvious move to check, just forcing action in the center, but it looks too early for black. Maybe castles then. But then e5 maybe.
Yeah, you can castle with white at least. So
no, this is of course a well-known trap. Don't do this.
So I guess you have to play something like e5, but
e5 looks obvious though.
e8 or
yeah, where to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's like
not so many moves, but now you might have some break.
Yeah, people even play f5 in this type of position.
Yeah, bishop e3, maybe d6. No, maybe f6.
But like even f5 is probably not so stupid.
I was just checking this, and then if you do queen takes and bishop f3.
Yes.
c7.
You have some development in this position.
If you get this with black though, you're happy, right? I'm not sure you're happy, but at least it's not so bad. It's not terrible.
No, not terrible, but don't you like white? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I do. Just bishop f2, castle somewhere, and get these guys going.
Yeah, but you can castle the other way and play g4. Okay, the pawn is on c4, so maybe not, but...
Yeah, you have some options here though, but of course that means that there are... It's a complicated position, lots of possibilities for both.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Black instead went for the immediate exchange in the center, knight takes, queen takes.
Could just play bishop c5 actually.
Yeah, and then retreat, and I guess d6.
Yeah, that's his merits, I guess. Bishop e3 makes... Does it make sense? No?
I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe castle...
But like bishop d2, even as it's to keep the pieces, but... Okay, let's queen g3, you just castle, or...?
I guess so. I was thinking about this as well.
And okay, let's say f5 and I try everything.
f5, okay. I could take this though.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was thinking it just takes bishop h6, 98 or something.
Yeah.
95, you know.
I think Kjetil Stokke would play g6 here and claim compensation for black, but it doesn't look...
queen h4.
Doesn't look necessary.
Take on f6.
Yeah. And then...
yes.
And then the knight gets out.
Yeah.
So I guess we would do something like this, but it doesn't look like... doesn't look like much for black.
No, you don't have knight d5 and take on h7.
So I guess this is the way to go.
Yeah. And then...
I'm sure we have some compensation there though, because I can't take. I have to play king h8 first, which looks very slow. You could do something like this, but also slow. Maybe just castles.
Maybe.
d6 bishop e3 played. So okay.
Yeah, that's like the normal way, I think.
Alright. But at least I would be pretty terrified to have this with black. But I guess that's part of the game in the Sicilian with black. You have to manage in positions like this. Is this at any point viable compensation for black, you think?
No.
Nope. No, he's not even trying to be nice to my ideas. Okay.
Yeah, but I was thinking like if I take on f5, bishop takes, rook f1, and I can just price back at least.
Yeah. I mean that's easy to forget though when you've sacrificed material with let's say black in positions like this, and you have some compensation, but your opponent can always just sacrifice back and just. Be better, or just remove your initiative, or I mean, that's the perks of having material up. You can always sacrifice back.
Sacrifice without sacrificing.
d6 bishop e3 without the bishop c5 first. Black could go for this now, as we did look at a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. As long as you don't lose your d6 pawn, it's fine.
When I was a bit younger and slightly lower rated, I had seen that moves like this in Sicilian often could be irritating for your opponent because you get so many squares. So in a position like this, exactly almost like this, some years ago I played Queen B6, was very happy with myself, and then takes, knight D7, and there's nothing. I just had to retreat, and I was just worse. I think I got something like this.
Yeah. And wrong bishop and everything.
Something like this, and I had some bad bishop. This is of course good, but this is way better than what I had. Just Queen B6 is quite topical and
but it's not so
not too bad. But if
you need a pawn on A4 and A5, maybe.
Yeah, you have to have some follow up though, because if you just get chased away, then there's nothing. Because even this though, because very often black needs the queens on the board. In the Sicilian to get counterplay and stuff. If you can just exchange and then just go back and pressure the d6 pawn, then of course there's some merit to the idea. Bishop e3 looks sensible, but big decision for Halvard now, who's been thinking for quite some time. We'll see how that goes. Isak Sjöberg against Livia. He did go for the pawn structure we looked at with bishop c6.
Yeah, it's okay. So
this looks very misplaced.
Because the plan is obviously to play play c4 in some way, but
yeah, but d3 and there's no
bishop
way.
a6 is just hitting out to nothing.
Yeah, it's wishful thinking that you'll be able to get in c4.
Yeah, I played a move like this last weekend. It was just standing there doing nothing.
Against who?
In the tandem at the good night with Nilsen.
Yeah, at the pub.
At the pub.
Right, at the pub. Knight b6, takes. Okay, did go for knight b2. Maybe eyeing the e4 square. f6 looks sensible. Queen d5. I guess this is the setup Livia is going for, which is quite solid though. But you have to reroute your bishop to c8 again.
Yeah, because
it doesn't do much on a6.
No.
It does not do much there.
Yeah, well, she's a bit active, but it's not like there's any threats. So, bishop f6. Yeah, I was looking at the same myself.
Looks like curtains.
Curtains?
Toast.
Oh, toast would be nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Ugh.
With bologna, mustard, pickles, and everything.
Oh no, I was just thinking
ham
and cheese actually.
Ham and cheese is good enough.
Well, toast with jam as well is actually not so bad.
With jam?
Yeah. Okay, not like
what?
Yes, toasted bread and a jam one is actually quite nice.
Okay, yeah. I was picturing a sandwich in the toasting machine and then jam just
hot jam. Yeah.
You have to have jam on toast, yes,
yeah.
But okay.
So then she can go home, I guess.
I think that
I don't think it's too hard for him to look at.
Yeah, after bishop f6, it's time to go home because I think that's his basically something he wants to do now because he has just played knight e4 and then after both queen d5 but also queen d7. This is the move.
Yeah.
So where to go then for black? Do you play queen c7? Then bishop a3 might be annoying. Okay, this is just okay though.
It's too annoying, I guess. Yep, queen c3 even.
Yeah.
Something's gone very, very
structurally,
wrong.
Positionally, this is very good for white. If black manages to untangle, then it's okay, I guess. But bishop f6.
Is it really +6 if you don't take as well? Yeah, it's +6, which I find a bit.
c4 is +4.
Then it's really bad. Okay. So it's.
And just rook e1 and d4, and it's almost over.
Okay.
Anyways.
That's a bit.
Of course, if
that's interesting, actually, how quickly things.
I guess these two moves are just.
Well, the pawn on c4 just shuts down both of them.
Yeah. These are offside. Doesn't really participate, so white is winning tactically as well now after bishop.
But it's a bit interesting that you have to open up against the bishop pair and the double pawn. But
yeah. It's a big decision, but of course that's something Isak would have known because he's something of an expert in these lines. Many of the Nordstrand players has been playing B3 stuff against Sicilian. I mean, Rune Djurhus, Isak Sjöberg, Andreas Tryggestad, Johannes Hagen, who's now of course a member of Offerspill, but still.
Yeah.
Interesting to see that.
Interesting.
Really is. How about Gersunen now? He did go for bishop e7, c5. The
Well, he knows his stuff.
Kasparov
Okay.
tried and tested.
So if it's like b6, you play bishop b5, or you take. Sometimes you just take, actually. I think. But let's say b6.
Yeah, I think this
Maybe
is
you have to castle
I think
first,
this is the move. Something like this. Some combination of these moves.
Yeah.
Looks very nice for whites because you just get to clamp down on this queen side, and the e5 square. I mean, is just in total control for white. So looks very passive with b6. But it's not so intuitive though that the punishment for black is giving up for white. I mean, is to giving up the bishop here. But the bishop here is not the most central feature of this position. It's the pawn storm on the queen side, I guess. Knight e4 played.
Okay.
Interesting.
I would play bishop f4, but
bishop f4.
I think so.
Yeah, bishop f4.
Obviously not.
Could you consider g5 here? Is that too much?
Yes. No.
Oh, that's not too much.
0.4. Oops. No.
Interesting. Not that I would probably not play g5 in a classical game, but it looks enterprising.
Okay, so it's too slow, I guess.
Looks like it's too slow. It doesn't really punish this move, but it does look logical though. Taking.
Yeah, but you already went to g5.
And this is the move. Bishop b5. Yeah. I mean, I guess this is quite typical for this line when you've played c5 that you often just go for bishop b5 and take on c6, especially if black has to take with the pawn, because then b4 is always, it's unstoppable because you don't have any breaks on the queen side. Rook c1, just protecting and making way for b4. I guess if castles, then castles, and you could easily end up in a position like this, which is very passive for black. It looks like e5 is
never going to happen.
Never going to happen. No, rook e1, maybe in rook e3.
C6,
yeah, and this is hanging.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah. Okay, so knight e4, probably not the best, but Gersunen needs to know his stuff. He probably does that.
Who played it. So.
Yeah. Played by John Spielman, amongst others.
2008.
I'm saying amongst others because the names of the other black players were too complicated.
They are from Poland, I see.
They're all from Poland.
And there's one from Georgia.
Georgia, Poland, and Hungary. Yeah. So two complicated surnames.
Yeah. So, yes.
Or after names, as Lars Oskar Hagen said the other day.
He said? After names?
He did, yes.
Where?
After a couple of beers.
After names?
Some after party, yeah.
What's
your after name? He said to Linus Johansson. Johansson, he replied.
Johansson, what's your after name?
What's your after name?
Okay, well, he would understand it, but yeah.
He did, yes.
Yeah.
He could have asked in Norwegian as well, because Linus is Swedish, so yeah. Okay. How about Jan Sørgjerd in this position? Rook e1, he's still...
it's not so stupid. I guess I would say it's just equal, but...
Yeah. I would probably prefer black here, because I like to play against this. I mean, I enjoy playing against the hanging pawns. But, because I feel that they are very complicated to handle, this pawn structure with white.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean it's bad, it's just my personal preference.
And activity, so...
Yeah.
I think it's just equal for the moment, but...
But do you wait with c4, or is that a move you want to play immediately? I mean, why wait?
Because normally this structure is like when you have given up the dark square bishop.
Yeah.
Because in some lines you play, the bishop is like, let's say, on h4 or g5. Then you can, let's say... Because in some lines you have like the bishop which drops back here. And then the knight could go like this and... do something in here.
Yeah. Eyeing the soft d6 square.
Yeah, so the dark square is normally a problem, but black has the dark square bishop, so it's not the same.
Looks like a very comfortable version to me for black.
Yeah, black has no weaknesses. He will get his rook into play, and
yeah. I mean, these pawns doesn't really inspire confidence at the moment because they are not so active, and white's other pieces are not super active yet.
Yeah.
Of course, there's potential, but it looks comfortable for black in my opinion. But the computer does not agree at all.
No, there are some
comfortable
threats.
edge. For white, probably some knight g5 stuff though. Getting
yeah,
the
but how
bishop
can it be this much? Because, like, say knight g5. What I often forget is that after.
Let's say knight g5 immediately.
What I often forget here is that I think I can play h6 and then they go knight h7 anyways.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Good morning in the house in stables. Yes, good evening in the living room and at the stables, Johan Sebastian.
In Hungary.
In Hungary? Are you? Yes, in Hungary.
Have you played any Benko in the Benko Memorial?
Have you played the Benko in the Benko? I guess Johan Sebastian has, is it 4.5 out of 5? Or is it 5.5 out of 6?
5.5, I think.
5.5, yes.
Not yet.
Not yet. You should though. Johan Sebastian is playing the Paul Benko Memorial in Hungary, and he's yet to unleash the Benko with black. Will not, of course, reveal his preparations here, but
He should.
he should, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so h6, then knight h7 picks up the bishop here, and of course the game. I guess you have to drop the exchange here now, because this is just
too much.
This is lost, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
But what would happen? So
g6.
I think you just have to take it, I guess. But okay, this.
Maybe this.
Yeah, or even g4, I think. But
I was just thinking something like this.
yeah, but here maybe
combination
okay,
of these moves.
Yeah.
I mean, even this in some line could work, but not here, I guess. But looks like it's too much here, but very tempting stuff. But I think just queen f3 and it's very good. So if you take it, then of course 2 bishops for nothing. Okay, you have some slight pressure maybe against the c3 pawn, but it doesn't look like much.
You can never get like a lot of pieces towards c3, so
no. It's very easy to protect.
So the old fox is foxing. The fox in the box.
Good morning, boys and grills.
And grills.
Good morning, Menjobber.
Yes.
Menjobber, who actually was
the favorite.
supposed to play in
he
this
was the
tournament.
favorite.
Yes, he was our favorite at
Yes,
least.
of course.
Yes, our favorite. Yes, our stable favorite, as
Yes.
we say in Norway. Yes, our stable tip. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
In the stable and house.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the living room and stables.
Yes.
Yes. So many stables.
Yes.
Okay. But maybe knight a5 in such a position. How
Yeah.
would you assess this? Rook c1.
Queen f3 tricks.
Queen f3 immediately.
Tricks.
I guess
I
this.
didn't take the pawn.
No, I didn't take the pawn. Oh, you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, then I have nothing.
Yeah.
I was thinking something like this.
Yeah, but then you could maybe go to h5 immediately.
Maybe this.
Yeah, but you can't take it.
Go to h5.
I don't know.
Do I play h6 or g6?
g6.
Really? Do I?
I don't know, but like,
I was thinking this.
yeah, there must be kaboom somewhere.
You could take it though, but
A draw at least.
It's a draw. Maybe it's more.
Might be more. Check, and I think maybe you have time. I'll go with the other rook, but okay. Because bishop e8 is, yeah.
Bishop e8.
You can check, rook takes e6 even, or even queen e6, I don't know.
Could take here, and you have plenty of pawns at least.
Because the rook and the knight is so far away that I think you can get away with it, but who knows? Yeah, maybe not actually. Okay.
This looks very good though.
Yeah,
I have to say.
it's way too much.
Yeah. Okay, so there are lots of potential in the white position,
But
you have
was
to.
knight g5 immediately good, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like it.
But does not look like he's interested.
Okay, rook e1 also more than
Of course,
fine.
you prepare like the swingers of rooks.
Yeah.
I think he wants to stop e5, but I don't think it's that dangerous.
I don't think e5 is so dangerous, no. It just opens up the position and you can just collect the bishop here at any point. You played knight e7, and now instead of knight g5, the computer feels that okay, knight g5 is still a suggestion, but also knight e5, eyeing the bishop on d7, or maybe even knight g4. So you have.
But if you go knight g5, you can go knight g6, no?
take? No.
Queen h5 is strong.
Yeah,
Take on
and
f7.
you still have to take.
Yeah.
And queen takes, and it looks like a very good version. I mean, h4 and...
Then it keeps coming.
Yeah, this is looking very promising for white, but he's a long way from the full point still.
But you have to play some active moves.
Yeah, he has to figure out some nuances in the position, and he needs to go on the offensive here. Jan Sorjerd. Andreas Tenol against Jens.
Yeah, so he broke with e5. Like, yeah, immediately.
Okay, breaks up the position with e5. A couple of exchanges.
Oh.
Wow.
And this trick works.
And the trick works.
Knight x.
And you can do this.
Queen is loose on the goose. So
Knight d5 is very nice trick from Tenol.
which is the point of the system, I think.
Almost the point of the system, yeah. At least in many variations, Knight d5
Yeah, it's
trick.
like a normal theme.
And this, of course, you take with the jack.
It's a pawn.
Yeah, it's a full pawn.
Pawn.
Pawn up, which is enough, or should be enough at least.
Oh, there's lots of work to do, but okay.
And there's okay,
Full
d6,
kaboom.
bishop d7 instead of bishop c5, and then e5 from white. Breaking
I
up
think
the
you
position.
have to take it, no?
This is very badly placed, though. I mean, you have no squares. You can retreat to g8, but is that really something you?
Well,
like
you
to
would
do?
want to go to h7, but I don't see how you can do it. Well,
Maybe,
okay,
maybe this first.
take on d6, I was thinking, but no, I can't. Then you take on d4 and I lose. Yes!
I guess queen
d3, so maybe you can take on f6.
still doesn't work, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, castle or...
Looks good for black, right?
Yeah, castle. No, black.
Yeah, right.
But you can castle and take on f7 or...
Well, maybe that works.
Well, if you can keep it, it's good, I guess.
If you can keep it, it's good. If you can't, it's bad.
Yeah, it's not so hard actually. Maybe we can check maybe on e3.
Yeah, check and do something with the pawn, f5 or something.
Yeah, maybe it's
It's very complicated though, but
muy complicado.
yeah, it is. But okay, if black can recoup the
Yeah,
pawn on
yeah.
g7, then it's starting to look very promising.
Yeah, I guess they play like... But okay, even if rook d1, you play bishop c6 and...
Starting to look very tense. I mean, bishop
It's-
f3, take,
Queen...
Somewhere.
Not there.
not there, no.
No.
I was trying to eye the e6 pawn, but I was eyeing the bishop on e3 instead. Okay. Yeah.
Disaster.
Disaster, actually.
Okay, so you just take back on e3, I guess.
This is actually bad for white, yeah. Okay, so take on e3.
Can't you just take and go knight g8? How bad can it be? And then
Yeah,
I guess you
yeah.
have to punish with like queen g3 or something. Then I was thinking you can give the pawn, but I don't know.
You might have to do something like this because g6 looks so bad.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, it's not even too much. It's
Okay.
not enough. Okay, we could take here. Might not be so clear. No, it's not so clear actually. Very complicated stuff, but maybe you could do something else though after knight e7, just knight e4 or something. No,
No, I think you're committed.
you're committed, yeah. Because castles and knight f6 doesn't really do anything. No. Okay, interesting. Queen d2 played, but now, we missed this though. There's just a pawn hanging.
Skadunk.
We didn't see this. Okay,
That's probably better.
so you can just take the free pawn in the center.
That's normally good.
Well spotted from Halvard. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not spotted it yet, but...
We'll just assume. We'll see
That's
whether he goes for this. Isaac against Livia, of
okay,
course.
here stuff is going
Bishop
on.
f6 played, c4 and knight c4, and there's lots going on, but still it's just a free pawn for white this, so should be very good and promising for Isaac.
Yeah, I believe. But okay, what do you do? Bishop Do you even
You
bishop?
don't have to bishop yet. Rook e1 maybe? Just to protect this?
Protect. Then interesting to take on c4, I guess.
Maybe, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but how is this can't be +6 or? Yeah, it can.
I mean, there's no way you can develop, right?
Yeah.
This is annoying. Just follow up.
Annoying.
This is very annoying. Okay, it looks like a rough morning for Olivia against Isaac. How about Elias Sidali against Mikkel Lien?
Only white is in the fort.
French defense.
Hmm.
Some Rubinstein variation. Speciality of Anders Hobbar, or Many Hobbar as we know him.
Yeah, I remember Queen E2, and then I think that. Do you remember that Bishop B7 trick against Magnus?
Yes.
Yes, it was a Queen E2, and
Yeah. I also remember Christopher Madland's trick with Bishop B5,
yeah.
Bishop D7, Queen E2, and exchange everything. Knight E5 and everything will come off, yes. And the draw is imminent.
Yes.
Okay. It's the vacuum variation. Rook D8 looks a bit slow. This for black. You should break with C5 at first opportunity. Rook B8. Oh, very slow. If you wanted to play B6, and it's out of the question now because Knight C6 is coming and just
Super fork.
yeah, it's a super fork, actually. So and okay, Bishop D7, very slow stuff. You could take this. Of course, that would remove lots of the tension in the position.
Yeah, that's not.
So you don't do that. The bishops are not very good yet. Rook D3 looks like a nice move.
Yeah, it's getting.
If you're doing Bishop E8, then you could risk your queen getting trapped somehow. Even G3 and H4 is possible now.
Yeah, but even the Rook G3, I guess.
Rook G3 and
Go
this.
back and can you even swing the other rook around? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like black is doing a lot. Maybe C5 is coming though.
Knight G4 may be strong,
Looks very nice.
and there must be something.
There must be something.
Yes. But it isn't, no.
Ah, doesn't look like it. Okay, well.
Just better.
White is a lot better, but it's not over. Queen C2 is a move. Rook G4, okay. And then F4, and then just
it's too much.
blasting up the position.
It's too much pieces. Rook G3 is a bit hard
Rook
to see.
G3 is the only move that keeps the advantage here. It's not so easy to see, but
No.
I guess Knight G4 is the point.
Yeah.
But what's the point now? Okay, it's trapped.
That
Bishop B5.
C4, no.
Okay.
And luckily there's a
And white is winning, but it's not so easy to spot everything here.
No.
Very complicated variations, computer-ish. But of course, optically, it looks like white is doing very well, but the variations are more complicated than they seem.
Yeah, there's no big weakness, so you have to
course we
play
can-
some good forcing moves.
We can notice that there are some substantial rating difference on almost all boards today. I mean, this is Mikkelin with blank, 1678 against junior player Elias Sidali with almost 2000 ELO, which is some substantial difference. But again, the games has to be played.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be played before concluding. We can circle back to board 1. After taking on
Took with
E7,
a
black
knight.
took with a knight. Okay.
Then you can even take on E4.
Avoiding stuff like this.
Yeah, but can't you take on E4? Knight G5, Queen D5, Rook,
I was thinking maybe this.
chess.
Maybe this is
But
possible.
Queen D5 looked interesting, I think.
Yeah. Absolutely. But then why play this?
No, bad.
Maybe you don't
okay.
take. Maybe rook c1 is okay.
Yeah.
Bishop d3 is also a move, but if you get this pawn structure, then b6 is much more pleasant for black.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah. So I guess you want to retake, recapture with a piece on c3, and then keep this b4 move in reserve. Right. Well, you can continue watching board 1 on the live board down to your right. On the stream, we'll check out board 2. Jan Sører, who suddenly become very active against Elam Abdullah. 95, the computer
Approves.
move, yes.
Of course.
Takes, knight g5, d6, I'm sorry, and then the queen h5. Very active from white. And now suddenly rook e3 is a move. Of course, this is not possible. You could, of course, leke med maten, as we say in Norwegian. But you could also just mate in one.
Play with the pizza.
Play with the pizza, as we say, yes. Toy around with the pasta.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so queen h5. It must be difficult to play this for Elam, though. He's been spending not nearly as much time as his opponent Sører, but he's worse.
To consume his coffee and such, you know.
I guess, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Sører is enjoying himself, yes.
Yeah, he's living life.
Yeah.
But okay, f6 is never going to be any good.
No, looks very weakening.
So
f6 is never a long-term solution.
Because the thing about the c3 pawn is weak, okay, but the bishop on d2 just protects it forever.
Yeah, and this is a multi-purpose piece because it protects this pawn, but also contributes attacking-wise to the king's side. This is of course a very potent attacking piece. And now, including these two pieces, there's suddenly lots of stuff happening around the black king. This is not active. You have no breaks with black. This is just standing there. So I guess what to do with black here. f5 is the computer suggestion. Looks extremely ugly, but maybe it's plausible.
You're forcing him back, I guess.
Yeah, I guess rook e2.
And you can get knight to f4, which that's the concrete.
That's the reason, yeah. But this looks also a bit ugly. Rook e3, doubling up on the e6 pawn, maybe rerouting a bishop to b3 or even c4 if you get the chance, of course. Looks ugly for black. I mean, black can never be better here.
No.
Okay, not the smoothest of starts for a rating favorite in this game, Abdullah.
No.
10-all. He did go for knight d5, bishop b4, and it looks like white is just winning. Not by force, but he's a pawn up. And his position with two bishops looks very nice. Of course, again, black cannot take this. Very tempting, of course, but then the discovered check. Bishop h7, the queen d8 wins the game for white. The queen is loose on d8.
Yeah, I think e5 was too early, it seems.
Yeah, way too early. Maybe I'm not sure what to do here. Of course, the computer wants the Miesi snake move to be played. Bishop a5, just to protect it with the queen. And then circle back to c7 to help with the e5 break. Okay, interesting stuff. e5 was at least way too early. Black's position was not ready for the break.
No.
You think Jens will be able to salvage something from this? Looks tough to me.
This is quite good, isn't it? I don't know what his strong points are, but...
No, I mean he's an all-rounder. I think he's obviously a potent
up and coming,
tactician. Yes, up and coming. He's been playing a lot for many years.
I don't know how big his progress is, but
I don't think it's been what he and his coaches hoped for, but he's making steady progress. 1900 is not bad. He's been.
Old is he?
I'm not sure, but he's been high rated before, 2000 and something. So he's a bit up and down, but he's got some potential.
Yeah.
Jens, of course, very up and down himself. He's got one IM norm, but he's down to 2200 now.
Because I was talking with Hagen yesterday, like maybe someone will just pop out from the COVID cave with like a lot of rating points.
Yes.
I guess, like oops. Yeah, I've been reading books for 6 months and yeah. Suddenly they're just too strong.
If you do your work when there's no tournaments, then of course you can get rewarded after.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like Gustav Hestholm really is going for it because Halvard Haug did scoop up the pawn on e5.
The scoops.
And then b4.
2 scoops.
Yeah, 2 scoops. 2 is.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Scoops and toasts.
Yes, scoops and toasts will be our lunch today, I fear. b4 from white. This is not a Joachim Nilsen kind of position. I'm not sure it's Anders Hagen kind of position either, but...
being a pawn up, or...?
that I can like, but, you know...
b4 looks a bit, well... I guess you have to do something, but...
Yes.
What happens if you take it?
Guess this is the point. But it doesn't look so dangerous.
Okay, queen a5 even. Rook, bishop c6, no?
You can just do this as well, though.
Yes.
He went for queen e5 instead of taking. Okay. Threatening this, I guess. But just castles.
Castles... I guess you have to castle as well. No, you... Okay, rook f6. No, it's not.
No, it's not a real
But rook
threat.
a e1. Maybe there is some unpleasantry.
Yeah.
But like, bishop c6 should be fine now. Queen c7.
I would really like this to work, but it doesn't look...
Yeah, but okay.
Is this possible?
f5, queen g5.
Could easily...
This is probably lost as well, so...
I'm not sure, though.
Draw at least.
So where do you want the black pawn? On e4 or g4?
Yeah.
That's the question here. I would probably... I guess g4, right?
Yeah, if you want to play for win, but it doesn't matter, but take.
I guess this is not...
Check.
This is not a real winning attempt.
No.
Castles played. I think white's got some compensation now, but it's not too much. But black needs to be precise. Bishop c6 is a good start. I guess you don't want to commit your king too early, but it could end up being a bit airy in the center as well. Bishop c6 is a move. Yeah. Ooh. Looks like Isak Sjöberg is just winning against Livia because after...
He went for calculations.
He went for something very concrete. Queen e4, knight e5, threatening of course mate. Doesn't look like it's so easy to stop it. You have to do bishop c8, but then of course queen d8 is mate still. There's no way to stop it. You have to take on e5.
Okay.
And then this is...
This is like the easiest way to... Okay, you threaten everything. But this is still +6 or... Oh, mate e4.
+14. Okay, so this will be, I guess, the first casualty of today's broadcast. Livia Lindstad going down against
the rapid specialist went down.
Ooh, already a draw here. Okay.
In the B group.
Yeah. Nilsen against Nikolai Denrova.
Preserving their energy.
Very symmetrical stuff here. Some call variation. Lots of exchanges.
Lots of vacuuming.
Queen
but
e1.
It's a bit better, no?
It looks like a bit more pleasant for white. Oh, a couple of weakening moves.
Yeah, he's trying to play b5, but
yeah.
I don't think he should do that, but okay.
And bishop b8.
Yeah.
Okay, well now b5 should be very
strong.
Very strong, yeah, because d5 is very thematical, opening up for this, but now ed, and suddenly the queen is hanging on e1. Not the best placement for the queen. So if you have to play c5, then I guess black is very happy. Right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess e5 is
you have the right bishop and...
Yes.
It looks very very ugly for white, but now instead he went for queen c7, eyeing some mate. Okay, well, it doesn't look so easy to achieve this, and then suddenly they decided to repeat moves. Okay, well, I guess it's pretty even, but I think b5 could have been tried.
Yeah.
Of course, white won't play c5. White will prefer this to be opened and to pressure against these two pawns. So I guess black will just, I guess repeat here. Or are you going to take? Maybe this is a move as well.
Perhaps.
Lots of play left here, but they decided to repeat moves, which of course is
Preserve
understandable.
their stamina.
Yeah. Do we have any more finished games? No, doesn't look like it. Sidali played Rook f3 against Mikkelien. Looks like he's well on the way towards a big advantage here.
The queen.
The queen is lost for black here. Jan Gunnar Fredriksen. Some opening
Shenanigans.
yeah. Very nice gambit.
Knight c4, but how many pieces did he get?
1, 2, 3. Oh.
No, 2.
Two minor pieces, three minor pieces for a queen.
But okay, there is something
But there's
going on in
something
this position.
going on, yes.
Wow.
Wow.
No.
Okay. Wow.
Hunhar. So winning the queen was a trap.
Winning the queen wasn't
So he has 3 pieces and a pawn.
Okay, so instead of going for this queen for 3 pieces stuff, white could have just taken on d7 and played a simple move like bishop c4. And it's just plus 4-5 because you can't castle without sacrificing material. And if not, then knight d6 is a killer. A killing move, it looks like it. I mean, if something rook c8, then just...
Such strong.
You could actually do this as well. And then check.
Kaboom, but okay.
Yeah.
Rook c6, and you have to take with this.
And the knight goes, okay. Well,
Such strong.
yeah, I guess this is quite typical for this variation, just going bishop c4, and of course you have sacrificed 1 pawn, but there's no way black can survive this this attack. You can't castle, and there's no space for your pieces. Instead, we got this kind of position, which
it looks nice to win a queen, but
yeah,
at least it's an interesting position. Black just has to manage the
good for us, bad for white.
logistics of the position.
The logistics, yes.
Yeah.
I guess you would need some master degree in logistics here from the University College in Molde. I think they offered that one.
Yeah, but like, how can you do it? You just have to tidy up. That's like.
You have to tidy up, yes.
Yeah, that's like the.
Okay, so what to do now? I guess you play rook d8 or something, or knight c7, or what you do?
Yes.
Rook d8 looks knight b8. Okay.
That's.
So we have plenty of time with black.
Yeah.
Knight was misplaced, so you improved
By putting it back.
by making it worse. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but okay, you might threaten stuff.
You might threaten stuff. Okay, but this looks very okay. Let's say
very
takes.
interesting.
Looks interesting, but it looks very tough for white to make a breakthrough here because
So
there's so many
let's
pieces.
say queen f3.
Yeah. I don't know where to go. Maybe here.
Where to go?
You can't take this though because
that's a bit too much as well.
yes, it's too greedy.
A
So
bit too
bishop
lost,
perfectly
actually.
placed here, and then you can castle and start consolidating with black.
Castling. Yes.
Okay, but this would be some surprise though if Jan Gunnar were able to get
Well, he played very well
even a
yesterday.
win against Holger. Yeah.
Against
Yeah.
Isak, so.
Yeah, he did. He's obviously on form, and the rating difference is.
It was Isak, no?
It's not proving.
No, it's not Isak. It was. Yes, it was Isak. Yeah.
Was
No.
it? We can check.
Yeah.
We can check.
Yeah, it was. Yes.
Jan Gunnar Fredriksen drew Isak Sjöberg yesterday. Of course, he's playing now Holger Blauhut with black. He's doing well in that game as well.
Yeah.
From Modum.
Is he?
Playing from Modum now. What's
He was in academics, I remember.
Okay.
If I.
Is that a long
think
time
he,
ago?
10 years maybe? I don't
10
know.
years ago?
I don't know, but I think he played something in
But he's a veteran though. I mean, he's not old, but he's very experienced, young Gunnar Felix.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if Asko is... I don't know what they do anymore, if they have...
They deliver food.
Yeah. Oh, and lots of other things.
Speaking about logistics, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so... I'm very anxious to see... Okay, LM did play F5.
Oh, okay. So...
Maybe it was necessary to go for something like this.
What's the plan?
Rookie 2 or Rookie 1 is...
with the plan.
Rookie 2 looks sensible, right?
Sacrificing exchange is out of the question, yes.
Yeah.
Rook e3, then you just stumble.
Yeah, because then you exchange off the wrong bishop. I mean...
Yeah.
I guess you want you want to be able to... Oops, sorry. You want to take this knight.
Rook e2. It looks
And keep this bishop to be able to pressure black's pawns.
Okay, if you double up, then no. Maybe the rook is better on e1 actually.
This, and go for something like this.
Yeah, but yes. Arrows.
Looks very nice for white, but there's no winning move here. So white needs to show some good technique to be able to squeeze a win out of this. But it's good for white. I think we could say that without exaggerating. Right. Well,
Alceus
is hard at work.
Hard at work.
Wow.
Hardly working.
Hard at work. Yes.
Okay.
Bishop d7, a4.
So if you take on c3 and play b6, then what happens?
Maybe this. You have to take.
Yeah, that's a lot of pawns, actually.
2 pawns, doing a phenomenal job.
Phenomenal.
And if you take everything here with black, then white gets very easy play on the queen side. Very nice pawn majority here. And I guess if a6, then what do you do? Do you take this or do you retreat? This is a big decision. If you do this, black can still go for something like that. Might not be so good for like this. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not so clear this.
You don't have the serial bishop on d2 to protect it. So.
No. Well, it's an interesting move, a4. Yeah, looks like it's fine for black. I would not be terrified of this move with black. I would not. This is the computer suggestion, just preparing b6. Which looks very sensible to me.
Yeah.
And if now castles b6, knight e5, you can just play bishop c8 because there's no king on e8.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and if c6 then a6 and this pawn is lost.
Rubbish.
Yeah, so I guess you have to take, and then I guess you take with the pawn, right? Or you take with the queen. I would, yeah, pawn takes is recommended. Just to activate your rook and cover some squares. Because if not, then knight d3, knight c5 is on the cards. This looks very nice for black though, in my opinion.
Yeah, you have some potential.
Slightly weak.
Unless you get some serial play, I don't think there is.
Unless you get the serial kind of play, yes. Swing the rook around and suddenly it's mate.
Suddenly it turns into a Sidali play and it's
lots of swinging rooks in this round though.
Yeah.
Bishop a6 incoming in this position, maybe. But I don't think you want to exchange. I mean, okay, let's say queen b3, bishop a6, and something like this. I don't think this pawn structure is something you want with black, right?
No.
Taking these squares. You could go rook a6 here. I don't think you want to exchange bishops here actually, because bishop b7 looks more than fine, and just racking up some pieces in the c file might be a way to continue. Of course, you could play bishop a6, but there's no rush in exchanging, because as long as white can do a, b, then...
No rush in exchanging. Yes.
And maybe, of course, you can do something like f6, or maybe just knight c6 immediately and go to a5.
I don't see how white improves his position.
No, there's no way, because you have to retreat and then try to get some play against b6. I guess that's the way to go. Queen c7 and this, and now you can go bishop a6. This is hanging as well.
Yeah, I guess. But
Okay, now it doesn't work. Doesn't it work? It doesn't work. Everything is protected.
Well, yeah, rook c8, but no
Knight
problem.
c5.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop a6 doesn't work now either. So maybe you do queen c7 first then. And then if this, then what do you do? Bishop a6 now and then just rook c8. Because now that white is committed to rook b1, then c3 might be weak.
Yeah.
Not so sure. Okay, there's lots to calculate here for Erik Austad, but it looks like he's fine.
Looks like it.
Sører is thinking 45 minutes left versus an hour and 10 minutes.
He's really good at attacking, actually.
Jan Sører?
I think that when he gets his, when he knows what to do,
Yeah.
and when those moves are good, then he plays
finds
very
it.
well.
Mm.
I remember he destroyed Göran Jansson also.
Destroyed
Really.
Jan Jansson, yeah.
Okay, but
very often Jan Jansson implodes, but...
yeah, that was like the 9th round in Master.
Okay, yeah. 9th round in any tournament, and Göran Jansson is quite able to implode.
He went all in, and Jan Sører just did normal moves, took some pieces, and won the game.
Göran Jansson often goes all in on himself.
Yeah.
Okay, but Jan Sører, Norwegian veteran, rated approximately 2050 or 2100.
2043, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, but
Yeah.
he's been, around
Yeah, but he's
2050.
been 2100 for a few years ago, I remember. So
Yeah, he was 21 plus some years ago.
Probably even more.
Many years ago, yeah. Probably 2150 even. But he's well known to be very solid, at least with white.
Yeah.
Very difficult to break down. But also, as you say, a very potent attacking player. I didn't know he was so good at attacking, though.
I think he is, actually. So,
Yeah.
At least. But it's easier to attack than to defend, so I don't know.
I think Elam is also a very good attacking player, but I'm not sure how good he is with the black pieces when it comes to defending. Hello, Laurin.
Laurin.
Is it French? Laura?
I don't know, I don't think so.
I don't think so. No. We don't usually have the biggest French crowd in this broadcasts.
It wasn't.
But okay, let's say rook e2.
Rook
Rook e2 and the knight f4 is the obvious move, trying to attack, of course, the queen, but also exchange one of these bishops.
Because if not, then...
You take it?
You must, I think.
It's not obvious that you want to take with the bishop on d2, but...
but
and then rook e3 to cover this pawn
sneakers
in some way, and then prepare to double rooks. The German guy from last week from the tournament, right?
Yes.
Welcome.
That was what I suspected.
Yes.
They called him Laurin or something. I don't know.
I
You
don't know.
played against Odin.
Ah, right.
Yes, I was in the box
Was he
that
one
day.
of Odin's victims? Or?
Yes, I think so.
Ah, right.
Yeah, I believe so.
Wasn't too many of them last tournament though, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
He did go for rook e1. Well, interesting stuff. This.
But again, I think the computer liked rook e1.
Yeah.
I like rook e1 is a grown-up move because you want to play like rook e2 because it looks
More active,
you look more active and like you can double up and you have some possibilities. But normally it's just best to have the rook on the first rank. Yeah. Because it's
rooks protect each other. It's not so loose, and of course you can always just play rook e3 eventually. So there's no reason to have this on e2 unless you want to double immediately. Knight f4 is what we suspect will be played. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess so. But
but what else?
Yeah, what else?
You played f5, so if you're forced to play f5,
rook a8 and try to get up some blockade. If black gets to do this and bishop c6, bishop d5, and then a6, b5, maybe he might be fine, but might not be fine even then, and it's a long way off. So I think white has the real opportunity to put Elam under some serious pressure in this game.
Yeah, but okay, how?
In
Because
thi- in-
F5
in-
is
in this-
actually
in
it's
this
not the
position-
end of the world.
No, it's just slightly weakening, but of course it plays against especially the bishop on d3.
I actually like Queen G5 and just going with the H pawn, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
and to try to soften black on the dark squares.
Yes.
And of course removing the threat of...
Because you have to be a bit careful Bishop C6 and Knight F4 things, but...
Okay, so I will proceed with my plan, and then h4,
Yes.
and then bishop d5. You might play this anyway, but
yeah,
h5, knight here, h6, right?
Oh, is it a rush or
I don't know.
you want to pawn tickle, I guess?
I want to tickle, yes.
Yes.
g6,
Mm.
bishop f4 might be played. Still hanging here though.
Yeah, okay, but then you just use the file for rook and it's quite strong, I believe.
It's quite toast, yes, might be.
Just queen takes. Oh, you take that one. Well, we don't threaten anything actually.
There's there's no threat, and the tickle goes maybe as well. No.
Yeah, we can take on d3, I guess.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it's okay. But do you have to do like then you go in goers.
I will go in.
Go. Okay.
Trying to desperately exchange
Do
some
you
pieces.
have to be desperate?
I'm not sure.
Then they can even play. No, you can't.
I mean, rook c8, or you can just double up, so there's no point.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I don't think Jan Sørli will do this, but we'll see.
We believe.
At least the queen g5 is a very sensible move. But I guess this regrouping with black is also quite logical.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to do this. Keeping some more pieces on the board is probably to Elham's advantage. Because he's not known to be a ferocious technician, Elham. He's better with lots of pieces on the board and dynamic play and such. So I guess he would prefer to keep some pieces on the board.
I guess.
Okay. He did go for knight a4 though, so I was terribly mistaken
Yes.
as usual.
And I guess just have to take.
He will take, yes. And queen takes. As we can see on board 1, black played
Could
queen
just go
a5.
bishop c4 immediately, but and that's to your advantage.
And that's, I guess, that's it. I mean, black might even press a bit now, right?
Looks like it's on d4 is too.
And rook c2, and suddenly
Ah.
there's no activity.
There's no fun.
No.
Oh.
Okay, so there's some scope for white to go wrong as well here.
But okay, let's just say queen f3.
Yeah, just to keep this bishop. I guess he will take it.
Opposite color, bishops draw.
Yeah, but also it's in favor of the player who's attacking.
Yeah.
So that might be to...
Who is that?
Yeah, who is that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
It looks
I was
like
thinking
both...
just rook e5, but then,
Looks like
okay, I
both
guess
could
maybe you have to
get-
play c4 here, or
Yeah, but it does look like both players could get some blockade. I mean, bishop e4, queen b3, I guess, right?
yeah, I guess so.
Rook c8, f3. Looks nice.
Yeah, I guess it does. Maybe even rook e5. Or e6 even.
You could also take this. I guess rook c8 now. Maybe queen c4. I'm trying to go for the positional alternative.
Yeah, but like there's no way that c3 is weaker than e6, I guess.
No. But at least there's a shorter way to e6 for the black king. So
Mhm.
that might be some argument for in black's favor. So if you get the queens off the board now, black is more than fine, I think.
Yeah. But like, what can you do?
He did take it though.
Yeah.
He did take on f4. Looks very logical to me, and queen takes, and now it's very interesting to see what the plan is for white. I'm just happy I'm not.
I was thinking rook e5, but
rook e5 looks very nice.
Yeah, but then queen e2.
Hey Lara, hey Halvard. Your Halvard is finished, obviously. He won. Okay, we'll check out that game later. And of course, the game of the day so far is Jan Søre against Elam Abdullah from board 2.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you wanted to play rook e5?
Yeah, that's queen d2. I was thinking queen f3, but then just rook c8 or something, I guess. Or...
Can't I just take?
Oh, there's no check. Nope.
Please! Oh, there's no check, no.
Nope, okay, then it doesn't work at all.
Oh, I guess that's the point of rook e3, right?
Yeah.
To eliminate this. And then this looks like a very nice regrouping kind of maneuver. Alekin's, what is it called? Cannon? Gun?
Yeah, crushing win today, so
Alekin's
that's nice.
napkin, yes.
Yes, of course, a crushing win is nice.
Crushing win is very nice. We did look at your game, Halva, and we had some very nice lines to show. We'll take a look at that later on.
You were trying to get your g7 pawn, but...
yes, and we did get it, but
Yeah.
we lost anyways.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We blundered the rook to get there, but yeah. Like Torstein Baum with...
We got there in the end.
We got there in the end, right. Okay, queen takes f4 is the last move played in this game. Elam, of course, way ahead on the clock with 1 hour and 7 minutes against Jan's 40 minutes. There's no crisis though, because they've played 20 moves already, and 40 moves in this position is enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, should be.
Should be, yeah.
I don't think Jan is struggling with time, so...
No, he's not usually in lots of time trouble, Jan.
No.
So I think he's
Yes,
got that under control.
Healthy plan or whatever.
First time Halva played the e6 Sicilian over the board today. A very nice win then with your debut game in the Khan Taimanov kind of Sicilian. That's very nice, Halva. Congrats again. I have played the e6 Sicilian 2 times with black over the board in classical games, and I've lost both, so I'm not gonna do it again.
Played against the Koi once when we were cadets, I think.
Yeah, not cadets in the military, but as in
Yes.
yes, that would be very nice. How did that game go?
I won.
You won.
No, I was white.
You were white. Okay.
But it was a time.
Okay, but that doesn't count.
Yeah.
No. I've also played against the Taimanov, but that doesn't count either. So.
Yeah, I played it once. I played it actually, but my coach was telling me it's rubbish.
It is real rubbish.
But okay.
Okay, well, I only play the Berlin and the Petrov with black, so there you go. I'm so fun at parties. I play Berlin and Petrov.
Mm-hmm.
I did play the Sicilian before though, but I often played, this kind of... I'm just gonna show this kind of line.
Hyper.
Which I think is just dubious. I think this is the punishment. I guess this is extremely good for white.
Yeah,
I mean extremely good for white.
You play the Berlin and Petrov at parties?
Yes,
Yes.
at parties as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is party repertoire.
That's why I don't get invited to a lot of parties, Asbjørn. I always insist on playing Blitz, and I always play the Petrov.
Yeah.
I think it is Tato Sarana, but I'm not sure you know that better than me, but I think the hyper-accelerated dragon is struggling these days. At least it's not my favorite kind of opening.
Favorite cup of toasts?
Favorite cup of toast, yes. The toast cup is a Norwegian specialty. From Innlandet, as we say, yes.
Just put the bread in the
with lots of jam and inside the cup, and you just try to consume it.
Yeah.
Seems like Tato has a hen to pick with that one, yes.
Mm-hmm.
A hen or maybe a stag to pick with that one. That is the main line. That is not the hyper. No, okay, but it's still is the line I have been playing, as I said, and I don't think it's so good anymore. But okay. It was not supposed to be a theoretical discussion with Tatos Ranne because we won't be able to finish that one in due time. Queen f4 played by Elham.
Yeah, that I could predict.
That one we could.
So I guess you would have to play rook d1 or rook e3 or something.
Yeah, I mean the rook somewhere in the e file to stop queen d2 is.
Yeah, but rook e3 is like I might mate you. At one point.
Rook e3 looks very sensible though. I mean it's multi-purpose. Could cover along the third rank and of course just prepare to double rooks. Looks very nice.
Yeah.
What's your opinion of this position, Tatos Ranne? That's of course international master Kjetil Stokke from Bergen.
He thinks it's hyper, it seems. Yeah.
This is hyper, yes. Would be curious to know your evaluation of this position, Kjetil. I think it's, in my opinion, looks very nice for white, but might be
slightly better, but
slightly better is of course the prudent.
Yeah, but it's hard to make moves and like prove you're slightly better, I think.
Yeah, because black can easily escape if you're not careful here with white. You have to be very
on the ball.
very precise on the ball, as we say. Yes, you have to be on point.
Yes, that's true.
Time to look at board one. Gersuna, there's been some development after a4, which wasn't our favorite kind of move. Bishop c6, which looks unnecessary. I mean, why not just castle? Right?
Yeah.
Because this is never a problem. It opens up the d file and d4 might get weak. So just castle, but instead bishop c6, knight e5, queen a5.
Rook, no. No, queen b3 even? No.
Queen somewhere.
Mate. No, it's not mate, but... Okay, f6 is no good, I guess, or no?
Yeah, I mean, might have to play it, right? Or...
It could castle, of course, but...
I mean, where do you retreat with your knight now? I mean, if you take on c6, then suddenly bc6 might be a problem. You have to go to e2 and stuff.
Yeah.
The queen f3 doesn't look very good. f6 looks like a very good answer. Thinking about this also, to be able to play like this, but you might just take on c3, right? And it's more than good enough.
Free pawn.
Free pawn. Looks like it. And of course just stopping castles as well. Okay, so I'm not sure what to do here. I mean, queen b3 by process of elimination looks like the best move.
The move of the game.
I'm just gonna cheat for a couple of seconds. Okay. Computer says some slight, very slight edge for white. I'm not sure.
Is queen c7 really the best?
If queen c7 is the best, then bishop c6 in combination with queen a5 looks like a slow maneuver at least.
But if you castle, then what? f3? No, I don't know. Then you can take, I guess.
Take where?
Thinking c3, but
if you take on c6 now, then rook b8 is coming, so this is misplaced. I would probably just go castles and your move.
No fork, or?
Yes, it's a major fork. Okay, so I would probably blunder an exchange. Wouldn't be the first time, so I guess that's why you suggested f3. If you take, then I would probably be happy. You can play queen b4.
Yeah. Maybe you have to play f6 yourself, or?
Maybe this move? Completely pointless. Completely pointless. Take me if you dare, but no, it's completely pointless. Knight d3 then, I guess. Looks comfortable for white. I'm not a big fan of this bishop c6 move. Looks very slow, and the bishop is misplaced there, I think. Queen c1 played, right.
Then you stop the fork.
Looks like a Gersuna kind of move.
Yeah.
And now knight d3 with b4 coming.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe this is a better placement for the queen. Bishop b5 instead of f6. Yeah, looks tremendous. Okay, so I guess we have to do this then. But now this should be okay, right?
Not immediately, I guess.
No, not immediately. This and b6. Maybe king d2.
Ah, yeah.
Is this anything?
So yeah, okay, so he gets 3 blacks, but okay.
Is this anything to write home about?
I don't think he has to cry at least, but while writing.
While writing?
Yeah.
Yes. Very known, well-known Norwegian expression.
Yeah.
There's no reason to cry while writing.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking takes an f6, but maybe f6 immediately. Again, this move. Bit better now than last time. Better.
Yeah, but now you can't even take the knight. So.
No. Looks okay. So there's some potential in the white position here. Not so easy to figure out the best way forward for black. Again, this feels slow. I would have wanted to castle, which is the computer suggestion now. Castles, and then ask this bishop what's up. That looks a bit unusual as well, though. A6. I mean, you almost never do this in these kinds of structures, but okay. I guess bishop d3. Or do you take bishop d3? If you get some kind of structure like this, then you can clamp down on the b6 square with a4 or something and claim that you have some advantage. But still, it might be solid enough for black to survive, but it looks very passive.
Yeah.
If Kiasune gets something like this, he's so good. I mean, technically, he will win 10 out of 10 times. So it's crunch time for Eirik Austad in the game now. He needs to be precise, and he's been thinking for a couple of minutes as well, understandably, against Kiasune. They're evenly matched in terms of time management so far in the game.
Manager of time.
Manager of time, yes. Very nice position.
Yeah.
Manager of time. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. How about Jan Sører? Okay.
Okay, so you went.
He went for this immediately. Rook f6 and then queen e2.
Yeah, the queen has nothing to do on
Nothing.
h5.
No, it was rather in danger of being
in the way.
Yep.
Well, it was.
It was in the way. So queen e2.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, I think the rook on f6 is a bit wrong now.
It looks a bit awkward to me, but it might try to provoke some g3, but you can always just go h3, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And there's no reason to fear this kind of rook swing. Rook c8 then? Is that a move?
It is.
This is where I wanted my rook on e3, right?
Yeah, but if you play like rook b1 here, you have to go bishop c6 or
b6?
Yeah, but again, the bishop is unprotected on.
Yeah, but
that was my idea, but
doesn't look like it's much of a worry to me.
Can you just go rook c1 actually? But
the rook c1.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean this is not possible yet. Okay, well this looks comfortable for white. What's the plan if you get to do a couple of moves in a row here? Bishop b3, maybe queen e5.
Yeah, maybe.
There's one weakness to attack though, and according to the textbooks, you need to have two weaknesses in order to win, because it's easy to protect one weakness. You have to provoke black to commit to another one. Interesting choice of setup though from Jan Sører with queen e2 and bishop c4. Way more aggressive, or at least more to the point than my suggestion with rook e3, but I feel that the white setup would be dangerous if you had the rook in front of the queen here, because now e6 is well protected.
Yeah.
And he's down to 35 minutes, so he's been spending some 5 or 6 minutes on the choice of this
bishop. Yeah, but if bishop c5 forces rook f6, I don't think it's that bad.
No, it's not that bad at all. Maybe you can do something else with your queen now, but rook e8, let's just say that. Looks very passive and slow.
You could even go queen e5 actually, but I don't know.
This one you have to take, unless you want to allow queen c7, right?
Yeah, I think so, but...
This is interesting though. Is this terrible? Might be.
Rook.
I was just fearing this.
The fear.
Yeah. Which looks like trouble to me.
Yes, it does.
And you have to do if you have to do this, then.
Oh, okay.
This is not bad either, but black is fighting for sure.
I was thinking rook d8, but
yeah. But this is not so clear either, right?
You can do that. Yeah, f3.
Not sure who's pressing now.
f3 or f5, no, f4, I don't know. Guess you have to play f, or as black plays f4, I think.
Yeah, and go around.
Yeah.
Bishop here. No?
Yeah. I guess g3 has to be played at some point. It can't be anything.
Can't be worse for white though. I mean, this is so weak.
Yeah.
You can never do this.
No.
You can just take it and you have this pawn and the king will run.
We have that game from yesterday, so...
Right, well, this looks reasonably safe for white, but there's some room to make mistakes as well. We'll check out that later. 10-all, won a pawn, but now Jens is fighting. Rook g5, wow. Okay, what happens if I take this knight?
Rook takes.
Yeah.
Rook c3, bishop f4.
You could go for this though, but...
yeah, but then it's just equal. No, it's...
Could I do this?
You could, then I must play... Could play bishop f5, but then e4.
Yes, but let's just look at this.
This.
Doesn't look like much.
Well, you're opposite color bishops, and if you attack, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
the very general lesson. Yes. And if you get the mating attack, it could be advantageous. Like queen d2.
Well, you're better, of course, but...
I might be greedy.
G f6. Queen f...
This looks just stupid.
Where is it? Yeah.
Looks stupid. Okay. Rook g5 is not so dumb, but what to do here?
What's wrong with f4? Was mine? Yes, that's wrong. That's very wrong.
Okay, so we established that.
Then you have bishop h7, no?
Yes.
Or you do rook.
I was thinking there might be some discover with the bishop, but it's not. There's no.
Nay.
No way. Jose. Okay, so I might do this first then.
Olle. Olle.
Ah.
Draw.
Ah.
Or
And you might escape.
but even bishop g4 on, or knight or whatever. Knight.
Protecting this as well.
I was thinking bishop.
Super greedy.
Bishop f3 was my intention, but
Yes.
pain.
Pain.
Knight takes or. Chess. I was thinking rook.
I can't really vouch for these analysis, guys. Lots of stuff happening, but okay. At least this is what Jens is aiming for. He's a pawn down and he's trying to get some attack going.
Well,
H4 suggested by Halvard.
On the computer.
And the computer, yes. I don't really see the point in doing H4 though. I mean,
yeah, but it's the same, but you don't leave the E3 pawn, I think.
No, but it looks super weakening though.
Yeah, but if you win a piece, you win a piece.
Yeah, of course. We have to do some very, very specific calculations. Winning a piece, yes, of course, Halvard, but you have to calculate as well.
So let's say I take on b4.
Easy to look at the computer.
Then you check, yes.
Yeah, so this is still working.
Yeah.
So what's the point now? Is there anything in black can do here?
So if you go...
Doesn't really, I mean, this, eyeing up this.
You could even... No, you cannot.
Okay, of course this looks terrible though, right? You still threaten this.
Queen h4. Okay.
Queen h4, yeah.
Yeah, well...
c7 maybe?
Or can you just do some discover things and it wins?
Exchange some pieces?
Schmuck, schmuck, schmuck. But then take on c6.
Yeah, okay. You could just do that. You don't want to play ball. Allow the mates. Okay, then okay, you're no fun. Okay.
Yes, CXD played.
CD played. Wow.
That looks too safe.
Looks too safe to me as well. Why did he do that?
And so fast, even.
Yeah.
But okay. Well, it sees that. Okay, so.
But if he does this in okay, he did spend the 30 minutes though.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's fine.
It's not fine. If you spend 30 minutes and play this move, then you haven't calculated well enough. But it did look like the Halvard's suggestion of h4 was more to the point.
Yeah, where can you go?
At least, I mean, you don't spend 30 minutes trying to establish whether this wins the piece back or not, because it does immediately, right?
Yeah.
So you see that, and then you have to start checking something else. h4. Rook d5 played, so it looks like black is out of the woods, at least for now. h4, and then rook g4 was our suggestion, right?
Yes, it was.
Move this bishop, or I mean bishop e1 maybe? Threaten this, right? Then you have some f3 move afterwards.
Stuck.
Bishop a2 is good as well, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, bishop h7 as well.
There's also the pin, right?
Yeah.
But how about this?
Yeah, bishop e1 was good, no?
I think so. Looks very logical though.
Because you made a knight attack on h7.
Yeah, right. Still a move. Bishop e1 looks very logical to me. Queen takes, there's nothing here, right? Where is it?
No. Queen g5 looks a bit...
No, no, there's nothing here, no. There's no reason to look at this, no.
Yeah, well, you could go up. No,
f3 though, right? Or is it...
Yes, we are making a meal. Maybe bishop...
We are making a meal of this, guys.
Maybe
I'm sorry.
c takes d was the best.
Yes, there's a reason we're not playing the tournament.
But it's fun to play with the lines, so...
Queen h4, is there any hope here?
We could play bishop e2, no? And it was the same, yes.
Is it exactly the same?
But then king, mate in 1, yes. Yeah, you have to play...
Okay, so there's something
well,
to calculate.
bishop g4, bishop takes g4, and then f4, but no.
Okay, so bishop e2 now. Rook h4.
Yeah, you have to keep the song in the right mouth.
And then you don't get the queen to h4 and the rook g2 stuff, and down there's a pin. Right.
Easy.
Easy peasy. When you okay, but you have to. This is how you calculate, though, right? You have to eliminate some moves, and then you have to work your way through the variations and lines.
Yes.
And if you spend 30 minutes on this, then I would at least expect that you have found some of the nuances. But he chose CD, rook takes, and he took on h7, which of course keeps the game alive because now he's still a pawn up. He's
then
got
the game is alive, yes.
Majority of 4 against 2 on the king side, and minority of 2 against 3 on the queen side, which of course this looks very nice for white. Still, I mean, bishop is excellent.
A bit better.
I mean, bishop is excellent on c3, and you can advance the pawns, f3, e4 and stuff.
Yeah.
Looks very nice for white.
Yeah, white is still marginally better with...
It's a pawn up though, right?
Even with the pawn.
I guess +1? Yeah. Approximately +1, plus...
Yeah, it's slightly better and a pawn up. So,
yeah. His position is slightly more comfortable, and his pawn to the good as well. Yeah. Good summary there, my good friend.
Yes.
Has Isaac Sjöberg won against Livia Lindstad? He has, and some mating attack, crushing attack. Poor Livia, who did very well yesterday.
There's some jam on my glasses.
Jammed glasses.
Jammed my glasses.
Rook c8 from Elan.
Yeah, now he has to decide, I guess.
Yeah. Time to
We
make
have
a
to
tough call for Jan. Maybe Rook c1 is the move.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, still, there's no chance.
Rook on f6 is not a solution to anything. I think.
No. We'll check out your game after Halva, but we did spend a considerable amount of time on analyzing it previously, but we'll check it out. Rook c1. Trying to just cover this pawn on c3. Okay.
Covering fire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks reasonable though. I'm just a bit anxious of the time management here. I mean, Elam is still playing very fast. Jan Sørher is 34 minutes.
I would be down to 15 minutes in this position.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Me too, probably.
Yeah.
I spend too much time. I enjoy calculating. I say I enjoy calculating, but I'm just very slow at calculating, so I spend lots of time on that. F6, knight d3.
No,
of course, knight b4 is a major threat.
It's coming.
Looks like Geir Suden has got this game going in his favor now.
In the bag. Well, okay, you take on c3 and... No, you don't. You take...
You do this immediately, right?
Ah, true. So
And
there is no 3 pieces for the queen.
Oh, looks very nice for white suddenly. But of course, you could do this. And I guess you play BC, right?
Yeah, still better, no?
Yeah.
Castle.
I guess, yeah. And then this e6 pawn is weak, right?
Yeah, so
And
b5 is...
the knight is perfectly placed on d3.
Yep.
Covering everything.
It is.
e5 played, wow!
That was a bit much.
Maybe?
Computer like knight f5, but again...
Yeah. Knight f5 eyeing the weak d4 pawn. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. How do you cover this? b4 and knight d2? Is this the move? Or queen b2 maybe? Knight e2 is probably the move.
Yeah.
This looks better though, right? And then e5 if you if you're desperate for this, then you can go e5. e5 immediately. b4, queen c7. Guess you could just castle if you'd like, but knight e2 as well.
Can you even take and play d... No, we cannot.
Could you take?
I want to take on e4, yeah. If you get to e3, then... there is stuff around.
I guess you could do this anyway,
b4,
right?
no?
No, it doesn't work because you have this bishop going backwards as well.
Backward bishop.
You could do this now, but then check first.
Chess.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not sure, but if you play e5 before castling in such an open position, or at least you're trying to open up the position, then you have to be sure.
Which I guess it is.
I guess he spent almost 10 minutes on this move, so I guess Eirik made some calculations.
He has to do something, but...
Yeah, it feels like white is taking over on the queen's side, so I guess he felt obliged to do something in the center. I guess it's time to look at Halvar's game in more detail.
Bad move.
Yeah,
Dubious.
it's
so bishop b4 is inaccurate.
Bishop b4 is inaccurate. Okay, well,
so the knight
because
c2.
knight c2 is a good reply. Yeah, because this is not the kind of structure you want for black. I mean, yes, this.
No,
looks,
you're not in time to.
No, you're not in time to close up the position and play against the static weakness because white gets way too active. And if knight f6, then of course just f3, I guess, or just bishop a3 immediately. The f3 and it looks very, very nice. So knight c2, you might have to retreat, which again makes the bishop.
Yeah, but okay, the knight is worse than c2, so it's not so stupid.
No.
But like, I guess you have to go back to e7.
Yeah, I guess e7.
The computer wanted to d6, but like.
Yeah, looks like a computer move. Bishop e7 looks logical, and then go for some classical setup, but might be advantageous for white to have this knight maybe rerouted to e3 or something like that. But okay, knight c2 was not played, bishop e2 played, and then I guess we get some normal position here.
Yeah.
Then f4 is probably premature, right? Computer wanted to take this. Maybe queen g3 is a move. No, you can just take and take on e4.
Yeah.
Maybe this.
Take on C, no, that's too much. Yes, then G7, so just
This-
E7 or D6 or
Bishop E7, but now Queen G3 is a move, right?
is this okay? E5 looks strong, so maybe you have to
I
play
would
E5.
enjoy-
I think you have to play E5 yourself.
Yeah, I would enjoy this with white though. I mean, Bishop E3 here, Knight A4.
Yeah, the squares
Lots
are-
of squares, yeah. Looks tempting. For
Because
white.
Knight C6 is actually a quite interesting move for white in the time of.
Yeah, taking this and often the Queen G3.
Yeah.
Of course, that's with the Queen F3 line though, but it might transpose to this. He did go for F4, which Halvard thinks is really weird. Isn't weird, but it looks weakening at least.
Well, it's committing, and
Yeah,
the normal move is just to castle, of course. But
yeah. Again, this is not a move you play with over-the-board inspiration. It's very committal. It's very early, and as we know, pawns can't go back. They can't retreat, so it's very committal. Takes on D4 looks
I guess that's
sensible. D6 also. I would probably include this at some point, but there's no rush. D6, Bishop E3, Bishop D7 was not a computer suggestion. The computer wanted E5.
E5 and Bishop G4, which is that's well.
I'm not sure you have to play Bishop G4, but E5 is probably tempting as long as white can't answer with Knight D5 at some point. Now E4 is weak.
Yeah, but okay.
Bishop G4 trying to exchange some pieces.
Yeah, I guess it's trying to make the C4 pawn
Yeah,
with.
just trying to exchange a lot of pieces here and then maybe go for something like this,
Yeah,
which
it
looks
is.
logical, right?
Yeah.
Bishop G4 is a tough move to spot, but I mean the point is just to exchange the white pieces, so you can be left with
The knight, yeah.
with the knight against the bishop and pressure against these two static pawns. Okay, thematic stuff as we know from the Nimso Indian, but it might not be so easy to spot it here. E5 is after all very committal as well, but not so logical when faced with F4. Bishop D7 maybe a bit slow. I guess white is off the hook here, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. E5 though is too much, right? F4 wanted something to happen, but in combination with E5 before castling,
Yeah.
also it just loses a pawn, as we noticed.
Yeah.
Now I guess white is struggling. B4 also a bit weakening. Could take this though, as we noted, and then go for something like Queen A5 and just castle. Right? Or even Queen C5 and still castle, and this should be.
But the computer says it doesn't even recommend Rook B1, so there's something wrong with Rook B1. It seems. No?
Yeah.
Queen B4.
My computer wants Queen E3 to be played here.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
No, probably just trying to eye some dark squares, but Rook B1 is the human move.
So there is something wrong with this, or copy? No.
I mean, this looks very, very nice for black though, right? Bishop C6, Rook
Maybe
D8,
even your
and
bishop. Yeah, okay.
looks completely lost to me. You have to spend time castling and then Bishop C6 and Rook D8, and it should be close to winning for black. And of course, and when you take on B4, you ruin the white pawn structure as well. Queen E5, at least white gets to keep his pawns, and as we noted, white could get some play here after Rook A to E1.
Yeah, makes sense.
Bishop C6 is a good move though. We checked this, and now this might be at least slightly worrying. Some exchange sacrifices in the air.
Yeah, as Bishop C6 is. Yeah.
But now this is probably.
Now that you have delayed castling, it's fine.
Yeah, you have to play Rook F2, but this is nothing to brag about for white. Bishop D3, and you can just take it. Yeah. Looks like black had good control in this game. White was maybe slightly too ambitious in the opening. F4, E5, opening up the position before he had castled and made sure of his own king's safety. Not recommended. Usually not recommended in the opening. Okay, nice game, Halvar. Nice to get a win with the black pieces, and I guess you're ready for the next game with white. How about Jan Gunnar lost actually. Wow. We analyzed the game when Jan Gunnar managed to get 3 minor pieces for the queen, and he played the bishop c7 now. I guess it's logical. We just checked out this move, and after this move, and bishop e5 is logical because this wins for black. So, but he went for bishop c7 instead, g4. And now he went for knight b8, but now g5 is a major difference. Because there are, I guess, some tactical blows against d7, blows, I guess, if you, and this blows, yes. And now this happened, king c8, and now suddenly everything goes.
You're penetrated.
Okay, but he played a very decent game, and then suddenly he played 2 slow moves, and he was completely lost.
Yeah, he thought it was okay, the verse is over, and it wasn't.
No. g4, which doesn't look too menacing immediately, but after playing such a slow move as knight b8, there's no sense of danger from Jan Gunnar here, and then g5 and he's lost. Okay. Elias Idali also won against Mikkel Lien. He managed to
the rampant rooks.
Yeah, he managed to get his attack going, and then a couple of slow moves from black, and suddenly it's completely over. Yeah, very nice attacking game from Elias. Rook f7 even.
Yep, that queen is.
Very nice.
They are trapped.
Yeah. Lots of games finished now. Some games from the B group not finished yet, but we'll keep an eye out on a couple of moves from the A group. Queen f3, queen h4, bishop c3, rook g5. Jan still going for the attack.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, well, he must, no? Or
I guess, yeah.
But I guess this is just turning into being better and better for white.
Okay, so what happens here?
Bishop h.
I guess this happens? No, it doesn't work. I thought we had something like this, but you can play f3. Doesn't work.
I think bishop h3 immediately, but yes, but then I can take on g2, no? Just take on g2 instead.
Yes. So this then. How is this? Probably unnecessary, but if you get your pawns going, then it might be very good.
Yeah, it might be necessary, yeah.
And this is hanging as well. I mean, it doesn't look so clear to me. It's good for white. Nice. Is this the recommended move? No. Queen e4, bishop h3.
Yes, of course.
G4, and now queen e4, right. You don't take the exchange.
You mate him instead.
You pick up an extra pawn instead, yeah.
No, it's not rolling.
No, it's not rolling at all.
No.
Okay, this bishop is still extremely strong, but it's not so clear.
No.
Okay, that would be unnecessary, but okay. I think Andreas Tenel has messed up this somehow for himself.
I think he saved it too much.
Yeah, he spent lots of time on a very big decision, and he decided to play it safe, and now suddenly it's not so easy. Again, we see, as you noted earlier, that when you have opposite colored bishops, then it's preferable to be the attacking player.
Yes.
Because your opponent's bishop can't defend against your own bishop. How about Gyasuna? After e5, he took fe, b4, queen c7, and just castles, and he's saying that, okay, these pawns are probably just...
But if knight f5, it's the same position, no? We looked at.
Ah, right.
But then this one is, yes, dropping.
So I guess castles then?
Castles.
Because now there are some opportunities to play knight e4, so you have to take this first, I guess. Knight e4. But this doesn't look good though for black. This is just lost, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Right.
Troubles.
Yeah, troubles indeed.
Dardian the man, I guess.
Yeah, the man, the big hope. He did go for rook c1 and then a6, bishop b3.
Just to be ready.
Just to be ready for, I guess, whatever.
Okay, so he's caught up on the clock as well.
Yes, looks like LM has figured out that his position is not so easy after all.
Yes, that is to do.
What to do then with black?
Well, the rook is awkward. But there's 3 pieces on e6, so what can you do?
I mean, there's no easy way to entangle.
I would play
with.
b5, but to try to like... I guess b5 makes sense.
b5 now with black, yeah, probably.
Yeah, sometimes you can even throw in b4 and if he goes...
Right, and weaken the white pawn structure, so b5.
Yeah, because since the rook on c1 is the queen is eyeing it. And
yeah, so you might have to do c4 and then d4 is hanging, right? So b4 is actually thematic here. You could, you have to watch out for queen a6, but still.
Watch this.
Watch it.
And not McLaughlin.
Is d5 a move here? I mean, is it completely unnecessary? I mean, if you take it, then I might have something here, right? Maybe not. Looks very promising to me, this d5 move, but I'm not sure.
d5, e5, you just take it, so...
Yeah, then I can just take it.
In instance... This is... it is what it is.
It is what it is. d5 is very tempting to me, at least. Not the computer suggested move. The computer wants to break with c4, but I don't think d5 is bad. No, it keeps a slight edge, maybe.
So he just takes it.
King h8. How about queen e7 now? Is that queen d6 is a neutralizing move. Looks very nice.
Neutral move.
Okay, so here we have to play something like c4 then but this is nothing. Okay, so the d5 is premature. Thanks to the computer, we know that now.
But he liked c4 for some reason.
Yeah, after b5 the computer
yeah, but if you
wants
exchange
c4.
the c rooks, then the rook...
Because this is not possible, I guess, right?
Yeah, rook d1 and take the bishop or in some way. I was thinking other rook maybe, but...
You can still do this.
Yeah, take on d7 and then b5 or... no, maybe not. There's mate in the bottom. Yes.
There's mate in the bottom of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure about this then. What's the point of c4 if you can just take this? Are we taking a b5?
Here, I guess. Yeah, that's sense. Yes, and take back and take with the bishop. Good check. This. Drop it. Yes. Chess. Bishop chess, I guess. Queen e8 is good. No, oh. But the king...
So complicated.
Yeah, but you can take on b5 and queen, not b2, but...
It's mate in the bottom of the board again.
Yeah, not b2.
This reminds me of some story, but okay.
Yes.
Yes.
That was yeah.
Not to be retold. Okay, well...
yeah, but if I play queen b2, then there's rook d6, and it's not so bad. Yeah, queen g5, actually. Yeah, but here I think you can even luft, and it's... Just open the window. Yes. Yeah, okay, but it's still better. Queen g3.
Very nice analysis, this, I think.
Yeah.
f4, yes. Oh, queen f3 is
catastrophic.
And it's a draw, right?
No, is it?
Yes, it is.
It must be.
Must be. Okay, we are anticipating a draw here in the game between Jan Sørjær and Elam Abderlauf. Bishop b3, okay. How about Gersune? He took on e4 and it looks like he's just winning now. He's winning a pawn on e4. Knight takes, bishop takes, and after knight takes c6, queen c4 wins a pawn. Because the e4 pawn is dropping and it doesn't look like black has much compensation. I'm afraid maybe rook d8 and trying to get some play going, but it looks
okay.
Doesn't look enough. No, I mean,
Yeah.
this is terrible.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess Gersune is winning on board 1. Jan Sørjær against Elam is the I guess the most exciting game. Not to mention this game. I guess this is the point, or maybe queen f4, or check even. But I would probably consider this.
I was thinking like queen g3 and just
But maybe even take. This doesn't look so bad.
No, is that by rook f?
I guess this is
Or
better.
even rook f4, but
Yeah, I guess this is better. But okay. Queen e4, f5. And just okay, this looks very nice for white though, right? You have
it's nothing. There's never mates.
just rook d7 now. There's no mate here.
No, you have to play like bishop f3, but you can never go queen h3. Well, you can.
No, you
but
can even take on g7 now, right?
Pang, 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 pang. Yeah, but yes, you can. Take on g2. Pang.
Okay, not so clear, but still. Maybe you can do something else here, but then rook g8 is coming. Yeah, okay. Rook d4 played.
Which makes sense.
Still looks good for white, this.
I have c5.
Doesn't make a lot of difference to me. Maybe it's advantageous to have the pawn on c5 to
do something.
work against the bishop on c3, but
Yeah, but I'm just thinking that you get queen b7 like next move even.
yeah, extra option for white.
But it's probably better to have f7 than b7.
I guess so, but okay. So if white gets to move now, both queen b7 and queen g3 are good moves. Maybe even queen e4. So this looks looks like black is in dire straits to me. Rook d4 is a good move. Keep it simple. There's no real time scramble here either. I mean, 10 or 26 minutes.
There are speedies.
Yeah,
Speedos.
I think so.
So that was it. Robin is finished, no? No.
He usually is, but
no.
he's a piece down, right?
World Championship in Pawns.
Yeah. Okay, so the Gurgenitz in the Caracan was played. Some weird line, and then e5. Okay, so you have the.
So he stuck his knights.
Okay, well, bishop d6, and then instead of sacrificing the exchange, he decided to sacrifice the piece to get a pawn.
And
2 pawns.
yeah.
Is it so bad?
Yes.
Yes, it's bad, but
Okay.
it's not so easy
Yeah,
though.
they
Right?
cover a lot of squares. So
Yeah, but after knight e2, then I guess the party is over, right?
no, not in Moss.
Not in Moss.
Yes.
This looks terrible, but
A few pawns in the check, and it's even.
yeah, it's even Steven in Moss. Yes, h4 trying to close up desperately. Yes, queen e2.
He's locking it.
Where do you put your king? And
I want it
g2,
on,
I guess.
If I can get on g5 with black.
But I guess just trying to.
Yeah, but at some point the bishop goes to d3 and the queen goes to e4, and
I guess this is the plan as well.
It's
Yes,
Baluba.
it's Baluba. Yes, and okay, he's trying to make way with the king, but I guess bishop d3, put the queen on e4, and then try to. Looks like a slow death for Robin Olsen against Jon Norman. Which is a kind of an upset. I mean, white is rated 1779, black is 2030, so yeah. Small upset on board 6. Hur mår du, Jan? H6.
Just the first move, I guess. But
Was this the suggested move? H6?
I think so.
Okay, well.
That's,
I guess you want to
I guess
avoid
that's
these
a
lines with king h8 and king f8. You want some air for your king, making some luft.
Yeah, but okay, then white has to move to do whatever.
Yeah.
Which is probably the best thing he can do, is like, yeah, what, you have to do something as well.
Yeah.
G3 is probably not desirable at the moment.
I mean, G3 is never a move you want to play, right? Because potentially it's so weak around your king, but still. We could check out the results.
It's fast.
See if we have gotten any...
Oh, you're using this one. No, you're not. No.
There's no updates here, I
Yes.
guess? No? Okay.
They are biting.
Yeah, and I think we have to update board 1.
We do.
Because there's lots of moves that's been played here. There we go. Yeah. So there's board 1 down to your right, guys, on the stream. It's Gasuna.
Yes, down there.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as well to the left here.
Yeah.
But as we can see, rating favorite Gasuna Talaksen is a pawn up and will win this game on board 1. So he's on track. But second seed, Lam Abdullah, is struggling a bit against veteran Jan Sørjerd on board 2.
Mm.
Not so clear to me how he will win this game. He needs to work hard to be able to get something.
I think both players have to work hard here.
Yeah, but I guess the
Yeah, but what do you do?
the pressure is on black here.
I guess C4 still works, but I don't know how.
C4 works now. Definitely does, because now you have no queen a7. But is this the move you want to play? C4?
Well, that's what I think, but...
What's your follow-up now? D5? I guess D5?
Even
Or is that
C5
just
is not so stupid.
C5 is not so stupid either, no? Maybe not.
G3 and okay, I don't know.
He actually went for D5 though.
Okay, now there's hanging on B7,
Yeah,
but yeah, it releases
but
too much.
but he needs to do this.
It was the best move?
This is the best for black.
Yeah, but this D5...
No, I don't think D5 is the best move. C4 and the rook D1 is the best.
C4 and C5? No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
looks like it. A5, C5, just to get an extra square for the bishop.
Yeah, and the pawn on C3 is never weak, and...
No. And this
because
is not
there.
Yeah, you can't take this. So
Yeah.
just improving your pawn structure, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that made
He
sense.
went for D5.
Yes, he wants to.
more
I think he's happy
concrete.
with the draw, so...
Yeah, but he wins a pawn here, so why not? Rook e8.
He does.
Yeah, queen f3. This looks very safe for white, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would assess this as a lot better than...
Computer says compensation for black.
I would
but,
take this instead of 0.6, I
Ooh.
think. Oops, you lost.
I lost it. Rook e3 is the best.
Ugh.
But then there's no advantage, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, well gf and then you have this.
Oh, even that one.
Queen c7, bishop a6. Okay, but you won't win this with black, right?
I think you can lose all 3 pawns and still draw, so...
Yes. Bishop d3, eyeing this, g6, c4, yeah.
And
Okay.
bishop on f1, then can't be much to be done.
No. Just king to h1, I guess, or maybe rook d3, and it looks very safe for white. Okay,
Yeah.
so d5 looks like a very nice
But
practical
you must take on
move.
d5, I believe.
I guess so, yeah. e5 doesn't work, and there's a threat to
e6, yeah.
Yeah, to e6.
Rook e8 is like, yeah. Or
Maybe this is a move as well.
play, no, don't.
Okay, so we need to check this.
Take, and I will play...
What to do here? Maybe queen e5.
Take bishop f for d7.
Doesn't work.
No, there's a bishop. Yeah, it's...
And
and
this
king.
looks very ugly.
And if you go king e8, then you take it. No,
What
king
here?
e8, yeah. There's... And bishop, add this. Does it work?
Okay, this looks safe though for black.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, the d5 is the move on the board.
Yep.
Interesting to see how Elam counters this.
The counter.
At least Gersrude will win on board 1, so the favorites will be on 3 out of 3 points. After this round, Andreas Ternol against Jens Ingebretsen. He played c5, rook f4, looks good for white. Might have another upset here on board 3. Board 4, we have seen Halvard Haug beating Gustav Hestholm in a Khan Sicilian, very nice game, and Isak Sjöberg also
that was opening disaster, I think.
His opponent. Yeah, some small opening disaster for Olivia. And Robin Olsen is struggling with a piece down here in this game, so white will win. Holgar Blahout-Woten won a very nice game against Jan Gunnar Fredriksen after some minor slip up in the opening.
Wrong at some point, but...
Yeah, but he got there in the end.
Yep.
Elias Idali beat Mikkel Lien in a very nice attacking game, and this game we haven't really paid much attention to. How is this game?
I haven't paid any attention.
Is it nice for black? Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like it. Queen
Yeah,
c3.
the pawns.
The bishop is pawn up, and the bishop is dominating, so this is very nice for black. Ton Valseth, the rating favorite in this encounter, is a player I've played against earlier actually. I think he played for Tromsø some years ago. We played against each other in the Norwegian League in some Najdorf. And this is the B group.
That's some dragon.
Some dragon, yeah.
Looks some like Yugoslav attack dragon.
Some Yugoslav attack, which
with the bishop on it.
Never really got going, it looks like.
It looks like the pawn sacrifice line, which...
Yeah. Which I didn't know was so popular these days, but okay. How is this then? Queen c7 looks like a normal move. Probably consider queen b6, but okay. Queen c7. c3 or king b1, c3.
Well, if you attack, then it's fine for black, no?
Yeah, I mean, as long as black is able to attack in the dragon, then everything is just fine.
Yeah, it's opposite that color bishops.
Yes. Oh, that's your point, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's the.
Yeah, that is advantage.
That's the only takeaway from today's stream.
Yeah.
If you have opposite color bishops, then you should attack. Yes. Yes. Precisely how to go about it, we can't really, you know. There's no concrete advices from us. There's just, you know, general tips and tricks.
Tips and tricks.
But he's a pawn down, right? Ingvar Kveim.
This I've seen before.
Yes.
This queen
b5 is.
Did they find out if queen b8 or queen b7 was the best?
I think queen b7 is a normal move still, but I'm not sure.
Because when I was young, queen b8 was known to be the best.
Okay, well,
but then they suddenly figured out it wasn't. Because
I've only seen queen b7 actually.
Yeah, it's only the move that makes sense because you want to put the rook behind.
But I faced this, but that doesn't work, right? Because you have something like this, or rook b8 immediately.
Yeah, maybe.
And hanging on b2. So you can't be too greedy with white here. You have to play something like this.
Yeah, this
Bishop
is
f5.
I think there's maybe queen a, no.
Bishop d3.
Is there a check on h6 or no?
How about this then?
Yes, is that possible? You should ask Pushin, he knows this.
Does he?
No. Well, he used to, I think. This was the line.
He might do. Yeah, he did play the Red Dragon some years ago.
Yeah,
this looks like a fiasco for black.
Yeah, because I stopped playing this line because I figured that people just want to play...
But this line with f3...
what did I play? I played the
e5. But this line with f3, is that normal?
Yeah?
I guess it's normal, yeah.
Yes. You can play bishop c4 or castle.
But how about king b1 here? Or is it queen e1?
Yeah, you can play everything.
Queen e1, I guess, is the move I was afraid of with black.
Yeah.
And then I think some rook b8. Is that normal? Yeah, rook b8 is a move here. It's not good though, but it's... Or is it king b1, rook b8? Yeah, king b1, rook b8. And then this is some move. And then knight a7. And this is better for white.
Magnus Carlsen. Oh, that game.
I think
that was in Romania.
I think it's better for white though. Rook a1 and I guess something like this. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus. But okay, interesting stuff. At least lots of theory to learn though in the dragon. Very demanding opening.
Yes.
Yes. Queen C7 played. Guttorm Rosendal against Edvard Andersen.
Yes.
Looks winning for white, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Pawn
Somehow.
up. Pawn up and active pieces. And this game was a draw.
Yeah, that
By
will.
repetition.
Repetition. So,
Okay.
Okay.
D5, rook E8, queen E5 played. And the vacuuming play has begun, right? I guess we're closing in on a very, very close, very even game now. Drawn, almost? Is it drawn? I guess there's some slight pressure still. But king F8 looks safe.
Over here you can take on E6 now. Double, double, trouble, and then we have this position again.
Yes. It's the same.
The same.
Sørli on form, according to Christian Suvikom in the chat. Indeed, as well as you, Christian. You've been dominating in Hungary,
Yes.
chasing a GM norm.
Probably chasing.
You should send us a couple of games and some pictures, and we could write about it, Christian.
Yes. Well, you sent me a snapshot of
I've
garden
seen a garden and some food, but no games or
yeah, it was
pictures.
this path with some.
Yes, this path and some trees. And
Yeah.
this arc.
Yeah, and he
yes.
was eating earlier today.
Yes,
or was that,
yes, in eating, and with the text that looks like I will get full again or something. Yes,
That was him. Yes.
I think so. Yes,
Yeah, it was one of them.
it was not boller.
No.
It was not. It was not that. It was.
Do they have boller in Hungary?
What do they call boller in Hungary? Is it buns or something?
I don't know, some pastry or something.
Pastry, yeah.
Some
Puff pastry, pie pastry. Cinnamon buns is. Games are on chess results. Okay, so we can replay them there. Okay. That's good.
With boller?
Do they serve boller in Hungary, or is it forbidden?
Forbidden bowls.
They do now, right?
Yeah.
I guess that was the one condition Christian had. Yeah, I don't have to face any GMs. As long as you serve boller, then I will play. Støvik brought 50 boller, but that's only enough for a couple of days, right? It's nine round tournament. 50 boller is nowhere enough. No, says many. Okay, rook takes e5 played, and the king f8 played, and this looks very even Steven to me. But suddenly now, if white takes on e6, then he might end up in some equal position, but with the worse pawn structure, right? These two are
slightly
are split up, so it might be a slight headache.
Splittish, but okay.
Splittish?
Let's say I play d6.
Split, as in bowling, right? You play d6.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Bishop c6.
Oops.
No, it's not oops.
Yeah, but okay.
This looks fine.
Yeah, but if this goes wrong, then.
Yeah, I mean, if d6 falls, then rook c8, I guess, is the move here.
And then.
Maybe this is not so bad.
b6, I guess.
Yeah, I will just go for it, right?
You're a goer.
No, ooh.
You're the goer.
Take
You're
it.
the goer of it.
Take it, and e5, and it looks fine.
50 ball.
It looks fine. But d6 is the suggestion, actually, and unless white wants to be worse, then d6 is the move to play, and then go for this c5 stuff. Maybe even f4.
Yeah, because the rook on f6 is.
Rook
like
c8, c4, b6 is actually the move.
I'm on fire as well.
Yes, we both are. Or maybe Jan Sørheim is.
In the fire.
In the fire.
Yeah.
a4 is a nice move though, threatening a5, right?
And just roll.
I guess just a5, or
And
maybe
another-
rook c6.
Maybe a5 or c5. What's that? Okay. Rook b5.
This looks like white might be...
yeah, but
better,
okay, you
but,
could untangle somehow.
it's not so easy to make progress, right?
You have to take it.
c5 is
You
a
could just-
cool move.
Q. Oh. Yes.
How about this?
Well, the computer is jumping.
It's dead equal according to the computer, but to my eyes it looks like white has might have some ambitions to press here.
the presser.
We are closing in on a short break, I think.
Yeah, maybe. But if you ask Sørre for draw, he normally doesn't decline.
Normally doesn't decline, no. He usually accepts.
At any point.
Yes. Often very friendly, Jan Sørre, even though his play might suggest otherwise. He's often up for a draw.
Yeah, if he's had his fun, then yes.
Yes. We played a nice game, and now it's time to take a draw. Yeah.
Yep.
I think we'll have a short break, and we'll return in a couple of minutes with the
with some boller.
Yeah, with some boller and stuff, and we'll see how this round went. So just stay tuned, guys, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
BRB. boys.
Right.
Right
Back.
or wrong?
We are back, and we left this game, Jan Søre against Elam Abdulaf. I can just mention shortly, guys, we're covering the Norwegian weekend tournament Kragerø Grand Prix. I think it's a total of, is it
Almost
six rounds?
Yeah. 100 players in both groups?
Yeah,
in total?
yeah. Total amount of 100 players. 2 rounds yesterday, those were rapid games. 2 classical games today, and 2 classical games tomorrow to finish off the tournament.
Yep.
We left the game after King F8, and we concluded that D6, with the plan of advancing with C4, C5, was White's best chance, at least to stay active and to stay equal. But after C4, Black took over, because this bishop is now so passive and there's no play left for White. F4, but Black gets very active with his pieces. A good try from Søre at this. But after a move like A5...
he might have drawing chances, but...
Drawing chances he has, but it looks like Black has taken over completely, is now pressing for a win. So, nice fighting chess from Elam, but probably a bit too lenient and compliant from White here, after having a very promising position early on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about how the board 1 is... Okay, it's been developing. It looks like Yasune is in firm control. Black tried to get active here, Queen C4, but now just Knight E5, Queen B4 and Knight F7. Queen D5, and it looks like Black is struggling. Rook E3, of course, met by... Okay, I can just show that. Smothered mate here.
Smothered, not strangled.
Not strangled mate, no. Strangled mate. Yes. Knight E6 played, which looks reasonable enough.
What happens if you nothing?
If we take it, then this is, I guess, his
okay.
point, but Rook D1.
But what if Queen A5? No. But that doesn't help. No. But okay.
There's no mate at the back of the board.
Back of the board. But after 96, do you have like Knight G5? Is it that easy or? It's not? No, it's not. Then you get 2 rooks and Baluba. No. So do you have to...
But maybe you could just take it, I'm not sure. You could also do this though. If you want to wreck the pawn structure. I'm not sure you want to do that, but looks like this is more than good enough to me.
Yeah, but there's mate
okay,
in the bottom.
G6 maybe. Check.
King H.
It's not over.
You
G6.
have to protect your bottom.
Yeah, G6 might be a fighting chance. Yeah. He did take on E6, which I guess is the best. Now Knight G5, of course, so easy.
Such easy.
Such beauty. Now this looks like it's over.
Yes.
Knight G5 will be played, and it's curtains.
Today he has played almost flawless, I would say.
Yasune is pretty good though. He's very good. He did play Knight G5, and it's a very nice game from Yasune.
Yeah.
Looks like he's sharp, feeling sharp on form, and I think he will win this.
Yeah, that's
3 out of 3. And I guess Sørje is struggling, but some drawing chances here.
Yeah, he will fight.
Yeah, he will try to salvage a draw from this.
Yeah.
Slightly miserable endgame. 10-0 against Ingebretsen. Still looks good for White, right?
Yeah, slightly.
Not a lot, but because now Black might get active in the D file.
So the pawn C5 was actually nice.
Actually, a very nice move to take away the square from White. So what's the point here? Rook D8, Rook F4. Is that a point?
Makes sense, but
Rook F5. Okay.
Yeah, the king is too active, I think, the black king.
H3 takes, G takes.
I think you must get your king going, but
now suddenly it's not so easy to prove an advantage for White.
no, then you have to attack.
It's King E4, just equal.
Yeah, black is attacking, so it's fine.
You could also just go for Rook D1, I guess, if you want to. I mean, yeah. Okay, so I think Jens will get something from this now. I guess he was lost previously, but he's been fighting. That's good. F6 played. Why not go for the D5? But okay.
Well, it's nothing there, and he can't take it.
No, there's no rush, I guess. There's nothing white can do.
No, E4.
E4 is a move.
But why is that a move? To stop rook F5 after.
Rook
So
E1.
this.
And then rook F4,
Yeah.
improving the position.
Yeah, so rook G4 takes king G2, and then I guess.
F3.
Yeah, then you're going. Then you're starting.
And then you can press for a long time.
Then it's just a pawn up.
Yeah. Here you can press for a long time. You have to make something of this majority though, but requires some work. But looks like F6 might be. I mean, there's no reason to play F6 here either, though, right? Why rush with this? Of course, this is based on the fact that you have seen that rook F5 is a necessary resource.
Yeah.
I guess you didn't. We didn't either, but the computer did. So F6 played. E4 is a very nice opportunity for white now. Robin Olsen still fighting hard.
Hard fight, but it looks like.
Looks dead lost to me, but maybe rook G4.
Yeah, the pawn is too blocked. Yeah, do you have to? Could you even take it, or?
Of course I could take it, but I just wanted to double rooks.
I can't take it, no. Yeah,
if you go rook H8, I go G5. Right?
Yeah, or even bishop to H5, and.
Yeah, even very slow stuff,
yeah.
though, but I mean just for a pawn. But
but you can.
Yeah. Rook G6 is of course much better.
Slightly much better.
Yeah, slightly much better. Rook G6 is a killing move, and Robin Olsen can resign, I guess. Looks hopeless for black. 10 minutes though, only for Jon Omen, but it should be more than enough. And he did play Rook G6.
Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Knight G5 played from Yasuna. This will be a win for him.
I guess he resigned already. Oh.
Oh, Rook H7 and then F4, I mean. Okay, well. What was Elam supposed to do here then?
A5?
Maybe it's nothing. Rook G4 was not the precise move. This is some high level stuff though.
Yeah.
Very difficult to calculate this.
Yeah, taking it is obviously bad. Okay, King F2 is like my only move in my brain, but I might
King F2 is very logical. Computer screams out Bishop D1 as well. But he wants to follow up with King F2, so why not just play King F2?
Yeah, if you can't take on H5, then I would.
More exchanges, of course, is in favor of the one who's defending, which is white.
Yeah, and it's the same opposite, not opposite
A5
bishop,
now.
so.
Just take on H5. And A4, and now you get this tempo, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's not so. Not so easy.
It's not super clear, this.
No, of course not.
It's two pass pawns.
Could even go King D4 here, no? No, you can, of course not, but why not?
Oops.
Oops.
Okay, he wants to do this. Rook H7.
And you have to go back. Then it's a draw.
And if this and D6, King B6. Again, this move. This is also complex and requires lots of calculation from both players. Jan Sører down to 17 minutes. Still should be plenty to figure out at least some of the lines here, but yeah, shouldn't be worrying his time. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Theodor Ingebretsen. I think these are the two games that are most interesting for us now, at least on the top boards. F6 played and Theodor is thinking. Jens is down to 9.5 minutes after only 22 moves, which means this has been a complex game. Difficult game to figure out.
Yeah, well, he took on D5 and then I had to figure out a lot.
Yeah. Indeed.
Which I think he didn't.
But if we get the game Elham Abdullah with white against Gersune Tallaksen in the last game today, who's your favorite to win? Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess Gersun is a massive favorite. He's super solid. Elam is a very, tricky attacking player, but often that doesn't work on Gersun. He's too solid and he's too good.
He knows what he's doing.
He really does. Will be interesting to see though. It's the top game in this tournament, so we'll see. Rating wise, at least, it's most anticipated game. Interesting to see that Jan Sørøya chose your move, King F2, keeping it simple. What to do now then?
Guy.
King F3 or?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if there's much to gain there, but
you could also go for this again now, and just repeat.
chess and back.
Hoping for this, of course.
Yeah, then we do it.
Yes. Chess and back. And if King C7.
D6.
Then I don't think there's no.
D6, King B6, and nothing. Could go Bishop D1.
Is there anything here? Just Rook H7 maybe? I mean, it's not so easy to stop this, right? Okay, you have King C7. You can also have this though. Oops, no. It works.
Oops, but I was thinking Bishop D1 was better. Okay, yeah, this is draw most
This
likely.
is probably a draw, right? Unless
Less un,
this is also a draw, I guess.
you think?
Nope, it's not at all. These are too far away, I guess. Okay, well, I managed to lose that. D6 is a move, yeah. King F3, of course, also a move. Just advancing with your king is probably the most natural move. I mean, there are not that many moves to consider with white here. I mean, moving the rook to check is one move, and advancing with the king, and if you move your bishop, then you have to count on this pawn.
Then you have to count on the bishop endgame, I guess.
Yes, which is unnecessarily complicated. You want to retain the rooks for now. So I guess advancing the king and checking is the only two moves he needs to check and figure out.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Always nice to have a limited amount of moves to check.
Yeah.
Especially in a tough endgame like this with not unlimited amount of time. He did go for rook h6, king c7 played. King f3 is, I guess, the most natural move now. He didn't play d6 earlier in the game, so I'm not sure he's gonna do it now either.
No. But if bishop d1, you can take on d5, and then there's a check on d2.
Yeah. You could go for this though.
Which is still check, no? On d2.
Alright, check. And I have nothing because I thought I had some check, but I don't.
Oh, but I think if you have to go bishop d1, it's better to just put the pawn on d6. At least it doesn't fall immediately.
Yeah. If he wants to do this,
and then bishop d1.
Go for this. I guess I want to do this anyway, right?
Okay, let's say bishop. No, okay, bishop c6 and d7. Take d8 and or even that one.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah.
Well, but this does look a bit complicated though. I mean, it requires some more calculation. I guess king f3 is very easy to just throw in.
Yeah, it's hard for black to like make progress here. I guess a5 is the move.
A5 is the move. King f3, a5.
And
but you don't have to do anything with this situation in the center before a4. Then you can go d6 and bishop d1 or whatever.
No, maybe to f. No, you can't even go to f7.
No, not right now.
But
I was thinking this, but where do you go? King e5 then?
And that looks good for white. It's not.
It's not good, but it's good enough, I guess. Takes. Okay. Yeah. He did go for d6, which is interesting. We didn't consider king c6 though.
Bishop. Okay, I was thinking bishop a4, but no. But no.
No, he did go for it actually. Bishop a4, b5. which looks like it's helping black a bit, but maybe it's not.
I guess it's inside the zone. Yeah, but then bishop f3 is check, but it would have been anyway. So
It would be anyway, yes. And then you would eye the b7 pawn. So I'm not. But it looks like it's more than fine. And then bishop d1, eyeing the h5 pawn. I guess this is not possible now.
Not exactly.
Not exactly possible.
No. Well,
Yes.
it is possible.
Bishop h5. Okay, so if white wants to, I mean, he's not really risking anything black here. I mean, it's still materially equal.
But could he use the b5? No, he couldn't even use the b5 square for the rook, so...
No. I'm not sure what the point was, but it looks like it's more than good enough.
So if he loses by 1 tempo, then we know where it is.
Probably around here.
Yeah.
Somewhere, yeah. Bishop d1 play, that's the last move, move number 42 actually, so it's a pretty long game.
Yeah,
Reasonably long game. Yeah.
I never get past the 40 move marks, so...
I had a couple in my last tournament, but usually I don't.
Yeah.
Around 30 moves is the typical for me.
Yeah. Then you burned all your bridges.
Yeah, or I've accepted a draw 10 moves ago. So yes.
That's also nice.
Burned my bridges, yes.
Yeah, burned my bridges.
Precisely.
My own bridges.
So remember guys, I think the
but the a6 pawn is loose in some lines if you take on d6.
Yes. So might not be advantageous after all. Okay, but still, the next game today will be played at I think 3 o'clock Central Central European Standard Time. I think
Central
1500
Oslo time.
Yes, I think I'm not sure if it's set, if it's scheduled for 3 o'clock, but I guess that's their ambition.
It's really
depending
easy
on,
to
of course,
figure out.
Depending on how long this round will go on for. And tomorrow we start as early as 9.
It's 9
in the morning, Central Eastern
with
European
our
time.
man.
With our guy.
Yes.
Asbjørn Stenskrog, Leeches Master Asbjørn Stenskrog will be on the broadcast tomorrow with Eirik Ornes. That will be top infotainment from those guys.
So then we just have to make sure that it will be funny.
I think they will make sure.
Yeah. But Elvam has some problems to solve, or is it not his problems to solve?
It looks like he might drop a pawn. He could go bishop g4.
Yeah, but you can never... Yeah, but then you check and take an a6 and it's nothing.
Alright.
I guess. So maybe on the man is...
Maybe he's onto something here.
Yeah.
This is very safe at least.
Perhaps he's brilliant.
So the reason Jan Søre is probably looking for a draw here is because, of course, the endgame is slightly uncomfortable and his opponent is rated approximately 330 points.
Oh, it's that much?
More than him, so reasonable to think that he's satisfied with a draw in this game.
Yes.
Bishop d1 is the move played, and we're anxious to see what Elam decides to do now.
But if this is a draw, then there will be like... Who would play Gersune then?
Well,
still Elam, I guess.
I'm not sure. Maybe... I'm not sure. Maybe Elam anyways, but that would mean if Elam drops a half a point here, then he needs to beat Gersune, which is even tougher than making a draw.
Yes, this is...
Obviously.
You think so?
Yes.
Yep.
Rook d8 played. Okay, he did play rook e1 though, so maybe he can go e4 now.
But if e4, then you even have this, no?
I can still take it and king g2 maybe. Or rook h8. Rook h5 then.
Helt draw.
Yeah, this is draw.
Yeah.
This is a draw.
Yes. Well.
But still, could you go for something else? This is perhaps not so easy to untangle from.
No, now you're in trouble, I think. Oh, that's trouble. You have to go back.
I have to go back, but that's nothing.
Yeah.
King g2, or this.
Yeah, you claim an advantage, but it is what it is.
This is probably a draw.
Yeah.
But of course, White can
It could be.
play for a long time here.
What's going
If
on?
you get this kind of position, I think you could press. I mean, this is not so easy. Just establish a grip on, let's say this, put the king on f4, you can press here, right? You could play for a long time
You can
here.
press, of course.
Yeah, h4, g5,
Oh,
g6.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not hopeless at all.
Oh.
Magnus will play here
Yes.
and probably get something as well. Let's just make some silly moves. Ah,
It's winning.
it's winning!
Hey.
Okay, so if you get this, it's winning. And then e5. You can also go h5, I guess.
Yeah, you can even take on f6 at the appropriate moment.
Okay, so this is the strategy, I guess. Though White wants to get this kind of pawn structure, put the king on f4, and there's not a lot Black can do about that. And
That's interesting, actually.
what's the plan for Black here? Bishop c2 is logical. h4, bishop d3, g5. You have to take it, right? And then g6. But this is ugly, right? But as long as you get the blockade,
Yeah,
then
king
you
to
might survive.
e5.
Yeah, or bishop around.
Yeah, maybe.
King can't go.
Might
B5.
be.
Okay, and you have this blockade. Bishop here and king here. f6, and then go around.
Yep.
This is winning again.
Such strong.
Okay, so it looks like this. If you get this in, then White might be winning. Actually, because there's not a lot of defensive resources for Black.
No.
Right.
Yeah, you're 2 pawns down on one side.
We
so-
learn every day. Yeah, 2 pawns down on one side, and it's impossible to get the pass pawn on the other side, and that wouldn't make any difference either way. So.
No.
Well, it might make a difference, but Black is too slow.
What
but
to do?
this will require some technique though from Tenhold.
Yes, let's see.
And he's down to 10
But he
minutes.
played e4.
He played e4, so he's on the right idea. I mean, he found the correct idea.
So,
Jens is around 7 minutes left on the clock, so he's about to make some really tough decisions on the basis of some short calculations, because that's all he's got time for. So I guess Jens needs to understand the position more than calculate to the bottom of it. How about Jan the man? Wow. Exchange sacrifice.
But this looks winning, no? I don't understand.
D6. This is played. B4. Wow. Is it a blunder? Looks like a huge blunder. B4, bishop A4. And then back. He didn't even have to take it immediately though, but he did.
Yeah. Okay, I need it. I take it now.
Yeah, I will take it now before it magically disappears. And then just do whatever. I mean, now he even got to keep his pass pawn. King to the center and it's winning, right?
King c5 is a must. Yeah, then the rook.
Because there's no way this bishop will be able to get this pawn. I mean, it's...
Yeah, then there's the queen on the other side.
A5, you could take this, and I mean, it's an exchange and a
easy.
pawn. This is super easy. Okay, so this will actually be an upset.
Oh
Jan Søren will beat Elham Abdullah after a very tense game. With the advantage swinging over to Elham's side in the end game, but...
Swingers.
Swingers, indeed. I don't think either one of these guys does that, but okay, we will not go there. But that's something for a late night stream with Anders Hagen.
Yeah. Arguing the points, pros and cons.
Pros and cons of swingers. Yes.
Yes.
That will be a late night stream some other time, discussing the swingers. Possibilities in the chess community in Norway, yes.
It should be.
Should be plenty. I don't know why, but should be plenty. Okay.
Should be possible
to get something going.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, but this is a huge result though for Jan. Wow, what a turnaround. I mean,
I couldn't even see how he blundered.
very nice though, because bishop a4 forcing b5, and then bishop d1 retreating, and then just luring him to go b4, and just bishop a4 again.
Yeah.
Winning. Very nice stuff.
Yeah, so 2 moves ago he figured out. Ooh! Oh, he stopped it. My mother told me that.
Some
Why do you have
small
all this?
strategy here.
Yeah, my mom asked me why there's so much garbage behind us, but that's fine. Yeah.
As long as she doesn't think we're
Oh,
garbage.
he just took on h5 immediately, and just I can't. Well,
Okay, he took on h5 and then just king to the center. Bishop e6 now though.
yeah, but rook a5. No.
Rook a5, bishop b, king b6.
King, rook, not trap your rook.
This first though, right? Okay, he did go rook h2, but you could just go this, right?
And dunk.
Not so easy as
B3.
check though.
Yeah, okay, king. B2. No, chess.
It's chess.
And there's a pawn on g3.
Okay,
so
king d7 and king c3. Yeah.
that-
Okay, but this is the line. King d4, of course, still more than good enough.
Well, yeah, the pawn on g4, so g. Oh.
Yeah, thanks to the pawn on g3, it's easily winning.
Should be hopeless.
Should be pretty hopeless this for black.
Like in best case scenario, black can trade the a and b for the a pawn. I think that's the best case scenario.
Best case scenario,
Yeah.
I would think so. Yes.
And
And then you have to defend against the g pawn,
yeah,
exchange
rook
down.
and, yeah, rook and pawn versus
which of
bishop.
course shouldn't be possible. We've seen crazier stuff happen, but this looks like it's going to be a pretty comfortable win in the endgame for white. Yeah. I think Yasun has won on board 1. Yeah,
Yes,
after knight g5 resigns.
Yeah, he resigned without moving.
10-all, trying to press here. Rook f4. He's found a couple of nice ideas here. Andreas 10-all. But how about
What do you threaten now? The rook is like semi-trapped.
all the rooks? Both rooks are semi-trapped, but rook g4.
They take.
I was considering this and then just trying to trap this rook somehow, but I'm not sure it works.
Not like this, then h3 is never possible. So I guess.
I mean, you could do something like this. You have plenty of time, but of course the king can just retreat though, so there's nothing. Or is it? There's nothing.
Completely.
Completely lost.
Not this.
It's not so bad though. h4 first.
Yeah. Then you threaten f3, and it's okay.
It's not so bad, but it's of course completely unnecessary to think that you're trapping something and then you're not. Taking this. Okay, this looks like a better version than the other game, variation, because now the rooks are on the board still.
Yeah.
So Tenol needs to exchange rooks. I guess something like this.
Then he goes to d1, I guess.
Yeah, but even though he can do this, then g6 has been played, which looks like a better version. Because now f5 isn't possible, right?
Yes.
b5 played, h4. Oh, wow! And now if he does this, then you get a tempo on the other line.
And it's not so trapped.
It's trapped, and you have to take this.
And that's only +0. Oh, the bishop is...
Bishop is trapped.
You're so lucky there.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Then you're lucky.
Then you're extremely lucky. Yeah. I don't think he saw this idea at all.
I think he sees like b4.
Yeah, he sees b4, but I don't think he noticed that his rook is struggling.
No.
Wow.
But you have h4, rook h5 then, no?
Yeah, I think so, but what's the point here? There's no point. No. That's boring.
Boring point.
Boring point. Okay, so a3 then. Rook h8, and you're getting out. Okay, well. Well. b5, at least the last move. King f1 is computer suggestion. What about b4 then? And then take on f3 and king e2. Okay, that's a cool idea. King f1, threatening of course this. That's a nice idea. Not something I think Tenno will play, but I think he will play a3.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But this is interesting.
Yes, of course.
And this could easily turn out very, very good for white. He did play a3, which is a bit lazy, I think. It's a bit lazy to play a3 here. But, okay.
Now you threaten things.
Yeah, but, you know, he's just so reactive. He needs to be on the offensive. a3 is a bit lazy, I think.
Maybe.
Okay, so rook g4, exchanging off the rook, trying to get closer to
The exchange
opposite color bishops endgame.
with the rooks.
Yeah.
It's probably should be easier to hold
Uh,
without.
with a pair of rooks on the board, it should be pretty comfortable for black, but you
Yeah.
never know.
Nope.
How about Jan Søre out? He's still playing.
Okay, but the pawn is running. No.
G5,
Wait. No. A3.
A3.
No.
So what's going on here?
G6.
B3.
Ah, you don't have. Is this a draw?
Is it a draw? Did he mess up somehow?
Yeah, the bishop stops it in one diagonal. Yeah, the king goes.
King goes here.
But yeah, so you're not in time.
Wow. He didn't go for A3 though, he went for king C5.
Yeah, then you're in time, I guess.
You get a tempo as well, right?
Yeah.
Or is this the...
No, but you give the rook for the pawn.
Oh, this doesn't work.
No.
Okay, so king E5, bishop G8. I still feel like the last word
Like
has
a
been
rook
said here.
C2 is probably a good move, of course.
Yes, king B5. Threatening B3
And
though.
then you have to go back with the king.
Still A3 is tempting.
Yeah, but the king is too close. The king. Take.
This is not so easy to figure out though.
Chess. Okay, but you can play. This was not so easy as you had planned it to be.
Looked like this rook H2 maneuver wasn't the easiest.
Oh, well, he gave the d6 pawn way too easy, I think.
Yeah, he gave the d6 pawn just because the H5 pawn was not
That
important.
was,
No,
that had nothing
that
to do.
was also a bit lazy. I think G6 played instead of king E5. Now again A3 is a resource for black, and then going for this B3 setup.
Yeah, but it's...
Rook E2. This requires some deep calculation. I think.
Now you need precision, which I
Okay.
don't think anyone of the players are aware of.
No, I don't
No.
think so. I think they are just throwing out the moves. They're both playing quite quickly as well.
Yeah, well... He's like, well, I guess the pawn has to go.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah.
Rook E2, bishop G8, G7. And if B3 now, then you can just take, and Rook E3 is
A2,
good enough.
no.
You can just take here and you get an extra queen, I think.
Yeah, okay, but... So this is just easy.
It's protected, right? So.
Yeah, but okay, you have to...
No, it's not so easy.
You have to get the king to the...
Yeah, you have to untangle, but I'm sure you will do that. You played B3
Then
instead.
it's lost.
Then it's dead lost, right?
Oh, but you have to play A3.
Aha, right. Yeah, that's because black plays A3 himself. He still needs to see this idea though. And this is interesting. Very interesting stuff. A3 is completely winning for white, which
What
looks
if king
D4, rook E2 again, or G7. Let's say G7. King C3.
That makes sense.
King E5. Okay, moving away with the bishop. Let's say G8.
I think your rook H8 just wins.
Aha, because this happens. And if this then? Rook H4, okay. So the point is that you're sacrificing on C4, I guess.
And you can win with the chess.
Yeah, and this is...
Then it's mates. The game does not go on, actually.
the game does not go on here.
Yeah.
It does not go on here. And he took immediately. That's super lazy though.
Yeah.
He takes immediately, and now again A3 is a draw according to the computer. Wow. I don't think, as you said, Anders, I don't think the players realized at all how complex this endgame is at all.
No.
And they're blitzing out the moves without.
Yeah, it's the minimum
Calculating.
risk with... I don't think A3 is considered.
And he did play A3, so he did see this idea actually.
Yeah.
And now Jan Søre has messed up completely.
Yeah.
Huge blunder from Elam, just blundering an exchange straight up, and then Jan Søre still manages not to convert this game. Disappointing for him. Good fighting spirit from Elam in the end game, but this was a major scare for him.
Yeah.
Very interesting end game indeed, but this should have been curtains.
Yeah.
But a very nice resource from Elam. This very
good
nice.
end game actually.
Yeah, very complex, surprisingly complex, I would say. Might feel a bit unfair to Jan Sørøya that he only made some minor inaccuracies, but still, this giving away the d pawn, as you said, and this rook h2 was too passive.
Yeah, I
too
think the
compliant.
computer after the game will give a lot minus. Because it will be question marks all over.
I think so.
Yeah, because it gives 2 question marks for every move in this position.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, exchanging the pass d pawn against the
yeah, but okay,
was
to like keep it simple, it's because again this here,
just
this is no rush.
Go with the king,
or at least go back with the rook.
then rook h6.
Yeah, even.
Why not rook h6 here?
Yeah, or even rook a5, which forces the king back.
Yeah, I mean this forces king b6, right, and then you go to rook d5, and this is much better.
You have an extra pawn.
But why not this?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the problem here?
There's nothing.
And then this will go. There's no problem.
Yeah.
The rook h6 is the simplest move in the world, really.
Yeah.
I mean, every beginner will play rook h6.
Yeah, what did you play?
He just went with the king, and then suddenly the pawn is lost. And now suddenly black had some resources connected to the past.
Yeah, but even still, like king d4 here makes so much sense.
Yeah, well, why king f4?
I don't think his brain is working properly at this moment.
No.
Because he thinks that, only way to win is to queen.
Yeah.
But
the bishop is so nice to have in such endgames.
Yeah.
Covers lots of distance.
So the best way is actually to just get the win those 2 pawns.
Yeah, exchange these 2.
Yeah. He made it really
a4,
hard.
Rook a5 or rook b2. Rook a5 is probably better. b3. Yeah, give a check is nice.
Yeah, you can't go a3, so.
No, and this is of course much easier, I guess. This pawn is under control.
Yeah.
Should be easier at least.
Yeah, but the bishop will get in a Zugzwang sooner or later, I guess.
Yeah, because
you have to protect, stop the pawn and keep the a pawn.
And the mate as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he made it really hard for himself, actually.
But you know, anyways, rook h6 is so much easier, right? And then just advance with your king. Even this is easy. Keep the rook centralized.
And you have an extra pawn.
Yeah. g7 played.
Well,
King b4 only move though, which isn't so difficult to understand. But I mean, I guess the point is you have to sacrifice the bishop on the g pawn, and then your king needs to be active enough to help the a pawn.
Yeah, so you're just in time then.
And he's almost spent, I mean, no time at all. I mean, let's just check out the AB move. He didn't spend any time at all.
No, but okay, it feels but here I can understand him. He just wants to minimize the risk, so
yeah,
like
it's typical though to keep an extra pawn is very advantageous for white.
But he's just like, I'm not going to lose this game. That's the main focus, and it's been for the entire game.
I guess so, but he's an exchange up though. He can't lose this, and he can never lose this, right?
No, he can actually not. But
his pawn is so advanced.
Yeah, but he's like, I guess it's like a3, king d4, and it's a bit like.
Yeah, maybe he imagines that this could be. But okay, let's see this.
There is no calculation involved. It's just
I guess not.
This position is just pure emotions.
I guess so.
Yeah. But because you have to see like.
He needs to see this theme though, right? Yeah. To be able to sacrifice, and then he will chase the bishop around, right? And then we will get this. It's not so easy.
No.
But
here it's.
But he didn't spend any time considering it. So
no.
Maybe he just didn't believe in it. G7, king b4 is the only move. I guess this is the only other candidate move, but then rook h3, and then we get this position again, which is winning for white. Maybe it's not so easy, but it's winning.
Yeah, queen f1, something. Yep. I guess you just get the king close to the queen and then.
And then untangle. Somehow.
Maybe it's not so easy, but it should be, I think.
Yeah, at least
you could maybe even start with rook f3, but I don't know.
Yeah. Looks.
Yeah, maybe you can start with rook f3 and then it will check you and you get the rook to g3 and then just run. for example.
Okay, so big scare for Elam in this game. We'll see whether he manages to
Yeah,
actually
but
save
it's
it.
still not a win.
Still not a win, then it's still not over. He needs to find King B4, which is the main defensive resource here. There's no other moves. That's
Yeah, because if you see that Bishop B3, Rook H3, and then you see that you're at least a rook down. So if there's no way you can like assess if it's.
You just have to believe that. Okay,
like,
rook down is lost.
Yeah, it must be lost. So.
There's no perpetual check there.
And then it's just King B4 left actually.
Yeah, there's no other moves.
Well, there's King D4, but then just take an extra move to take the pawn. So.
Yeah, doesn't make sense.
No.
Bishop F7, also just a waiting move.
Yeah, King D4, Rook A2 actually. So
Yeah.
that end.
Even-
end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't go on.
Yeah. So yep. So.
We'll see. Well,
But he has 15 minutes to spend.
I think he will play it pretty soon. King B4. I think he's onto something. He did see this A3 idea, Elam, which was nice. He missed it earlier, but he spotted it now, and it might be the move saving him the game.
He probably saw the theme all along, but he didn't consider A3 to be a move, I guess.
I guess so,
white.
yeah.
Because that's a bit complex.
Maybe it's more intuitive to go B3 because that's threatening something, forcing white to do something. But of course, it gives the white the resource of A3. So
Yeah, to keep the pawn.
yeah. Well, you can just check out the results for now. As we can see, Yasuna won this game.
It's hard to play black.
Shasil also won against Johannes Merkevik. Shasil Chazat, also a very promising player from
But was he
Sandnes.
live?
It was not live.
Pulled the plug on
Probably
that
because
one?
of the board Johannes is
Okay,
playing.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might.
Lots of white wins though.
Yeah.
Um,
And we might have. No.
you might.
We could have actually old. 10 old is good. Jan Sører had like +6.
Yeah, so we could have gotten
Yeah.
white wins on the first 8 boards, which
Yeah.
would,
Which would be a nightmare for the pairings. Yeah.
Let's check out Arnstein Johansson against Tom Valsa just to see if we could get white wins on the first 9 boards. No, doesn't look like it. No.
No.
This looks dead lost for white, I'm afraid. The B pawn will decide.
Yeah, there is no check.
There's no check, no.
Well, okay.
I guess Queen C3 is a killer, right?
Then if you keep the diagonal, then the queen has to stay. Yeah. Yes. But okay, that was an interesting ending.
It was. Lots of interesting endings here.
Yeah, it was a lot better than yesterday, but it was rapid, so and even bigger rating difference. So
Yeah.
yeah, that has something to
Something
say.
to do with it, yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is the first of 2 classical games to be played today. I think the other game is starting in
3.
yeah,
It says, but
3
maybe
o'clock.
it's hard to say. The Grand Prix might start earlier, but
Might
there
start
should be
earlier.
a dinner for them at some point.
Yeah, at least some
Or
late
lunch
lunch
or
early
anything,
dinner.
yeah.
So they should be able to get a break at least 30 minutes, at least.
And Sundays, but maybe not Saturdays, because Saturdays they have nowhere to go on the evenings. So.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't have 3 games because Eivind said there was a 2-game-a-day limit in federated games, so they
Okay.
can't have 3.
Okay, so there's no.
So there's, yeah, that's what he said. So I'm back
Okay.
at 3. Yes.
That's
Or no,
three,
he's back at 3. Yeah.
yes.
I'm back at 3. Okay.
Yeah, 3 is what the
yeah.
arbiter or organizers posted on the website, but they also noted that might.
Because the last round is like half an hour after the last game
Yeah.
is finished
Yeah,
normally.
tomorrow,
So yeah, but today it doesn't matter, I think.
No. Right. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game, and we'll follow the last round today. When that starts, and we're back tomorrow, of course, 9 in the morning with Asbjørn Steinskog and Eirik Ornes. He did play King before, and Halvard notes that the Norwegian Club Championship has had the 3 games a day. Yes, but that was without COVID-19, I think.
Is that also a rule?
I think so.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm not sure.
I don't think.
I would just imagine that COVID-19 had something to do with it.
12
hours play max per day.
That might make sense.
Might make sense, yes.
It makes sense.
It might make sense.
Yeah. Well, we have those 24 hours tournaments, but they're not rated. So.
They are not rated, and they are just.
Yes, Jan, what are you going to do? I guess King E5. There's nothing else, no?
Okay, so King E5.
He spent too much energy on getting his pawn to G7.
Takes.
Because the problem with and then you play Rook H. No, you don't.
Yeah, because he spent a lot of moves going forward with the G pawn, but he also spent a move going King F4, which didn't make sense at all because he didn't follow up.
You have to stop the king from.
Yeah, he should have had his king more centralized. At the board, Bishop B3. Is there anything White can do here to get some chances? Okay, this is perhaps the normal approach, but then I guess King somewhere.
Yeah, but how easy is this? Yeah, okay, this, then you check, and then no. Then you might lose actually, no. But if you check.
Where? Here?
Here. Then you go king or bishop. Because we go bishop by queen, and then there's like at least an exchange row.
I go king b1.
And then I have nothing.
He did go for bishop g8, which is fascinating.
Oi! And I have calculated it in my brain.
Why not take on b3? I mean, why not take on b3? It's the most natural move in the world. And he blitzes on bishop g8. Why?
But it's the king in... Okay, so
king e4 also wins, but king d6 is a
killer. Can you tell me why king e4 wins?
King e4, I have no idea. King e4 takes... King d3, a2. No, that can't be it.
But why does king e4 win and not king d4? Which is... Because then this is a draw. With the king on e4, it's... So why doesn't rook h8 win after king d4?
Check.
Chess.
It's a check on a1.
Yes, it's a chess.
Okay, so we have to avoid that. King d6 takes, rook h8. And now there's a check on b8, so you can't do that. And then there's a check on b8 again. King
if you have to go in front.
Then we do this, right, and take it.
And then it's the same endgame, but with better position for the king.
And now just king c5, and then just, you have plenty of time. Oh, not that. And they drew. King d6, draw. What?
Jan!
He played king d6, and they took a draw.
Okay,
where's
the win? This? Yeah, because he's only calculating this, I think.
Yeah, it's so lazy. I mean,
And okay, he does. Okay.
Frustration. Frustrazione, as they say in Spain.
Plus Italian.
Plus 55.
Yes.
White has no risk. Yeah, he had 9 minutes, 9.5, almost 10 minutes, and he has no risk.
Yeah, he can go like this for 50 moves.
Yeah, but okay, rook h8. Take on b3, rook h8.
Sense. This is what you expected?
Yeah, rook h8. Let's just see. And then a2, take on g8.
Chess.
And then there's a check, and then the queen, and you still have this endgame with the rook up, right?
And here you can try.
Yeah, and this is completely lost. Okay, I'll go this.
But I think it looks like his brain has just melted down, but I don't know. Yeah, now it's getting difficult. Chess.
Why would White offer a draw here? I mean, okay, even if it's still a draw, then even if this was a draw, you can just play a couple of moves and you can accept it with 2 kings on the board, right?
Yeah. Well, there's nothing to... Yeah.
Why offer a draw now? I mean, why not just play a couple more moves? Yeah, it's nice to have a higher rating since people tend to give up for no reason or just accept a draw or, out of respect. But there's nothing in this game that would suggest that Elam is higher rated than Jan Sørheim.
Perhaps he wanted bullet.
He might have been hungry, as we are, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Huh.
oh my God,
That was
Jan!
Jan. But okay, then we don't have to look at him anymore.
No, thankfully we are. Okay, it looks like black. Ooh, sorry.
Oh.
Black sacrificed the pawn here, I think. No, no, he didn't sacrifice the pawn.
No,
Rook e3.
You want to get loose.
Why not this then?
I don't think I've seen the theme of capturing.
No, but the rook e3 is obviously wrong. I mean, why would you do this? H3, H4 is also better.
Better.
And then this is the theme again, right? And F3.
Yeah, here there it's trapped on A3.
So
yes.
rook H5 is forced.
Mm-hmm.
King H2 or King F1.
You want to just go to H3 and play? No, you can play G4 then. Yeah, or can you?
You can.
You can.
King
There's
chess.
no chess.
So this, I guess you just go back and then E5. I mean, of course, white can push here. I mean, there's lots of play here.
Push
right?
in, of course.
Rook E8, and then G4 maybe. Take on F6. You have to cover the mate, of course.
Mm.
And then
Yeah,
back.
go back.
Or G4 even.
This is
and then go for King
progress.
G4.
Yeah.
Lots of play here. I mean, this is a bit disappointing. I don't think. I mean, from this, based on this game, I would say that Andreas Tenol has to work on his technique and his calculation, because this is lazy. Not good enough.
But isn't this still something?
This is still something. Yes. Rook F5 is a very nice move.
Yeah.
I guess just keeping an eye out on this E4 pawn would be nice.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. And then he took on B5. Why would you take on B5? Why?
He's hungry.
Yeah, but King F4, just King F4, why not do this? And then E5 if you get the chance, or H5. Bad technique, again, I would say. I think this will be a draw pretty soon, because now the rooks have been exchanged, and Andreas Tenol is, of course, he's down to, he's playing on increments, so I guess it's understandable that he makes some rash decisions, but lots of the moves that he's played is counterintuitive.
Yes.
Yes. I think that's it for now. I think we will go on a small break until the second game.
And we have some food and slap off.
Yes, we will slap off and have some food to step in face. And,
Step in face.
And we're back. I think we'll be back at around 3 o'clock Central Eastern European time for the
Oslo.
next game.
Yes.
So just hang tight, guys, and we'll be back again pretty soon.
Yes. Yes.
And we're back. Hello guys. Back for our coverage of the Norwegian Weekend Tournament Kragerø Grand Prix. This is the 4th round.
Yes.
I'll just have to
Fix that one.
fix this up a bit. Now you can see the first board on down to your right. This is
And
the
on your left.
And on your left. This is Shazil from Sandnes. Promising young Norwegian
Yes.
junior. He is facing the tournament favorite international master Geir Sune Tallaksen Østmo. Very long name. He's rated 2472, so closing in on 2500. And it's a Rosolimo.
Geir.
Geir. I don't think anyone ever calls him Geir, but we'll do that now. Geir.
Geir.
Geir?
Det er Nesheim.
Ja, det
It's Nesheim.
It's Nesheim, the
Yeah.
one and only Geir in the Norwegian chess community. Okay, I guess the normal move here is bishop takes c6. You want to inflict some damage to black's pawn structure.
Yeah.
I guess the most common now is, or has always been dc6, but
Yeah.
bc6 is also
It's a bit interesting.
quite interesting, yeah. Often you go something like this, I mean, or maybe even just knight h6, bishop g7, and try to make the most of your center.
Yes.
He castled, which is a bit more quiet, I guess. Bishop g7, rook e1.
So the bishop goes back to f1 if necessary, or?
Yes. And if knight f6, then I guess you can push the pawn. And this is quite standard, I believe. Maybe you go for... Yeah, maybe this or something.
Oh, hello from Mustafa here, 20.
Pronunciation is spot on, of course. We are linguists. Rook e1. Waiting for Geir's next move.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, it will be interesting to sort of follow this one. Elam Abdullav, the second seed of the tournament, had a major scare last game against Jan Sørjær. He was offered a draw in a completely losing position, which he accepted, of course. Now he's playing Andreas Tenol, another young, promising player. Elam also, of course, very young and promising. Some Alapin, c3 Sicilian, bishop c4.
Free pawn.
I guess this is the move, right? And do you take this?
I would never, but...
You would never. Knight takes, I reckon. Knight c6. Is this normal?
Well...
d5 is the move to play here. Bishop d6. Castles. Is this so dangerous? I mean, is this worth a pawn? I can't imagine.
Mora gambit.
And this is not as good as the Mora Gambit even, in my opinion. This looks very nice for black though, right?
Yeah, but you have to untangle somehow.
You have to entangle somehow, that's correct.
And it's not as easy as it looks.
Never seen bishop
But
c4
who
before.
knows?
Yeah, Urkedal never seen bishop c4 before.
Oh, you're awake.
Hello, Skurkis. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is, of course, Grandmaster Frode Urkedal, guys.
Our blender control.
Yeah, yes. Our main source of inspiration and, of course, our only blunder control. Yes, woke up 90 minutes ago, to be precise.
Then you just missed Jan Sørjær, then Elam.
Yes, you have to check out Jan Sørjær against Elam, the game from the last round for that. That was a very very interesting endgame. Okay, so I checked it. Yes, of course he did. D6 now, he didn't take the pawn. D6 looks weird.
Yeah, well, it makes sense as well. C takes and it's a normal game.
It's a normal game, so how can we exploit this? Can I take this?
Triple pawn. E6.
And maybe do this. E6?
Yes, to make it isolated.
Yes.
No.
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
Queen takes d4, knight c6. Oh, this looks fine for black, right? Or
That must be.
f6.
At least.
Looks very nice for black. Okay, so this doesn't work as well.
No.
Because I guess cd4 is the move to be played. But I'm not sure why Tenol refused to take this pawn. I mean, it's something you should check at least, right? taking this?
Well, it's what white wants, I guess. But
Yeah, but doesn't mean it's good. Okay. If you do this then, and knight b6 or knight c6. I guess knight c6. You've had something like this, right? Against Steff Sors, I believe. Yes.
Mats Hansen as well, or
Mats Hansen as well. Okay. Yeah. And then often it's this kind of system.
yeah, and I put my queen on a5, and it's far away from the king, and you just have to survive.
But how do you untangle here with black? Because there's some method. I guess it's like this.
Yeah, but
right?
that didn't actually help me that much. So
White wants, of course, to attack.
hmm.
On the king side, I've never really understood black's plan in this position. Yes, you could double.
Yeah, but you just if you get to exchange something, then the pawns will be easier to pick off. But
Yeah. But white's position is reasonably
Steff Sor,
solid.
Jordan van Forest.
Steff Sors lost.
Yes.
He's played it twice, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pretty decent score. Okay, so obviously that's his go-to weapon. I'm not sure we'll get this far, but in this game, but CD is played, has been played.
Hmm. Interesting.
Interesting, yes, it is. Jan Sørje, how do you do? White against Isak Sjöberg will be a tough opponent for him this one. Again, going for this E3 kind of very hyper-aggressive setup.
That's probably why they do it.
And then E6, knight F3, bishop B4.
Then he gets his Nimso in a different way, but yes.
Not sure about this position. Looks, I mean,
You don't even have to play D5 in this position, I think. Could you just go?
looks almost like a Nimso, but
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
Now it's a Nimso.
Yeah. We can go with B6 and wait.
I don't want to allow double pawns here, but the most common move here is bishop g5, but then I kind of like this setup for black. I mean, it looks very solid, right?
Yeah.
Not so clear to me that this is better for white, even though the score is pretty good in the database.
Yeah, but knight D2, and I think there
Many
are
old games though, but okay.
many games.
Bishop d2 has been played, okay, that's, I guess,
It's a bit strange since there will be exchange and D5, I guess.
If you go d5 now, then I go c5, right?
Is that,
Or is this good for
is that
black?
advantageous for you?
I'm not sure, but I thought that was the appropriate response. But maybe knight e4 is a problem. But I just thought, okay, I can't allow an isolated queen's pawn game now because we have exchanged pieces. Bishop d2. What to do now? I guess he will take it, or maybe play queen e7.
Most likely. A5 is probably not a good move at all.
a5, knight c3. Looks weakening. We'll circle back. Jens Ingebretsen had to fight for his draw against Andreas Ternol in the last game. In his previous game, now he's a massive favorite against the old Norman who beat Robin Olsen in his third round game, which was a fine game. But this system is a bit uncommon. E4 and then D6, very passive stuff. D4, of course, D5 is the common move.
And then the pawn just runs
Claiming a
across the
stake.
board.
Yes. D6, D4, and then this setup looks very nice for white. I mean, D5 now, for instance.
And they might have to give up the bishop, or
Yeah. I mean, D5, what to do now? Do you take it, or E5?
I was even thinking knight e5, but
Knight E5, okay, yeah, sure. Sure. I could play bishop B1 though, but
I can't. Chess.
yes, it's protected, but do you play CD or ED?
ED, I think.
Not so clear to me.
Yeah, but CD, maybe even like bishop. Okay, not bishop a6,
No,
of
it's
course,
just-
but
it's
it's the same.
Not so clear.
Yeah.
Not so clear to me that this is okay for black. I mean, if you're going for a standard Benoni, then
And then knight e5 was just silly, but
yes, but you know, still, This knight is not optimally placed. Maybe we can go to g3 though. b6 looks a bit weird, but it might be okay.
That might be useful. Bishop a6 is good
Yes,
in lots of
it
lines.
might be useful. Question is, whether stuff like this actually works immediately.
Yeah, but you could play f6, f5, e5, and then f5, I guess.
Yes, so probably this first then. And then try to get this classical pawn break in with bishop g5 coming next. But it might be a bit early for this, but okay. It's possible. Maybe some knight b5, yes, absolutely.
Really? Yeah, maybe. Maybe leaving queen a4 there, or any castles. Castles.
Good suggestion by Fulda, knight b5, eyeing the weak d6 squares. Okay, after d5 it's not clear to me if black will get a normal Benoni. He might have to take and play bishop e7 or play bishop e7 immediately. Of course this is something he needs to reckon with, but as long as the e6 pawn doesn't go, then it might be okay for him. But this looks very ugly though. But might survive. Okay, c5. Last move played by John. Håvard Haug against Holger Blauhut. So some Evans gambit. Very nice to see that being played.
Yeah, it's not so common.
Not so common anymore. Bishop a5, which I guess is the critical move. It's trying to stop d4 and cd.
Yes.
But in my opinion, I think bishop e7 is the safest move though. d4 and just knight a5. This is pretty safe though, right? And I'm not sure where you go. Is it queen a5? I think so.
Yeah. I just played the Bologan lines, I think.
Yeah, that's isn't that bishop a5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after d4, is not b5 here? No. There's some line with b5.
b5?
Yeah, bishop takes and then knight d4 or something. I think it's like this.
Wow. Yeah, it's been played before at least. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the exact position, but the queen takes and then queen f6. And I think he claims something. I can't remember.
He claims something here.
I'm not sure if it's this position, but.
Oh, no, but this looks okay, right?
Yeah.
At least if you get castled, it's okay. Very cool stuff though. I guess you have to take it. If bishop b3, then you don't have this resource. And now suddenly the attack has lost all its potency. So so b5 is a cool alternative as well. D6 is also possible, I guess. And queen d7. This has been recommended in lots of books. And then de and bishop b6 and to get this in. I mean, played by Nakamura. Yeah, right. Okay, well.
Yes.
Castles at least played in the game after d6. Not so common to face Evans gambit anymore, so it's not always you're prepared for this kind of gambit play. At least I'm not.
No. But it's better to face the Evans than all the two nights games, the gambits.
Yeah, going for symmetrical, very equal positions. Yeah. Evans gambit is at least very dynamic and will often lead to positions where you can play for a win without having to risk everything. Lars Hagen against Elias Sidali, some English defense, English opening I would say rather. G3. This is interesting though. E4 here. I've seen this. This is interesting.
Yeah, maybe.
So you could go for this here, bishop c5. This system has been played by Magnus a bunch of times. And then if this, then I guess does he play d3, or is it knight? Yeah, d3 is the move Magnus plays. And then it's like this, and you're hoping for something like, okay, let's say castles, bishop g2, bishop g4, I guess. And then black is supposed to fight for this d4 square. all means necessary, while white is trying to entangle and launch some attack. But of course, this is also a very nice system for white though. Castles, oops, castles, bishop d2. I think this is some, I think a6, rook b8, b5 is a line, but I think h6 reminds me of Kjetil Ali against Lars Oskar Haug in some Norwegian championship actually. Okay, very interesting lines. Bishop c5 played here, bishop d2, a6. This system, however, is not as dangerous because you don't have this resource. Now black can just fight for the d4 square. I think this looks quite okay for black actually, in my opinion.
Yeah, so knight f3, just d6.
I guess you go for knight d2 here.
Yeah.
d6. Maybe h3 is the move. Because if castles, then I guess this is has some point. Just trying to get control over the d4 square by any means necessary. So d3, and you can take whenever you like. Castles. If bishop e3, then you don't take it, I guess. You'll just leave it there. Maybe knight d7. Because I guess this is sort of the dream scenario, right? Against this. This is what black is going for, basically.
Yeah. Still not so bad, but...
Still not lost, but very comfortable for black if you get that kind of knight into a hole in the white position against the passive bishop, fianchetto bishop. So this is why I don't like this system so much for white, because black has very easy play. It's easy to figure out over the board as well what to do with black. Reasonably easy. I mean, it's obvious that you want to control the d4 square and that you want the piece on d4 and not to take with the pawn on d4. So you want as much control over d4 as possible. But okay. Ton was set against Livia Lindstad. Some b4 opening here. Some Slav. dc4. a4. Bishop d7. That's very interesting.
Maslip.
Some, yes. Probably bishop f5 is the common move. I'm not sure what...
But even like knight b7 makes more sense. But okay, she wants to keep the pawn, or...
I mean, I guess this, if e3, then b5 is the point.
Yeah, it has to be, but like...
I assume.
But b3 or...
Never played before?
No.
Have you seen this, Foda? Is this a viable option, or is this just
Yes, he fell asleep
silly?
again.
Might have fallen asleep again, Foda.
But okay, e3. Or
then we went e4 actually. Now b5. Now you can just take, right, and play e5. Probably already lost according to Fodurk.
Yeah.
Okay. Brutal stuff. Is this the reason for that? b5 and then take an e5? Computer agrees. +2, 2.5. This is the reason. You could go for queen b3 also. Threatening mate. But
He probably just stops it. Now you can do it. Yeah, but if...
just castles, right?
But okay.
Is this so bad? It's a pawn?
Yeah, it's almost...
It's not a pawn. Two pass pawns in the center though, and wrecked pawn structure. So, and black has no easy play. You can push the pawn, but it won't get far. And these two pawns in the center will probably be quite irritating after a while. I would think AB is the answer here, but we'll see. Knight A4 as well, and move. Knight D5.
Oh, it forces G6 as well. It's too much already.
White has to find some pretty good attacking moves though, but it looks like black is struggling.
You can even take on C4 and be like clearly better, so...
Yes,
Yeah.
not so easy to understand exactly why it's +2 in this position, but maybe it's something concrete involving knight g5 and getting to the c5 square.
Yeah, but
Looks
you play queen g5 and...
Looks extremely good, right? Queen g4 as well, yeah. But chasing the knight away, castling, and then just going for knight c5 looks extremely good for white. This is what you want. Usually this knight is down here, right?
Or yeah, because you have to retreat.
Yeah. So Folder says this looks like the Queen's Gambit accepted with the pawn, the sacrificial variation that is a6. This is of course well known to be well, provides satisfactory compensation for black, at least to some extent. I guess it's e6, f3, and some knight c6 line here. I mean, is this the line? Oh, f5 is good here. Okay. Well, it's extremely complicated at least, but Frode notes that it looks like this variation with bishop d7, which is very bad.
Yeah, but e5 doesn't even come with the tempo. So.
No, but here d5 is the recommended.
Here it's only
and then knight a4 still, or knight e2 or whatever. Okay, so it looks bad for Livia, but she's gone for some over the board inspiration. It looked like with bishop d7, which must have come to some surprise for Trond, who's been spending a couple of minutes to think this over. b5. Obviously, taking an e5 is the obvious solution, but it's still a pawn, so he needs to be sure. He needs to evaluate this correctly.
Like worst case, you could, if you had played e3, you can take and play b3.
Yeah.
So there's no way you can keep the pawn. Here b3, and if b4, just knight a2, I think. And then there's 2 pawns.
Yeah.
For example.
You get one of these back. I could go this, but
oh, this is a maybe.
Just take this even. But looks very nice. This queen b6 though, but this is probably very nice for white. I would assume maybe knight c2. No. Just bishop a3 and looks extremely comfortable for white. Some small technical issue, but looks very good. Okay, so this is probably not recommended, guys. Don't try this at home. Don't play bishop d7 to keep your pawn. It looks like it's too greedy of an approach. You can check out the game between Lykke Merlo Helgesen and Halvard Flatebø.
Same game.
Lykke, of course, very promising girl from Sandefjord, I believe. Halvard again from the fjord. Halvard again going for this kind of setup.
It's an identical position.
Yeah, but now with knight f6 first though. So knight c2 is not as good, at least.
Okay, so you learned.
Yeah, I guess so. Queen d3, knight c6.
Now she should take.
Again, taking is probably the best.
Yes.
Maroczy bind with the dark squared bishop not on g7. How is it? Which game are you thinking about, Alberto? Is it this game?
Oh, maybe it's asking.
This one, yeah, okay. Yeah, Maroczy bind with the bishop not on g7. Okay, so that means black needs to do something else than in the classical Maroczy from the accelerated dragon or the dragon. Yeah, we know this is a Maroczy setup. Okay, so I guess this bishop now outside of the pawn chain, more active, at least immediately more active, but also in danger of being exchanged off. So there are some pros and cons there. I would probably prefer the positions where this bishop is on g7, but still, this I guess is reasonably solid. But as long as black isn't forced to exchange this off against the knight on c3 without any gains, that's not recommended. D6. What do you do here with white? King H1 or knight
Not
A4?
F3.
No, not this, of course. With a deadly pin. Has it been played before? No, not
My
yet.
first thought
Bishop
was bishop
G5.
G5, but
Okay, yeah.
could take on C3, but probably not. Could play bishop C5 as well.
This looks good for white though, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I mean E5 now, Queen D3, I guess. Bishop Knight D7. Just Rook D1.
It's not so bad, but F6 maybe.
Oops.
Oops. But the fork? No, there's mate.
Yeah.
Fork is not so good then.
This looks very good though, right? Or is it not?
Yeah,
Check.
so it's probably one too many or no?
Maybe it's not so good.
Just G6 and castle? Or yeah, you want to keep.
Yeah, not so good. Bishop G5 has at least been played before, but taking here. Okay, of course you have queen takes, of course.
Yeah, but yes.
Still E5.
F.
But this as well though looks extremely passive for black. You have a bunch of weaknesses. You could also play something like F3 and still be comfortable with white.
Yeah.
So you can take if E5 immediately, then you can take. And you have the insertion of bishop F6. And again we get this kind of position. Okay, he played bishop D2. Or she played bishop d2, Vicky Malo, which is a very nice move, I think. Just making sure that this knight is well protected, getting the rooks connected, and probably preparing some central action with a3 or a central with king h1, f4 maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
I like white.
Yeah. Well, you're finished with the development, so.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a cheapo as well, but I'm not counting on Halvard to fall for it. I'm thinking bishop c5 will be played now, but of course if he goes for the castle, then knight b5 might be an option. Not sure how good this is though. I mean, could you play? This is hanging. This is protected. Okay, so you have to take this. And this is extremely weak, so this looks very nice for white, winning a pawn.
Looks like it.
We'll see now. Bishop d2. What do you do, Halvard? What do you do? Time to figure this out. e5 or bishop c5 is the computer recommended moves. Of course, bishop c3 is also possible, but that would be a major concession because of just bishop c3, and white is a lot better. e5 is very committal. Queen d3 just, and looks very nice for white in my opinion.
Yeah,
looks like a Sveshnikov without any real play for black, right?
Yeah. The knight isn't on a3, so.
No. Bishop c5, queen d3, simple move.
Yeah.
And now just expand on the queen side. I mean, very easy stuff.
White is ready to do something.
Yeah, black is way behind in development, so. Looks like a bit of a strange system for black this. I at least would enjoy playing white here.
Yeah, looks like the computer has the same opinion.
So let's circle back to board one. Encounter between Shasil and Gavsuna. Gavsuna played a favorite move of mine, e5 in this position. I really enjoyed this, taking a stake, claiming a stake in the center, and knight e7. Because if you want to take on c6, you have to do it now. Then of course the plan is to regroup the knights, probably to... I would probably say knight h6 to f7, but I guess Gavsuna wants to do the classical maneuver, right?
Yeah, maybe.
This is a nice pawn sacrifice as well. Pretty standard in the Rosolimo, I'm sure. Trying to open things up for the dark square bishop. Can't open up in the center immediately because black has two bishops. That would be advantageous for black.
Yeah. He plays fast, no?
Yeah, very fast. Shasil is blitzing out his moves, playing extremely fast. But he's not better.
And it's not played before?
I reckon it's not now.
No.
Knight b2 has been played before, which is okay. Looks okay. I guess queen d2 has some merit as well, because if queen c7, then you could go queen c3 and reroute the knight to c4.
Yeah.
I would not be afraid to take this with white, but at the same time you have no real breaks, and it doesn't look easy to come up with a concrete plan for white. But of course you
probably have to go something on the queen side, but
yes, advance.
could put the rooks on the file. And
yeah, you could do that as well. Black has this plan available to him. What do you think about this game, Voda? If we get this kind of position, I'm sure Gazuni will play queen c7, and I reckon Shasil's plan is queen c3 followed by knight d2. But how would you evaluate this? Close to equal, I guess, but would you prefer white or black here, Voda? Looks nice for black. Because of the bishop pair and the dynamism, I guess, because black has a couple of pawn breaks available to him in the long run, 2 bishops and a reasonably solid position. I like this resource, protecting this pawn as well as activating the knight. This has been played, indeed. Computer says it's pretty equal, but I'm sure Gersun is quite comfortable here.
Yeah.
How about Elam against 10 all? Some Alapin. Bishop d7.
Yeah, I think it's the main. I can't remember, but or maybe not. Strategisk.
Alright.
It's a bit unpleasant, but
Yeah. Knight to e6 for black, but very easy moves for white here, according to Voldurkedal.
yeah, so knight h5, knight e2, I guess. Knight f4, knight c4, or
He went for knight d7.
what was this thing?
Very nice resource from the computer here. Bishop e7, and then queen a3. Basically forcing an exchange of bishops. And this might be okay for black, but at least you got to exchange his bishop pair off, and this looks quite reasonable to me for white. So suddenly a5, and not so easy for black to prove anything here. This was a nice resource. Bishop e7, queen a3.
Is there nothing else?
I mean, c5 is not the move we want to make. You can retreat this way, and there's some squares in the position that you don't want to concede, I guess. Maybe this is viable as well, though. I'm not sure. I mean, h6, probably knight f8, maybe go around. But suddenly knight c3, you know, and there's lots of
squares.
Lots of squares. I would expect this to be considered, but Shasil played knight d2 immediately, which I'm sure is okay. But
yeah, because he had easy moves, as Frodo said, so then he will play the easy moves.
How about knight f8 now?
You take it? It looks...
And do you take it? I mean, I don't really want to allow this, but I don't want to take it either. But if we do that, rook takes, I guess.
And a5 or
a5
rook b1 maybe even.
I guess this is some kind of rook b1 looks reasonable. I mean, is this worse for white? I mean, I'm not sure. White has easy moves, but there's no obvious plan besides pressing against b7.
Yeah. There's some potential.
Black should be comfortable here, right?
Yeah, it has potential.
Yeah, I mean, black has all the potential here, I guess, but needs to figure this slight pressure out before making the bishops count. But yeah, black should be comfortable, but it's not easy to make headway here. Taking looks strange according to Voda.
Yeah, well, it does, but
it does, but also it's an interesting strategic decision to pick off the knight and just play with a pair of knights against a pair of bishops. As long as you can keep the position reasonably close, then the knight could do well.
Yeah, as long as they can stay in the fight.
Yeah. And they're playing quite fast.
Yeah, so they know what they're doing.
Yeah, we can assume so. How about Sørjær against Sjöberg? Wow, lots of action.
Yeah, so they played almost like we said.
And he took on d2 with the knight, and then we got this setup with d6. Rook e1 looks very reasonable. This knight e4.
Okay.
He's of course hunting again for.
Maybe there's some badminton games tonight. Who knows?
He's looking for some equality here. I mean, this is not a fighting move, I guess, but maybe he wants to exchange some pieces.
Suddenly it's +1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never know with Jan Sørjær, but the computer suggestion of knight b1 is quite telling because it's much better placed on c3. How bad is b4? It's not so bad, but I was just not certain whether this would be advantageous for black or white because the b6 pawn could be weak and stuff. But this, of course, would be better for white if the knight was on c3 because you could go to a4 and pressure. But okay. Anyway, knight e4 played, which is not a good move, I think. You're being too kind with black here.
Yeah, most likely.
d5, cd, and I think he missed his resource. And this is after, for example...
This is a Linus.
Yeah, this is a Linus kind of position against Anders Hagen. In the Copenhagen Chess Challenge in...
2003, 4, 3, 2, 3? No, 13.
Yeah,
13.
Yeah, I hope so.
13.
13, 14, yeah. I think 13 sounds...
Yes, maybe.
14 sounds correct. This looks extremely comfortable for black, and not only because you have this very impressive battery in the diagonal, but also because there's an isolated queen's pawn, and there's been lots of exchanges here, and the more pieces that are exchanged, the easier it is to pressure this pawn. If you have an isolated pawn, you always want to keep pieces on the board in order to attack. Yeah.
You want to just sit with the heavy pieces and pressure against the d4 pawn?
Yeah, that's black's...
so you want to exchange the minor pieces and not the heavy ones?
Yeah. And if you exchange the... no, he's not retaking with the queen just yet. Isak is thinking here in this position.
But taking with the queen is quite nice.
Looks very tempting, but of course you have to consider moves like...
because normally you don't want the queen there, but there's not so many pieces to harass the queen, so then
there's no knight on c3, and you can go to h5 after. It looks very tempting to me. Of course you have to retreat after rook e5, but the rook looks slightly misplaced here. You can just go queen d6, and he did take with the queen. Yeah, okay, so not the best of openings from Jan Sørjær, but it's not over, but he needs to buckle up and fight in this game.
Yes, but he's been fighting all day.
He's been fighting all day. Jens Ingebretsen against John Norman. 95 played, castles. He didn't bother with the bishop.
Turned into the piano knights.
Yes, and then bishop e7, and then bishop b1 anyway. Bishop d7.
Why not castle?
Yeah, because he wants to take this.
Yeah, but you can still take. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
This is just so explicit that his threat is to take. But bishop d7 is a very strange move. b3 and then a6, f4, knight g6.
Okay.
Looks very passive for black already. Look at the white center. It's massive.
Yeah, e5 might be coming any moment.
Yeah. Would you consider this?
Yes.
Also looks extremely uncomfortable. Something like this, and knight f4, and look at these squares.
Curtains.
Almost curtains, actually. Yeah, I think so. It is suggested also by the computer, but also e5 is suggested, and d6, bishop f8, take on g6, take on e5.
It's a bit crampy. Why isn't it more? Okay, it's
Because you have to play f5.
okay.
But this looks extremely risky though for black.
But even if you take it, it's actually not so
I was
bad.
considering this.
Yeah.
But then f5 again.
Yep.
And what to do?
Well, it's open as open can be, but
It's extremely open, but it's okay. There's centralized the rook, and there should be some tactics, right? Okay, there's lots of interesting possibilities for white here.
yeah.
So we'll see how Jens spends his time.
But he has a promising position, that's for sure.
Very promising indeed. Håvard Haug, he's very young, isn't he? How old is Håvard Haug? I'm not sure how old he is, but he's very promising.
Probably younger than us at least.
Yes, but that doesn't mean young.
No, only if you
A6.
die, then you're young.
Only if you die.
Then you're young.
A6,
Yeah.
D5.
Yeah.
Very dark stuff here.
Yeah, but like
D5,
it's like Jimmy Carr said, it's like total.
B5, takes 97.
Schmuck, schmuck, schmuck.
Looks a bit ugly for white, but
This looks like
but
the
did he win
old classical bishop c5 or Lopez.
This looks very ugly for white, but maybe it's okay. No, it's not.
No.
Just f4, and it's extremely
It is
dangerous.
coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e8, eyeing the pawn, and eyeing
The king
this,
as well.
and the rook f6, and yes. Okay, Håvard, this looks extremely bad.
Bonkers.
Yes, bonkers, indeed. That's one bad bishop on c1, indeed. We have to sacrifice it on d6 in order to make it count, but this looks almost lost, actually, after 16 moves for white. So this gambit really backfired.
Yeah, but so what was like the problem? Because d6 was passive, and then
I think
queen a4 looks
queen
a bit.
a4 looks a bit off, right?
But
Already here
correct.
it's not the best.
Is d6 perfectly fine?
d6 is okay, but I guess you have to play these lines, right? And then go for this. And do something. I think it's knight d2 here. Where is it? a4 is it? Okay. Yeah, this is some line. And then c6, knight e7. Castles, isn't it c6 or something here?
It might be.
No, takes. I think this is Anand. Yeah, this is Nakamura Anand. Okay, so white has easy active moves, but black has the bishop here, but the pawn on d6 might get weak. So
Yes.
pretty equal stuff, but okay. Håvard went for queen a4. This backfired. This b5 stuff. Yes, he won a pawn, but or 2 pawns. But this is just. If f4, this is lost, I think. Queen e8 is also very good, according to the computer.
Oracle.
The oracle, yes, absolutely.
The Oracle in Delphi.
Okay, well, lots of action already, I have to say.
Yeah, then you say it.
And then I say it's Shasil
Yeah.
against Gersuna. He didn't
So
take on
no.
f8, he chose to play knight
So
c4.
they play the easy moves.
He played easy moves.
That rook.
Yeah. I would expect a5 though before rook b1, because maybe b6 is possible now. Would that have been possible with a5 included? Probably. If you go for b5 here, for example, is that possible?
I was thinking take bishop d6, but it's nothing, I guess.
This is something though, right? Guess it doesn't work anyway.
But you can.
But now
say-
it works.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Gersuna wants to play b6, he should do it now.
But yeah, you want to?
I mean, it stops a5 though, right? And the pawn is much
Much.
safer. Is it possible to take on e5? Okay, so let's say here then. Instead of rook b1.
But there's
Should we take with
there's
this
a
one?
queen and a rook on that diagonal, but
Yes. It looks extremely greedy, but
Yeah.
we will try anyway. This one first, so I guess b5. Everything is hanging, right?
Okay, after rook
So
b1.
knights
Okay, after rook b1. c6 is also a bit soft. Knight d4.
Knight d4, I guess.
Then we guess that as well.
Then we guess. Good guess for that. Yes, that's also our guess.
Yeah.
Coincidentally.
But queen no, and
Completely lost.
Queen takes no.
Doesn't work.
Queen takes e6. Rook d4. Queen takes a8. Or
But
can
do we
you
have
even-
to? We have to. do
maybe
that?
you can even check on e8 actually. Probably not, but I think taking the bishop, but yes. Or rook f3 and the swingers
let's
are
go.
going again.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, this is good for white, I believe.
Very good.
It is.
Yes.
It is +6. Okay, so it looks like it's possible. But queen e5 here is winning. So yes, it's not possible. Knight d4 is winning
No.
for black. So you can't ever take on e5. I guess taking with the knight runs into something similar. Bishop a6, just taking on c4. Rook d4.
What's
you
happening?
you take this, of course.
Yes,
So
of
you won't
course.
ever get out of this pin. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that will happen. Or I'm pretty sure Shasil won't consider it too seriously, at least. Gasuda is thinking, and he has been thinking for quite some time in this early opening phase. I mean, he's down to 1 hour and 5 minutes, 20 minutes behind Shasil, who's always playing ultra bullet when he's playing chess.
Ultra bullet.
He's playing super fast,
Yeah. Ultra fast.
ultra fast.
Ultra bullet fast. That's too fast.
It is. Going for the flag. Sounds like Shasil.
Yeah, but there is.
G6. I guess that's a move you often have to make in these positions, but it's not something you want to do. Is it bishop h6 now, or is that the typical move? Typical answer to g6?
Well, you could, and then you can push the h-pawn, and there is no h5 or anything, but I'm not sure if you want to even.
So you push the h-pawn, and then you play queen g4, and then you sacrifice, right? That's the plan.
For example.
More or less.
More or less, but there might be less as well.
There might be less, yeah. h4, also possible here. We'll see. At least they've been thinking for, well, not too long actually. Elam has been playing quite fast, as well as TN old. So they might be booked up. I'm not sure. I am not, at least. Jan Sørjær against Sjöberg. He did go for rook e5, queen d6, rook c3, and then rook d8.
Now it's full of
This
that.
looks like a complete mess for Jan Sørjær, I'm afraid.
Let's see what if you can get something for the pawn that's going to drop.
Yeah, because this pawn is really struggling for.
Yeah, it's finished.
It's finished. Because I guess, but there's back rank mates as well here in this kind of position. So rook e1 looks nice. Do you take it immediately and then go for this?
No, I guess it's not so bad, but just the pawn down.
I mean, you won't ever go for this. I mean, this is much worse than losing a pawn. This is much worse. Of course, this is not possible because there's a pin, but a skewer. But this is much worse than losing a pawn. I mean, the knight coming to f4 and the bishop is dead, so the pawn structure is pretty bad. Rook c3 made no sense according to Fulurkedal. Probably just this one tactic, I guess, with rook d3, but besides that, it's not a great move.
Perhaps the queen is going somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he wants to liberate his queen, but still, it's not It's not very nice to witness such a move. It looks a bit clumsy to me. But anyway, there's no easy move for white here. It's not so easy to suggest good moves for Jan Sører here. Suggest.
No, it's
Suggest.
not. Suggest.
How do you suggest here, Melly?
Black, white.
Yes.
Queen d3, maybe there's a mate.
This, yes.
But there's not.
Okay, how can we lure this knight away? Yes.
But suddenly.
And that was it.
Yes, but then
probably this.
if you play h6, I can somehow try to.
If you play h6, then I can leave it there, right? I can do this.
Yeah, but.
Yes, and there is no pawn. And there is.
This is much worse.
This is much worse, actually. Yes.
I don't know.
It
Okay,
is.
so he's just going to buckle up.
He played rook d3, which is extremely depressing, but still.
It's a sticky move. Bishop e4 is no. Your bishop is better, I think.
Yes, you don't want to exchange these.
No, I
This
think
is-
your
this
bishop
is
is
bad.
actually doing more. At
You
the
want to have
moment.
this resource available. Maybe rook c8, just keep it simple. Or g6, trying to improve slightly. I'm not sure. But rook c8 looks okay. I guess nothing made sense, says Frode. I think this is the kind of position where it's difficult to find good moves for white. So no matter what you do, it looks clumsy.
Clumps.
Jans did go for this. He took on e6, but then he went for e5, which is interesting. I was just considering f5 or e5 immediately, but he played some combination of the two plans, which looks very good because now the rook is stopping black from castling. Of course, black has some resource here, queen c7. I'm not sure how to evaluate this. I just assume that this is not the best. I'm not sure why, but...
Castle?
Do you want to castle?
I don't know. There's not much more in the file. Yes.
Maybe I can take this now.
Maybe. King one. Is there anything here? Oh, I can win the queen. No, I can't. I can? No, I can't. This is really nice for black.
You think?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not. You have the rook on a1 and everything is on the. Well, you have the king on the third rank, but you have your pieces.
Okay, but this is actually the reason 94 is bad, but you can just play this. And
It's
king
nothing.
d3, and there is nothing here because the bishop drops on d7. Okay.
Oh no!
But this has been played. Bishop takes hg, and he will take on e5, and then we'll see if black plays queen c7 or not. This is at least the most testing move. If you go for the knight g4, then everything wins, I guess. I would be tempted by this.
Tempting.
But it's not completely over though, even though it looks extremely dangerous. It's not the end for black, but very passive indeed. Bad start for Jon. And here,
Okay, so you got
queen e8 takes ef. Ooh, looks so ugly.
It's pawns all over the board.
Yes, the pawn structure looks like Kurt Nilsen. Do you know the Norwegian artist Kurt Nilsen?
I know him. I
He's,
don't know him.
I
but,
know him. I know of him. Yes.
Yes,
His teeth are similar to
but
this
he
pawn
didn't do
structure.
anything about them, which I appreciate. He kept it.
He kept it. Yes, it's his trademark as well as my father's, I think. EF.
Kurt Nilsen teeth is your father's trademark.
No, it's the same trademark.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes. Not trademark, I would say. It's not my.
Well, no,
I don't think it's Kurt's greatest quality, and it's not my father's either. But it is what it is. I have some slight Kurt Nilsen as well.
Is your father a carpenter as well?
No, he's
No.
not. No.
Or
But-
plumber or whatever it is?
Yes, plumber. It's
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
carpenter, plumber, or electrician, or whatever. Yes.
Yeah.
Always get those mixed
Yes.
up. No, he's not, but I'm sure he could be. But he's not. He can't sing though, so he's not a.
But he has this harmonica.
Yes, correct. I have some.
Correct.
I have some video we can watch later. Yes.
Yes, on stream.
Yes, I can actually fetch it now if you'd like. Watching my father play the harmonica is always fun. Let me just see if this is when he lost in the game Svarte Per.
Black Pear.
Yes, the black pear. Let me just see if here we go.
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah, but how does black win this? You have to start with the pawn at a time, I think.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
So, which pawn do you take first?
Black is spoiled for choice, I guess. I would be tempted to play Rook F5.
I want to play for mate as well, I think.
Rook F5 looks very nice.
And then you have 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5, so you're still a pawn down, but there's...
I want to activate my pieces, but it's not like I can play F4.
Yeah, but like, let's say you can put your bishop on any square, like where would you put it?
G3. Just for defensive purposes.
Yeah. G3? I need a pawn.
I need another pawn. I guess A4 or something is something White could consider and trying to ram this up the board, but this is also hanging.
Hanging, snore.
I mean, Queen G4 maybe? Protecting.
Yeah, for now, but...
F4 check maybe. King H1.
Oh.
Now you're threatening something like this and
Yeah.
Rook takes H2, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Looks...
But you have to take on H2 first and then take on F4 and...
yes, but it's...
And
everything works.
And then
right?
your mate in the bottom.
Everything works. Yeah, it works perfectly. So if this... we have this though. I mean, I'm not sure if you have this.
You can even play like F... okay, yes, check, rook G1, chess... No, I don't think you
Not
have.
so easy.
This is better for white, I believe, but I don't know.
Unless you blunder the rook.
Yes, you don't have to.
But you don't have to, no. But you could also play for mate, you know.
Yeah, but knight f6 and there's nothing. Yes,
Yes,
that-
of course. Okay.
Blips.
Well, blips. Some
Yes.
definite attacking possibilities for black here. Okay, knight takes. Of course, that's also very, very intriguing. Maybe follow up with Queen H5, maybe D5. So if this D4. Okay, why is that so big? Just to eliminate the queen's protection of the h4 square and then just go for the mating attack with the knight. Threatening, of course, a devilish attack already. Holga, however, went for rook takes f5. Which was the move we looked at as well.
Yeah, it's what you want to, I guess.
Yes, and at the same time keeping an eye out on the c6 pawn. So how are we doing material?
Pawn
wise
down.
here? Pawn down for black? Yes. Okay, so pawn down.
That shouldn't be a problem. But
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as chat points out, they're playing super fast. Håvard Haug, especially, he's been spending he spent 15 minutes to reach this position, which is close to being dead lost. So
Well,
he-
you get 30 seconds to move, so it spent a little more time.
Okay, so 20 minutes. Let's say 20 minutes.
Yeah, so...
That's fast.
Yeah, but in this position I would play fast as well, just to get out of it.
Yes, get out of it one
Yeah.
way or the other.
Yeah.
Right? Yes.
Could of course torture yourself, but
Yeah.
there might be a time where the minutes are needed.
Yeah.
So guys, you played rook b8.
He played rook b8. So he didn't go for his b6 stuff, but he will probably do that at some point. Maybe b5 now or something, but we can just take it. And it's the same, right? That doesn't work. So rook b8 is interesting. Yasuna, 30 minutes behind on the clock. Shasil's been playing super fast. We'll see.
Okay, but it's been half an hour and 20 moves, so it's not exactly worrying.
No, it's pretty normal. It's just that Shasil's been playing bullet.
Yes.
So yeah, 30 minutes on 17 moves it's okay. But this is interesting. Shasil probably should have a think here. What to do? I mean, there's no easy breaks for white. There's no obvious plan, at least not to me. You could play a5, but then just b6 or b5, and then you know where are you left with white?
Yeah.
Would you prefer white or black here? I would probably prefer black all day here. Yeah. Very nice coordination for the black pieces. The knight on e6 is doing tremendous.
It's not so easy to play this position, but
no, it's difficult stuff. This quite strategic position, but I think Yasuna is quite comfortable.
Yes, sitting there in his chair.
Yes, sitting there in his chair,
drinking water,
feeling all
stretching.
Great. Yes, I bet he's drinking water and eating a banana as we speak. Okay, so how about Elam against Andreas Tenol? G6, still the last move.
Still remember his father observing the games when we were younger.
Who? Oh, Yasuna.
Yeah, or Levi, his games mostly, but
I remember that as well. I always drew Levi.
Yeah, he's always standing on his toes and just up and down.
Up and down, yes.
Yeah, to get the circulation.
My dad does that as well. Queen a1 and then some knight e5, bishop b2. Idea looks good. Okay, so how about that?
He said cool, so it's probably not cool.
Queen a1, but probably just cool, and then bishop b2. I mean, okay, so to pressure e5 and force f6, I guess.
But is it f6 isn't that bad, is it?
No, but at least it reduces the scope and potential maybe of the bishop on g7.
Yeah, but okay. But the light square bishop is just waiting for better times, or?
Yes, it's shaking and throwing, as we say.
Playing Ludo.
This guy.
He's just
not the best bishop yet, no, but still. So, what are your plans tonight, Hagen?
Assassin's Creed, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
PlayStation.
I mean, I'm in Lemnos, I think.
Analyze the Greenfield.
Yeah, analyze the Greenfield.
Yes, that's.
I'm thinking about 5 hours with the Greenfield.
I was thinking 5 or 6 hours with the Greenfield. Yes. And then some d4 ideas. Probably not your plans tonight, but probably in this game.
Then some classical games on leashes.
Yeah. So let's say b6 now, just to make some move, and then bishop b2, f6, and then you can toy with d4 ideas according to Fulda.
Yes, you can, but then you need something because your pawns are pawned.
Yeah, bishop b6 now, for example. Doesn't look fantastic.
It looks a bit loose, but what do you do with black if white does nothing?
Yeah, that's the main worry, I think. We have a plan of playing b6 or maybe
you could
b5.
play b6 and c5, but then a5 is a bit stronger, so...
Yeah, and you get to exchange some pieces. Queen a1, I like this idea, and bishop b2. How about this? How is this idea? You can go for e5 now, maybe.
Oh, there is some squares on the diagonal.
Yes.
You have nowhere to go, actually. You probably have to play bishop f8, but then it's all fiasco.
So maybe this is actually not so bad. This looks like a good idea from Frode.
Did you use computer, Frode? Or are you just that good?
Frode doesn't need to. Looked like a very nice variation indeed. Very nice suggestion from Frode Urkedal. Why are you not playing Frode? Is the tournament not good enough for you? I guess it's not.
Yes.
You should play Frode.
Yes, he's in quarantine. So he...
Is he?
Yes.
Oh.
So he's at home somewhere in the living room, bedroom, kitchen.
Probably in the kitchen, yeah, sounds like Frode.
I spent the last 2 weeks in the kitchen. Yeah.
Spent the last 2 weeks in the kitchen. Yes. I was just eating, stuffing my face all day. Yes. He is quarantined. Yes. Okay. Well, then I guess you will analyze the Greenfield then for them. Let us know what your
Yeah. What do you analyze these days? What's the most popular opening?
Yes. What are you analyzing for them?
It's probably Nilsen, no. What do the top players play now?
I don't know. In some modern stuff. I mean, I don't know. What are you working on these days for that without giving too much away?
What's the flavor of the month?
Flavor of the month.
September.
Flavor of September.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like much more than well, I guess. Doesn't sound too inspiring.
Probably. Is it neither for all day? No. Bishop e3, rook c1 is what he's looking at. Bishop e3. Berlin. Ah, it's the Berlin. Okay, so then you can go to a party with Nilsen and then you can have a Berlin party.
Yes, you're welcome for that.
Or even Petrov, if you want to spice things up.
If you want to spice things up, we can have some chips with sea salt and some dull water. We can play some Petrov bits games for that.
Yes.
Sure.
Some Earl Grey tea as well.
Yes, but not with honey or sugar or anything. No. Plain Earl Grey and a plain waffle.
Yes. And some water from the jam jar.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the jam jar. It was
the beets or the
red beets.
Yeah, or something. Yeah.
We are of course talking about the habits, the life of Nikolai Getz, inside the mind of Nikolai Getz.
Yeah.
Yes, I will produce that documentary with pleasure for free.
Yes.
He's looking at the Najdorf as well for that. Yeah, okay. Sharp stuff. Too sharp for me, but you've been playing the Najdorf, haven't you, Anders?
No, never.
No, that was against Najdorf, yes, against Inge.
Yes, of course. Yes. My English attack is actually quite good. Yes, you played
the English attack, yes, against Inge Skåndal in the Children's Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Many years ago.
That's when Nick stopped playing Najdorf.
But why did you quit playing e4 and went over to d4? Why did you do that?
Well, it's almost 15 years ago, but when I played, it felt like a lottery. It was just like, I do my thing, you do your thing, and then one of us wins. And I just never understood like what's good and bad or whatever.
Berlin and Najdorf, I'm assuming. Well, that's what you said. If you're talking about Frode, yes.
Yes.
That's Frode's.
Yeah.
Well, that's the two openings he focuses on these days, according to himself in the chat. He might be lying, guys.
Yep.
Might be lying. Probably is. Frode is well known for
his lies.
His lies, yes. He's a very untrustworthy GM, actually.
Okay.
Nikolai Getz is probably drinking so much spinach smoothie right now with some chia seeds. Yes.
Or hirse or whatever it's called.
Yes, and lots of herbs and stuff.
Yeah, herbs.
The reason Hagen changed openings, Berlin and Najdorf.
Well, okay, I
guess the Berlin was not a problem for you, but the Najdorf maybe, because you felt like it was the lottery.
No, but okay.
I mean, if you felt like
I don't have a real reason. I just want to change. Maybe I should change back actually.
So you wanted to avoid the open games, basically, because playing e4 tends to give.
Like in the Royal Opus, I don't understand anything.
No.
I know the plans and such, but I can't tell if you're good. Because let's say you play the Italian game or something, and black breaks with d5, and it's plus 0.4, and I'm like, I have no logical explanation to why white is better.
Why? Yes.
Because black as a space is developed and it doesn't look wrong at all, and it's like, what's going on?
It's not like plus 0.4 is bad, but...
No, but why is white still better?
Yeah.
I feel black has equalized.
The Italian game is very complex. Lots of pieces on the board and super complex. Roy Lopez is the same.
Even I played C3, so the pawn on D3 isn't even protected by a pawn in an open file, and it's still better.
Yes.
Like, what's going on? Yeah, it makes no sense.
Well, okay. I guess I switched to d4 and c4 and knight f3 for the same reason, because I wanted more closed kind of positions, and I felt like, e4 is too open for me, I guess. Hello from Africa.
It's maybe easier to outplay people in d4, I think.
Hello to Africa.
But that's stupid to say as well, I guess.
For us, I mean, depends on your style and preference. I mean, we just felt like more at home with d4 and c4, so yeah. Yeah,
maybe I don't. Maybe I should go back. I don't
maybe
know.
You don't.
Okay.
But I remember you started playing the Alvruk repertoire.
Yeah, that was a bit. Yeah, it was the Catalan is like, because Lasselevik says it's impossible to lose with white in the Catalan.
Yeah.
Like, yes.
Yes, I have proved otherwise.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there is, because g3 against the King's Union and such, I don't like. Well, I tried it, but it was, And the Benone is like, I don't like the fianchetto systems. It makes, I don't know.
I like the
Grunfeld also is a bit weird. You give away all the center and it's like...
Yeah, and it's fine.
Why is that fine?
I always play the Russian system.
I should have played 40 years ago, then I would have been a lot better. There were no counterplay in those days.
Why not gobble the pawn on e5? Well, we took a look at that a couple of minutes ago, and if you do this, then of course I guess b5
it was even 94, I think.
a problem, but
it was 94.
94 is terrible. Do you think that you can only play 1d4 or 1e4 at IMGM level? No. There's lots of players that vary a lot in their openings. I tend to vary quite a bit, but I stick to mainly d4 and c4. But yes, of course you can vary. You should vary to stay fresh and inspired. Yeah.
You can learn new structures and openings, and
I mean, you develop as a player, right? As you continue to.
And it's hard to prepare against you, but you learn more.
Yeah, it's about exploring the game, basically.
Of course, you could play the London all life, but there's so much else going on in chess. So.
Yeah, I mean, why play chess if you only play one opening, right? You can do something else. Play badminton with Jan Søre, for example. Knight c to d2
where
from
he will probably crush us.
He will probably crush us, but that's a depressing story for another stream. So knight back to d2, which is a move I don't really like. Spend 10 minutes approximately on
when you go back, then there is something wrong. Then you don't know what to do, I would say.
Yes.
So Frode's queen a1 is also a retreat, but it has some poison.
Norwegian Donkey points out that he asks if you can only play only d4 or e4 and still be a GM.
Well, you can play the same system. You have like Tivyakov, for example. I'm not sure if he made 2700, but
almost.
It was
I
like
think he was
CJ Sicilian every game.
Yeah, an Italian game. Yeah. I mean, of course, the game is no. This was also Limo in the Sicilian, not the Spanish game, but it can be similar. Of course, you can play only one opening or one system, but I think nowadays most players vary a lot. At least not more than they used to, because there are so many resources available for players. It's so easy. I mean, easy relatively to learn new stuff, new openings. So there's no rule that says or recommendation that says that you should stick to one system. It makes you less flexible as a player, and you should explore the game. That's our recommendation.
But then again, you're not better than what you do best, so you have to find a balance.
Stick to your style, but that doesn't mean you have to play one opening. Okay, Shasil.
You'd like to have a life on the side.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, that's where it gets tricky, because becoming a GM is really demanding of you as a player. It requires tons of work. No matter how talented you are, you have to be willing to do the work, and of course spend time and resources on it.
Yeah, I think international master you can get, but you have to still work quite hard.
Yes.
But like a grandmaster, I'm not sure you can get there with just pure hard work.
No, you have to add some portion of talent as well.
I have some feel for it. I believe, but
I mean, the required amount of talent increases a bit when you go from IM to GM, but the amount of hard work is always there. I mean, always requires work. So if you want a life on the side, then of course do that, but that might stop you from reaching GM at least. Yes.
Oh, you have Johan Sebastian. He
at
works
least
all day and he's 2600. So
yeah, and but that's how it is in life in general, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to prioritize. If you want to have a career, for example, or if you want to make it in chess or football or such, you have to prioritize.
Yeah, if you want to be a professional, you have to be in love with not just the end result, but also the way to the top.
Yeah, at least handle it.
Yeah, if you want to be a rock star, you have to have some touring in
you
a bus and sleeping in a bus for like years before making any money.
Yeah, and still there's no guarantee you might have a break, right? So it's not the glamour you should be in love with. It's the work really and the game. So okay,
of course.
Pretty philosophical stuff here from us.
Yes.
I mean, I'm pretty surprised. Korobov and Akobin also is a good example of guys who plays 95% 1d4. Yes, they play a lot of d4.
Even d4, it's lots of possibilities next move.
I mean, you don't have to vary with your first move, but these guys, Akobin and Korobov, plays lots of different systems after starting with d4. So I mean, Korobov can play d4, c4, he can play the Tompovsky, the Torre, the London, and lots of systems.
Like London compared to like all the gambits is like completely different.
Completely different game, right? Yeah. So I mean, just don't look at only the first move and don't get hang-ups in openings and stuff, because there's so much.
You can play slow in e4 as well.
Yeah, right.
You don't have to play all those crazy gambits in e4.
E4 doesn't mean caveman chess or coffee house style.
It doesn't mean Jon Christian Hagen, for example.
Yes.
You don't have to.
It doesn't mean you have to sacrifice all your pieces in every game, but some people prefer to do that. But they could do that as well in d4.
Yeah, but if Jon Christian would play d4, there would be some sacrificing.
Yes, he would force it through. Yes, he would find it. Yes.
Yeah, he will find it. Yes. That's not.
It's
no
like
worries.
Liam Neeson in Taken. I will find you. I have a very particular set of skills.
Yeah.
Knight d4 from Gersuna, which is a move I quite like, but it's a big decision as well.
Oh.
If you take, I guess you take with the e-pawn.
Du-du-du-du.
White queen is ugly in this position. It's actually quite nice on c3 right now, but now it's
not.
It's not so nice.
No, I think black. Oh, but
okay.
The advantage is not green.
Queen b4. The advantage is not green.
Yeah.
Yes. I like white, but the advantage disagrees.
Yeah.
What's the plan here with white? Is it queen e7? Exchanging queens?
Because my first idea is f5, but that's probably just wrong. Only opens up for the rook, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it opens up for white, right?
Yeah.
Gives white some squares.
It doesn't have black, actually.
Maybe b6,
anyway.
c5, is that possible? To claim the queen side?
It is, but...
It is queen e7, actually. Why is this so advantageous for white? Is it just to go back?
The bishop is stuck.
Or do you find another
diagonal? Maybe the b8 rook is harassed.
Maybe this is better?
Yeah, bishop a6, no.
Bishop a6.
I just wanted to get the rook out after bishop g3, but it's awkwardly wrong.
If you do this and b5, then suddenly, you could...
Yeah, this can only be better for white.
Yes, this looks very nice for white. Okay, so this has been played. Queen b4. It went for queen b2, which looks pointless to me.
Pointless.
What's the point of having the queen here? Of course, it's not easy to spot this idea, to reroute the bishop, but it looks necessary. I mean, the plan was to reroute the bishop to g3, play e5 and get the knight back into the game, right?
That's a bit deep, but okay.
It's quite deep, but now white has no play, right? Or no play. There's not easy play for white. I mean, c5 is the computer recommendation, which okay, it looks nice, but why? b6, and then slowly get your pieces out. Suddenly, white is quite cramped on the queen side.
Krampe.
Yes, this looks like Krampe.
Yeah, well, there's no piece that is playing at all.
No.
Bullet move.
Starting to look like krampetrekninger for white.
Cramped drawings.
Cramped drawings, as we say.
Cramped drawings.
Yes, cramped drawings.
Strykninger.
A failed artist. Yes. Bullet move by white, indeed. Yeah, this looks like some just pure reactional move. You should play something like this, I guess, and then try to exchange up off the queen.
Yeah, the bishop is what it is, but
yeah, the bishop is dead, especially after c5 now and b6. Then the white queen side is not really playing.
Then you would have to play c3, but that is never going to happen.
Never going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So I am pretty satisfied if I had found this over the board.
But maybe even start with queen c5. You can't start with. Oops. Game over.
Game over. Should you?
And then bishop f8, I think, and it's.
We have commands in the chat, guys, that you can use, right?
Yeah.
45 question marks, but use the games command. We are watching, of course, the Leech's broadcast of the weekend tournament in Kragerø Grand Prix, where the international master Geir Sune Tallaksen Østmo, commonly known as Geir, is the tournament favorite with Girkassa, yes, the gearbox, as we say. Yes, he is rated at 2472.
Big favorites.
Yeah, Frode says the queen to b4 idea is kind of obvious. Thanks, Frode. I was quite satisfied finding this idea, but okay. Because this bishop is not really playing, so it should be included in the game somehow. But it's not really Shasil's style, though, to hunt for an exchange of queens. But it looks very, very nice. I agree with you, Frode.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8, but then of course you can exchange it, but then maybe c5. Maybe it's not so easy. But still, this is better than the game, though, because now the bishop is on f5, right?
Yes.
f8, I mean.
Slightly.
Could you do something like this? This is still ugly, though, right? What do you think, Frode? Have to do something like this, but it doesn't look
good.
Like much for white. This will only get worse, I believe. Knight b3 looks also very clumsy. b6 and all of these pieces are misplaced.
Stuck.
Yes. This is not looking good for Shasil at all. Then e5. Okay, so Frode's idea earlier was actually if trying to get this in, which looks nice. Absolutely.
Yeah, but how nice can it be?
No, that's of course limited, but this is already uncomfortable for white, so maybe it's on e5, knight e4, yeah. At least that should be the idea for white in this position.
Yeah, but okay, bishop and then f4 or what?
No, just the knight to e4 and get the bishop around, I guess, to g5.
Round? Okay, because if I play knight bishop g7, knight e4, and I can't play b6, is that the thing? Can you just take it, I guess?
Yes.
Poof.
So I guess, I mean, something like bishop e7, maybe?
Yes.
But then again, this. Maybe queen c1.
Yes.
This doesn't look too bad for white, actually. It's pretty equal according to the computer.
Yes.
Something like this.
It had worse.
Of course, this should be manageable though for white, right? Just going for this and get the bishop around.
Yeah, maybe you can claim to be better in a while. But
yeah, but at least you always have some play, right? Connected to this pawn.
Playwrights.
Yes. Maybe h6 though. This is very equal.
Okay, the bishop was there, of course. Yeah, it's very equal.
Maybe it's not so easy actually. Maybe this is more comfortable for white's opposite color bishops. You should attack. Elam against 10-all. We finally got a couple of moves played on the board. G6. For chess improvements, do you suggest analyzing with or without an engine? I would suggest analyzing without an engine first and then checking with the engine after.
If you were completely wrong.
Yes. I mean, it's like solving puzzles in mathematics or something. You should always try to do the puzzle first yourself and then check the solution after.
But like during a tournament, would you recommend to check your game before the next, or will you just forget it and move on?
I usually don't, because I skip it and go ahead preparing for the next game. But I do some light analysis though. But I do my heavy analysis after the tournament to,
okay, let's say you missed a win.
Spare some energy or something.
But if you miss a win or something, would you like to check it, or would you rather just not know?
I check it in a hurry after the game, but very often I have a feeling if I missed something or not, and I have a feeling about where in the game I missed something, but sometimes I get surprised of my own stupidity as well. It happens, yes.
Yes.
It happens. Jan Sørje, how do you do, Jan?
Well, the pawn is still alive.
Yes, barely. This will happen pretty soon.
It is being canked at any moment.
This looks very ugly. This looks terrible for white. I mean, this pawn is doomed. White has no play. Right?
Yeah.
This, for example.
Yeah, everything is a bit sad.
Then just retreat and go for rook d4.
In any way, almost.
Could I take it now?
No.
No.
Well, I don't think so.
How can one visualize the board and the pieces mentally? Any exercises? Well,
you can play blindfold with like less pieces. I remember when I was young, we played what was it?
Meditate for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Probably not the most potent, but okay, yeah, you could try that as well.
Yeah, but let's say you play blindfold with like 3 pawns each.
Yeah.
Like F, G, and H versus like.
And with the king, of course, and then just
with the kings and with the ABC.
Start adding pieces. Yeah, that's a good exercise, as well as doing some calculation exercises and try to play the variations in your head instead of moving at the board, for example.
Or even some end games, actually.
Yeah. Do some light exercises, but try to do them blindfold. That's a good exercise. Yeah. Blindfold chess app, yeah. But playing blindfold chess with all the pieces on the board is much more complicated. So we would suggest adding more and more pieces to some light exercises.
Yeah, some end games would be nice.
Or as Frode says, just play lots of chess. Calculation is sort of blindfold.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's like doing calculation exercises, but not moving at the board or the computer, but trying to solve them mentally first. Jens against John. Quick win for Jens, actually. After this, he played and knight g4 was played, not queen c7, which was a fun move.
And
bishop f6. This was not so clear, actually, though, right?
Maybe.
It's of course terrible.
Yeah, rook d1 and Baluba.
But it's not over. This, however, is over.
That is bang in the pot.
Oh, this is completely lost, yes.
There are knights all over the board.
Okay, very nice win for Jens against John Oman, who did beat Robin Olsen in this last game, so he's done well. But he got punished.
He got Jensed.
He got Jensed. He got horsed.
Yes, by Jens.
Here, Håvard actually played queen e6, queen g6.
Okay.
Which surprised me a bit.
Now it's equal, now it's O.
So it's going to be a pawn down for white.
Yeah, it seems like it's illogical.
Not as lost as it was, but still quite good for black. Just
you have sorted out most of your problems, I think.
Just rook f6 here and queen h5 was apparently just winning immediately, because you always have this resource. White was about to be mated. Yes, queen g6 looks illogical, but it looks like a safe way though to get to a good endgame. But this looks more to the point. I agree. Queen h5, and then the threat is rook g6 followed by queen f3. How much time did he spend on queen g6? He spent a minute or so. So big decision to go queen g6, and even more so when you just spend a minute on that decision. So
It looks like a superficial decision.
yes, very superficial.
Okay, I can just exchange queens and collect all the pawns.
Lazy
and
calculation from a lot of the players in this tournament, I have to say. With all due respect, of course.
The corona calculation.
Corona calculation, yeah, maybe. Covid calculation. Covid. Let's check out Lars Hagen against Elias Sidali in this English opening kind of system. Bishop e6. 95, okay. 94 immediately. Allowing some check here.
There will be lots of breaks. But
would,
can you play g4? No.
I would consider this, but g4 h5.
Yeah, f3 even.
It looks ugly though, but bishop e3 would I at least consider?
Yes.
I guess c6 is a move, and then f5. Looks okay for black, right?
Yeah, if you get to play, yeah.
Maybe you can take here though. Ooh.
Not okay for black.
I'm not sure how to assess this.
Queen h5, no.
This is too risky, I guess.
But bishop e6 again, and then... Okay.
I mean, this is probably too risky. Just bishop g5, of course, and king c8.
Rook is... no... Yeah, rook is 7.
Rook e7, this, and you can take this if you want, right? And go for this, or even b4. Even b4 works.
Queen d3 is not so stupid either. But b4 is probably strong.
b4, bishop a7, this, b5. This is completely lost because the black king doesn't survive on his own. Looks very okay for white, according to Fulda. And this game, after e d5 is a bit surprising to me. I would probably take with the c pawn, but okay. To keep the c file open. I mean, to me, there's no big advantage by taking with the e pawn, but okay, that might be a preference I have. Queen f5. Wow. But could you consider this?
But if he plays bishop, well, I don't know.
I would consider taking on g5. He took on d4.
Yeah, but it threatens. Okay.
Wow, tactics. It's okay to prefer having an advantage. Thanks. Thanks. Bishop bf2, and suddenly, there's lots of stuff happening here. Suddenly it looks like a total fiasco for white. It's not only a pawn down, but it's also a pretty important pawn. You have to play king h2 now.
I think he has to play f5.
f5 coming, yeah. And then f4, I guess.
Yeah, and then the knight is
the knight will be dominating
somewhere.
Yes, the knight will be dominating the position. So this looks very ugly and looks like a very controlled win for Elias Sidali, who spent 15 minutes on his game so far. Lars Hagen is down to his last 28 minutes, which is telling. This. Yeah, Elias Sidali normally does this though, but it's quite telling of the game. Liva Lindstad still is alive, but only barely, I think.
Okay, so you played knight g5.
f6.
Now it's ugly already.
Ooh.
Just knight e4, I guess. Okay, check.
He went for e6, which is okay, I guess. Taking g5, queen f3. Oh, very nice.
So there's a
knight f6. There's a pawn as well here, but okay. Yeah.
It's just rook a8 or...
You can go here, but
Can you take on b5 soon if you want to?
Yeah. This is a Queen's Gambit, except it gone wrong indeed. Actually, it was a Slav, but with bishop d7 instead of the normal bishop f5 or even e6. So transposed to some Some weird queen's gambit accepted, I guess, with e4, and then suddenly, black is busted here.
It's just bathroom city.
It's bathroom city. It's completely busted for Livia, unfortunately, but very nice win for Tron. This would be. How about Chasil? Ooh, lots of action. Knight b3, b6, as we said. Bishop b4, trying to reroute the bishop, but now the knight is terribly misplaced on d2.
C4. Did he C4 the best?
I'm not sure.
Because it is necessary.
But does he need to do something immediately here? Can't he just try to improve? Maybe c3 is coming. No, that doesn't work. Does it? Does that work?
Refuse to believe it. We could even just take immediately and take on d3 with the knight, but this looks strong.
Doesn't work, so okay, c4. e5 is, I guess, logical, but it does drop a pawn, doesn't it?
The bishops are opening up, so
looks very nice for black. This.
Yep.
I'm not super convinced by Chasil in this game. He's been spending far too little time on huge decisions in terms of strategy and on piece placement. So I'm not sure he really understood the middle game here. At least his knight is misplaced now, and it looks like Geir will
cruise
will
on.
win. Yeah, cruise on to a perfect score of 4 out of 4.
Yes, not bad.
And of course, next game is tomorrow morning, 9.
Yes, I will probably
9
not
o'clock.
be awake.
No, we won't be awake. I mean,
Yrkis might make it the last round.
Yes, Urkedal might make the last round,
Yeah.
but it's no guarantee from us. E5 played. Okay, well, this does look grim for white, I have to say.
The Grim Reaper. Just rook c8 or take on a4 or.
I mean, this looks for free, right? But you could also include this. This is perhaps a more tempting pawn to take. Rook c1 and then just go back.
Then I have a better position than last move. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks like a.
This got out of hand.
Yeah, this got completely out of hand for Chasil. Rook b c8, this, and take on a4. Rook e4, but this is not enough, right? And then the Alekin's cannon or gun or Alekin's bow or whatever.
Pistol.
Pistol, yes.
Yeah.
Alekin's shotgun or whatever.
The shotgun. Ballista.
Yes.
Artillery.
Yes.
Okay.
Alekin's F-16 is coming, yes.
Carpet bombing the entire board. Yes.
Alekin's what, napalm, is that it? Yes.
Would be fun to make artillery of some sort. That was just called Alekin.
Alekin, yes.
Made it
This
for
is
army.
this is Barta and this is Alekin.
Yeah.
And this is the Leko, it's very tame. It doesn't go off.
Yeah. Everything just disappears.
Yes.
Destruction.
Yes. This is the Madland cannon.
Yeah.
It just removes everything.
It doesn't shoot.
Very
it
effective.
sucks. It's like-
Yes.
That would have been nice, yes.
Doesn't look like Elam is attacking when he plays bishop f1, but he might just wait.
Saving it for another time.
Saving it for later.
Yeah, but okay, you have provoked g6, so
I guess
there's not
this
so
is
much
the
the bishop
follow-up.
can do in that diagonal.
h4, do you go for something like this? Or yeah, I didn't go for rook a8.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Putting it back for the next game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, how h4 is logical, but I'm thinking about knight h5 now with black.
Yeah, and then
Getting my
rook c1,
bishop
or
out.
it's-
Not so easy, this.
Nilsen turned into a box.
It's Hagen, yes.
Yes, I mean.
It's box money, as we say.
Yeah.
Money in a box.
No.
It's
Yes.
a perfect Christmas gift. Money in a box.
No, it's not big enough. Nope.
How do you do, Jan? Oh, this is looking extremely grim.
Yeah.
B3, just...
Jan the man.
Yes, Elan played a bit slow in the up infield, I agree. It doesn't look like a very convincing attacking game. Looks like he's... I mean, the pawn structure is a bit worse for White, so White needs to be fast when attacking, and at the moment he isn't.
10 old.
Yes, but how to evaluate this?
Well, slightly better. No, it can't be.
Okay, so I guess knight a5 is not an option, because this is not dangerous anyway.
You protect it, so...
You protect it, and this is just misplaced suddenly, as it can't go to c4.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook c5. This looks a bit weird, but okay. Rook d to d5, rook a5. I mean, okay, this is...
Yeah, it is what
strange,
it is.
strange, right? Rook c2, b5, okay.
Are you going to tube around over
Play
there?
rook a4, actually.
That's interesting.
It's a very interesting idea indeed. Okay, well...
That makes sense.
This is how to keep the balance, suddenly, yeah. Yeah, what's Black's plan? Yeah, that's a
it's
good
hard
question
to
for
exchange some pieces, but...
Yeah, I mean, Black's pieces are well placed, reasonably, but there's no obvious plan, so the computer plan of just threatening White's pawns on the queen side is fine, but it's difficult, you know, to play rook c5 and rook a5 in a position like this, but rook a5 and follow up with b5 is reasonable, trying to improve the position, at least marginally.
Well, a4 is the only square the rook can get to the fourth rank, so...
Yes, to improve...
because all these pieces is in, like, in normal positions, but...
Yeah, this pawn is doing a fine job of covering important squares. Okay, well, Jan Solgjerd against Isak Sjöberg.
He got rid of his weak pawn at least.
Yes, he got rid of the problem. That's very efficiently done by White, but he's still pawn down. So Håvard Haug is 10 years old, according to organizer Truls Jørgensen. So we'll forgive him for playing a bit fast and loose today against Holger Blauholt, but...
is it over?
I'm not sure if it's over yet.
He had fought his way back somehow, but there are pawns all over.
Rook d1, but okay, I might just take this then. And then c5, I guess, is the plan. This is not so convincing for Black as it was previously.
Yeah, but
You're not convinced?
Yeah, but why give away the pawn?
No, I don't know. f4 is the best move. Difficult position this though. Taking is not the best, it seems. King f7 to e6 is very...
There's probably
very
no
nice.
rush, but...
Okay, well.
If the king gets to e6, then it's even worse, so...
Yeah, but again, exchanging queens with Black in this position earlier here was... probably not the most intuitive decision, at least not for us. We want to attack, so why not do something like this? And of course you have major threats already. Jens already won. Jan Sørjær probably on the brink of defeat now against Isak Sjöberg. Okay, they have exchanged queens actually. Queen f5. And now this doesn't work. That's a nice trick.
Tricks.
But g6, f5, and still this f4 thing is coming. So.
Lors. Yeah, this is bad.
This is extremely bad news for White. Livia Lindstad trying to hold on desperately, but it looks...
Rook b8 there, I'm crazy of course, but bishop takes a8.
Yes.
Still bad though, but...
Of course, you could still do this of course, but it's not necessary to do it.
Do you want me to
Maybe
do it?
this.
Can even just take on...
Why not just d5 and this is coming, right?
Yeah.
It's completely lost.
Yeah, looks bad.
Looks very bad. Trond Valstedt will win this game. We haven't looked at Erik Austad against Stig Atle Paulsen.
Poulsen?
How is this?
It's a bishop pair, it's an ugly pawn structure, it's... It balance each other out, or...?
Materially wise we are equal, right? Materially it's equal. So I guess if you can activate, especially this dark square bishop, it's nice for white, but
Yeah,
at
because
the
I was
moment...
thinking c4 and bishop c3, but you might just drop a pawn.
Yeah, okay, so black to move, rook e8 maybe? Or do you play f5 then? Maybe not.
Yeah,
Rook
do
e8 looks nice.
f5, you can go knight f6, or am I crazy?
You can do this as well.
Lots of stuff. So yeah, f4 is that.
f4
Because this position looks
probably not the best. I would consider something tame like this, I guess, but I'm not sure that would be good. f4 is very committing. B takes c3 as well, yeah, because there's a fork.
Yeah. So yes, if I didn't like queen e4, but
Maybe you have to. Looks forced to me. Yeah. Looks preferable for black, and the computer agrees after something like rook e8 or rook d8. How about Lykke Marlot against Halvard? Oh. Opposite colored bishops, and Halvard's kingside
who is
looks
attacking?
must be white, right?
Yeah.
Queen h5. Rook c3 is a very nice move.
Well, there is no way that
This is trouble for
Halvard hf.
Yes. This looks like a huge trouble for black, because yeah, this bishop is optically very nice, but this bishop controls
bishop
lots
should
of
have been
good
on
squares.
g7, it seems.
Yeah, wouldn't have helped a lot, I think. But
No, but you need to get probably on g6.
on g6 is much better. Yes, yes, that would solve pretty much everything. But
it's a bit hard to do.
yes, this looks very, very bad for black, and
but what do you do?
very easy to attack here with white.
Do you even just play f5 to get rid of the pawn?
King here maybe, or go for something like this.
King go. That is just disaster. Or rook g7. This drops a rook, so we have to go back to g7.
Yes.
But
That doesn't work.
no, but you can. But I was thinking queen d g8, just rook g3 even.
And then go for this.
Yeah, for example. No stress.
So what's the...
Okay, you can take on g3 twice, which I didn't see. But there's mate on h7, so it's fine.
What's your plan going forward here? Is it this?
I don't know, just stand there and be annoying.
This looks very nice for white though. Looks very nice indeed. Okay. Josil against Gasuna, he dropped the pawn, Josil, but he's going for activity with bishop f6. But Gasuna doesn't have to comply though, he could play something like bishop f8 as well, if he wants to, but you can just leave it there, I guess. Play rook c8 or something.
It's trouble.
Yeah. Rook g7, queen h6 was a good move suggested by Frode in the Lykke Marlot game. He did go for rook king h8, and now this is Frode's suggestion. Keeping an eye out on this pawn. And now you can do this, I guess. g3 even. Then bishop f5. And it's over. It's over.
Rook is kind of stuck, but it's fine, it seems.
Okay. No recent development in this game.
I think I have to test the facilities.
Do it. Jan Søre against Isak. Isak playing B5. Pawn up looks very comfortable for black, but I'm not sure what's the best way to proceed if white just waits. If you want to exchange a pair of rooks, or if you leave it there for now. Maybe you go for something like rook 8 to d2 or king to e7. Looks very nice. After black has taken on g2, yeah, but it looked like it could be done immediately, right, Frode? Something like this. Rook d7, king, queen h6. And this, yes, of course, could be. Also looks nice, maybe this, and then this, right? Anyway, why not just play it immediately? Not so sure about this game. Looks, well, I'm pretty sure actually now, because it's a pawn down for white, and black looks comfortable. At least he's got plenty of time, Shasil, with white, an hour and 10 minutes. While Geir's got 27 minutes left. Should be enough though to convert this for Geir. Abdullah has been playing reasonably fast as well. 48 minutes left against Andreas Tenhol's 39, 40 minutes approximately. The queen on f4 is doing a very nice job, and it's not so easy to spot the plan for black. Our suggestion of rook c5, rook ac1 and rook a5 with something like this could be plausible to do with for the black, but it's not obvious at all. Jan Søre is losing against Isak Sjöberg, pawn down, and there's no compensation, at least not obvious to me. The bishop is nice to have in the endgame against the knight because it's so fast, but while the knight is more flexible, but it's not enough in this position, I think. Jens Ingebretsen won this game against John Oman. Håvard Haug is trying to salvage his game against Holger Blauhut and might be able to do so. Knight e4, not the best either. Bishop takes, and I'm not sure what you do here. Rook takes maybe, but this looks like some endgame which is not so clear. I mean, you can't play c5 because I guess d7, and of course you're pawn down, but it's not so bad as it was previously. Might be completely losing this as well though. I'm not sure if you have to go with the pawn to d2, but at least it's ugly for white, this endgame. Maybe c6 is better. Even now d7, rook d8, rook b7 maybe. But still this is very nice for black. So maybe this. Yeah, c6 is fine. Even cd is fine as well. Rook d8 takes, king to the center, march the pawn up the board. But this could have been done much easier for Holger if he had just kept the queens on the board. He has a very nice attacking position. Regaining his material should not be a priority number one, because the pawns for Håvard Haug with white they're so terrible. So rook c5, maybe rook f6, follow up queen h5 looks enormously good for black. Instead he opted for queen g6, exchanging these off. Could even have played hg though to get some luft, and keep the knight active, but he opted to take with the knight, which looks even more slow. These two moves, I think, spoiled his advantage, unfortunately. He might be able to win still, but it's not so easy anymore for him. This has been played at the first board. Rook a d1 after exchanging on g7. Shasil Chazal with white is a very promising young Norwegian player. Won I am Norm from an international tournament at Kragerø actually. which must surely bring him lots of good memories from that place. But he's probably losing today against Gersune Tallaksen, which is not too surprising because the player with the black pieces here, the international master from the southern part of Norway, is extremely solid and closing in on 2500. 1 GM norm, I think. So he's a very good player. And is of course the clear favorite for this to win this tournament. Could just remind you all that this is the Kragerø Grand Prix. You can follow that on our broadcast here, but also online. We'll post some small update on our website after the tournament, offerspill.com. And you can follow the games with us today and tomorrow. Tomorrow there's also two classical games. The first starting 9 in the morning, 9 CEST, with our expert commentators Eirik Gårdnes and Lichess master Asbjørn Steinskog, also known as Asios.
Master of the internet.
Yeah, so it's Rabiatic and Asios that will give you the infotainment tomorrow, guys. So don't miss that.
There might be some good games.
Will be watchable stuff.
So this has gone horribly wrong.
Horribly wrong. I would expect something like this, maybe.
Yes.
Maybe G5 even.
Yeah, make some air.
Some Magnus kind of move, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's just to stop White from getting G3, H4. And
Could of course just check though, but
yeah, that
would be too simple.
Kings get active. And, well,
that was not so easy actually.
no.
No, not maybe that's not the best actually, but okay. Yeah. Interesting. Anyways, rook e2 played.
I remember when the G scene I was play like this 4 versus 3 pawns on one side with the bishop versus knight or something. Like it's not so easy.
No, it's
when
not
you're
so easy.
sitting there.
No, it's not so easy.
You believe it's easy. When
Lots
you're
of calculation involved, so it's hard work for sure.
Yeah, 4 versus 3 is not so easy.
And especially in an endgame with the bishop. I mean, that must be Jan's hope here, that the bishop will prove its worth against the knight in the endgame, because the bishop is so fast. Reaches, it can cover long diagonals and distances in such short time.
So yeah, but we'll see.
We'll see for sure. A5 maybe, A4 ideas, preparing B4.
Yeah, so you just clamp it down. Clampers.
Something like this is of course typical.
Desirable.
Just trying to pinpoint these pawns with the knight. Block the queen side.
Blockish.
Knight d5 played after exchanging on e2.
But just
this is coming anyway, so you should probably play this, right?
But just b4 even?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess this.
Yeah, maybe it was... Yeah, but even like rook d6 and...
Rook d6 now, yeah. Trying to go for something like this.
I guess rook c4, but then just g5 or something.
Bishop e4 is full as suggestion. Looks good enough to me.
Rook a6, schmuck.
Is it though? Let's say this. This doesn't work, right? Or does it? No. King f8 looks nice. Just getting closer. But it's not hopeless for white, but it's not good either. White is struggling here.
Struggles.
A real struggle. Elam looks like I'm not sure if he sacrificed the pawn, but at least Tenol took it.
And he couldn't.
And he couldn't for a bunch of reasons. The most important is takes with the rook.
Knight takes bishop d6 must have been the plan, and then bishop queen no.
Just this. It doesn't work at all. There's no f6 either.
No.
What's the point here? Knight takes... Isn't this just a piece? I mean, bishop here. This must have been his plan, right? The rook just to cover with the rook, and this looks okay.
Yeah. It is not even pinned.
There's no point to this.
Let's say you take with the knight. Is it?
Rook takes has been played. So.
Okay. But even like knight takes, is there anything that works after if white takes knight takes e5? Does it work for black then? Oops.
Knight takes.
Ooh, I don't know.
Frodo also points out that even this works for white. Lots of pieces. So 2 pieces and a rook for a queen, which is should be enough. But this is some meltdown from Andreas Tenold, I guess, who had a bunch of interesting ideas, trying to beat Jens Ingebretsen in the morning round today, wasn't able to, and now I think he's struggling a bit against Elam. This was some weird line. Looks like a blunder to me. He must have missed something, and I'm not sure what.
No.
No.
Yeah, well, it's not so easy to play black, and then he just feels he has to do something, and then he just...
Yes, but there are no threats though, so I mean, there's nothing going on yet. There's no reason to panic yet. Of course, black hasn't equalized still, but queen a5, rook c5, rook a5, lots of strange ideas from the computer, but you know, these are slow moves, indicates that there's nothing really going on.
Now there is something going on.
Now it's a piece down.
Yes.
A very strange development in that game, and I think Elam will win and probably face Gersune with black tomorrow, because Gersune is winning against Jasil with black.
Yes.
Wow, e6 now. Is it desperation? Or?
Bishop c2, nothing to worry about.
Bishop c2.
Looks a bit...
If this, then you can do this.
That's mate.
And this doesn't work.
And rook c1, which is... Well, you could play
you could do this. But this is completely lost. Bishop c2 is something he will spot, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, so I guess bishop c2, rook c1
E7.
even, maybe.
Oh, you can just use the written mate.
Yeah, but if...
e8.
Yeah, but it's too
But
much.
this is also lost. Okay, so there's no real tactic here from Jasil. This is a free pawn, and it will scoop up everything.
Bishop c2, rook c1, then I take on b3, on c8.
Yes, I was just counting on this pawn to go, but after this, but maybe it's easier to do this because e1 is hanging.
Okay, so you can take on c8, then it's completely finished.
Yeah, this is finished, I'm afraid. Tough game for Jasil against a very good opponent. I'm completely sure Gersune will find bishop c2, even rook c2 wins. With bishop c2 is logical to keep the rook to cover the 8th rank, and bishop also attacks 2 pieces and is protected. So yeah, I think black will win this game. Elam will win this game. Jan Søre will lose this game, I believe. This is looking very bad. Looks like a very nice positional game from Isak Sjöberg. Knight will go to c3, and black will have plenty of time to mop this up. Håvard Haug struggling to save this against Holger. This is Håvard Haug's game now, though.
This isn't too bad, but it's bad. But
bad pawn structure, pawn down, but it's not completely lost. He could fight a bit, but of course it doesn't look good. But it was -6 or 7, and now it's, I guess, -1 or something.
So
maybe a bit more, but...
So White has been the better player for the last 10 moves.
Yes. Or black has been too fixed on.
You want to
on
win the
exchange
Yeah, he
pieces.
had decided to win the end game. So
Yes, he wanted to win the endgame.
people like decide what to do, and then they just do it no matter what's happening.
Yeah, Queen G6 karma. Yes, I guess. So.
Right back at you.
Yeah. Yeah, he was lazy with his calculation, and now he
Yeah.
had to calculate even more as a result, because he was lazy earlier. So.
He was lazy for a minute, and then they have to sit there for like a few hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
He didn't invest time in the big decisions, and now he's working hard. This will be a win with black for Elias Idali. He's a pawn up, and he's positionally also doing very well. Could go knight h5 again. Could go back with the knight and play f4, or something else. Queen knight to d7 or a5 or something. I'm not sure, but it looks very nice for black. And I don't think we have too many minutes left on our broadcast today. Actually,
What happens if
rook
the
c2
gearbox?
plays?
But this can you take and?
Shazid resigned after rook takes c2.
But okay, if you take an e7, there's nothing.
And okay, some small situation here. Well, do you do this?
That is enough, I guess.
I think this is plenty. Yes. I don't think he had to see anything else than that variation, because this is completely lost, and he resigned. Very nice win for Gasuna. Elam will win this game. He's a two minor pieces for a rook, and the king is very airy on g8, so this looks very lost for Andreas Tenhold.
Big lost.
Jan Søren is trying to get something here, but
Fickling around.
I mean,
A5.
can you take
on
this?
Yeah, most likely. Bishop b1. Take
Go back.
That is, yes.
A5, 2 pawns. Yeah, this is completely lost. Yeah, knight a2, and it's 2 pawns up for black, so it will be a very nice win.
What you doing, Jan?
What are you doing? Rook c4 was played. Okay. Yeah.
So queen g6 karma, it's only game left, or?
Yeah, basically, but I'm not sure we'll follow this game throughout. They might be...
Till death do us part.
Yes. I think we'll round off for today. I think that's plenty of action for us.
They played fast, no?
Yeah, they've played pretty fast, yes. They've
2
only
hours?
played for 2 hours or something, and
Yeah.
most of the top games are done. Of course, we'll check if the arbiters and organizers have updated the scores here. Only 1 game has been updated. Jens beat John Ooman, of course. But okay, we can check out Lykke Merlot against Halvard. Halvard sacrificed the pawn with... she did go for my idea with Queen h6, or Frode's idea with Queen h6, f5.
So they're the same
And she took... But this looks extremely bad for black, right? Oh, Queen g5. That's a nice idea.
No, it's not.
But could you have done something else? Okay, so maybe Queen h6 is premature. Maybe this is better. And then allowing this, as we did analyze previously. And now Queen h6, as Frode suggested, is dead lost.
Yeah, nothing you can do.
No, you're tied up completely.
Yeah,
I guess you have to do something like this, but then f6, d6
all
falls.
the pawns are just
Yeah.
rolling.
Okay, so Halvard might hold on here, but even after g4 or something, this looks very bad. I guess rook f3 is better to get these going, but better. Pawn down.
Yes.
f5 by Tenhold, but this is extremely ugly stuff. Elam will win. 2 minor pieces for a rook, but there's no real compensation for black.
No.
Maybe you could do something like this to get inside the black camp. I think that's it for now, guys. This is the Norwegian Weekend Tournament Kragerø Grand Prix. We'll follow the last 2 games tomorrow. We'll start early in the morning, 9 Central Eastern European time, with Eirik Ornes, also known as Rabiatic, and Lichess Master Asbjørn Steinskog, also known as Asios. That's not something you want to miss. Great infotainment.
So we just have to warm up Asios.
Yes. We just have to wake up Asios tomorrow morning and everything will be good. Okay, guys, please follow Offerspill on social media as well. We'll post some updates there, games and articles, and lots of cool content. Stay tuned and see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.